1. "I can do this," Kaylee Bro said angrily as she looked at her tidy little package of tools that had never been used, and the jack she had no idea how to operate. She could have easily called her grandfather for help, but at 37 years old, she thought she should be able to change a tire on her own. There was also the fact she'd spent much of her 2-day cross-country trip on the phone with her grandparents, trying to assure them she was more than capable of making the journey alone. Nevertheless, they would check on her nearly every hour, put the call on speaker, and to Kaylee's annoyance, refer to her as the baby. "That baby shit has got to go," Kaylee groused as she wiped sweat from her brow. "I've been grown for a long time, and I don't know why they refuse to accept that." Actually, Kaylee did know. At 5'2" tall with a head full of blonde curls, she didn't look very different than she did when she was in her teens. She'd inherited her mother's youthful genes and was sometimes still asked for her ID when she ordered a drink. She was sure she'd appreciate that when she got older, but it drove her crazy that her looks made her family still see her as a child. Sensibility told Kaylee to call for help, but her pride and determination to prove she was not the baby wouldn't allow common sense to prevail. It was September, but still very hot and humid in South Louisiana. The heat added to her annoyance and made it hard for her to remain calm and concentrate. Her anger rose as she tried to read her car manual, and sweat dripped off her face onto the pages in the waning light. Kaylee took a wrench from the tool packet and began loosening the lug nuts on the rear passenger side tire. She felt pretty confident when that task was complete, but placing the jack beneath the frame of the car proved difficult. She had no idea what part was actually considered the frame. She lay her head in the dirt and studied the undercarriage of her car, wondering what damage she would cause if she placed the jack incorrectly. "Need help?" Startled, Kaylee jumped to her feet and blurted out all the thoughts that crossed her mind. "I didn't hear a car. You're on a bike. Why on earth would you ride a bike out here?" "Exercise," the woman said as she set the kickstand and glanced at the license plate on Kaylee's car as she got off her bike. "How did someone from Nebraska find Old Dump Road? I don't think it's on any GPS." "I'm not originally from Nebraska. I grew up in Baton Rouge. My grandparents live in Falcon, and that's how I know this road is a shortcut." "It's not much of a road anymore, just a mass of potholes. You're lucky you only have a flat tire. My name is Blissfully. Who are your grandparents?" "Dean and Edie Bro." Kaylee put out her hand. "I'm Kaylee Bro." She noticed how Blaze's eyes narrowed slightly when she'd mentioned her grandparents' names. Blaze smiled and shook Kaylee's hand. "Nice to meet you. I can help with the tire and have you back on the road pretty quickly." "Do I look like I don't know what I'm doing?" Kaylee held up a hand when she noticed Blaze's brow rise. That wasn't sarcasm, it was an honest question. Blaze noted the dirt on Kaylee's cheek and in her hair that had escaped her ponytail. "You look like you're handling it, but it would be wrong just to ride on past you and not offer help." "I really don't know what I'm doing, and I'm embarrassed," Kaylee admitted with a sigh. "I have no idea where to put the jack." "Under the car?" That was playful sarcasm, which wasn't a good move, judging by the look on your face. Blaze smiled. "What have you done so far?" "I loosened the lug nuts." Blaze knelt by the flat tire. "You got the first part down, so that's good." She hooked the crank handle to the jack and slid it beneath the car. Kaylee joined Blaze on the ground and studied the placement. "Okay, so that's the frame." "Yep, and I'm going to turn this handle until the tire clears the ground. I had a flat recently, so I've had a refresher course on how to do this." "Great." Kaylee watched as Blaze pulled a hairband from the pocket of her jeans, swept her long bangs from her face, and twisted the band around them. The setting sun brought out the hues in her dark red shoulder-length hair. Kaylee smiled when Blaze glanced up at her with a pair of pretty blue eyes. She watched the muscles in Blaze's arms as she turned the jack handle and noticed she was wearing work boots, a short-sleeved denim shirt, and jeans. "So is this your normal exercise attire?" Blaze glanced at Kaylee again. "I would have worn something comfortable, but I made a spur-of-the-moment decision brought on by a stressful environment I wanted to escape for a while." "What?" Kaylee asked slowly and cocked her head like a confused pup. I just needed to burn off some frustration. I totally get that. Blaze is an interesting name. Unless it's yours, Blaze said as she removed the lug nuts. I suppose Blaze is what came to mind when I was born because I had bright red hair. I hated it when I was little because other kids thought my name was weird. She pulled the tire off the posts. Okay, we're ready for the spare. Will you open your trunk? Oh, Kaylee said with a blank expression. You don't have a spare? Kaylee grimaced. Okay, I'm in the process of moving a Falcon. Ah. Blaze stood and brushed off her hands. The tire is buried under a bunch of luggage, isn't it? Kinda, Kaylee said as she hurried to the driver's side of the car and pushed the trunk release. Blaze walked to the back of the car and tried to keep her expression neutral as Kaylee opened the trunk and revealed what looked like hundreds of boxes. Wow, so you're really into shoes. I know that you're thinking I'm that woman, the prissy one who can't change her own tire and has a ton of clothes and shoes, and her highest priority is getting her nails done. I swear I'm not, even though the evidence points to the contrary, Kaylee said as she gathered boxes. My former job required me to travel constantly, and I didn't have a real home. It made no sense to buy things to decorate an apartment I rarely saw, so I compensated by buying things I did use, and that was clothes and shoes. The moving van that had my few furnishings left before I realized I forgot to pack my shoe closet. You had a whole closet dedicated to shoes? Blaze asked as she grabbed boxes too. I've had the same job since I graduated college, and I'm almost 40. That was a lot of years of collecting shoes, so yes. When I get into my new place, I'll sort through them, then donate most to a women's shelter. Kaylee dropped an armload of boxes onto the road. I am that woman. Oh my God! I am. I can't change a tire. I have a ton of shoes. I don't know how to work in an office, and this is proof. Blaze's jaw sagged slightly as she tried to make sense of what she was hearing. People wear shoes in an office, she said numbly. But I wore mine on the road. Kaylee snatched a shoebox out of the trunk and spiked it on the ground like a football. She waved her hands around wildly and stared at the sky. Is this a sign? Is the universe trying to tell me through a flat tire that I should have stayed in my old job where I knew what I was doing? Breathing heavily, she met Blaze's startled gaze. I can't even change my own tire, so how am I going to run a whole human resources department? Blaze looked at the shoes and boxes scattered around Kaylee's feet, thinking they'd be there for hours if Kaylee continued to have an emotional crisis. How long have you been driving? Since I got my learner's permit at 15 years old, Kaylee replied, looking confused. I mean today. Oh. Shit. Kaylee thought for a moment. Don't judge. I'm gonna have to use my fingers to count. Don't bother. When was the last time you ate? I get sleepy after I eat, so I just had nuts and a lot of energy drinks. Kaylee waved both hands. I'm sure that's why I'm half crazed, but I've had 2 days of driving to think, and I'm stressed. It's just everything my old boss told me is true. I thought he was saying those things because he didn't want me to resign. I stayed on the road all the time for MVP pharmacies. If there was a problem at a store, I solved it. If I was in New York and Jim needed me in Seattle, I was there the next day taking care of human resources issues. Kaylee held up a finger. Here's the deal, though. I solved the problem, and I was gone. I've never managed a department full of people on a daily basis. I don't know what made me think I could do that. I don't know why Falcon Shipyard hired me, other than the fact I interviewed really well and my hair looked great during the video conference. You're tired and hungry, and that makes everything seem worse than it is, Blaze said as the last bit of daylight quickly faded. She started grabbing boxes and setting them on the road. I'll go from buttercup to bear in a heartbeat when I'm hungry. Most people feel hunger coming on gradually, but not me. I'm fine 1 minute and starving the next, and people start waving bananas in my face. After you eat and sleep, you're going to be like, I've got this, it's no big deal. You'll see. Kaylee sounded as though she was talking to herself when she said, I didn't make a rash decision. I thought about leaving MVP for a long time. I was so sick of living like a nomad. I didn't really have any friends outside of work, and I couldn't have a relationship. She sighed as she grabbed an armload of boxes. I can make this work. I do have management skills, and I am intelligent, even though I don't know what a car frame looks like. Right. Blaze scooted the remaining boxes from around the spare tire compartment and opened it. "You're going to be just fine. You'll realize that tomorrow morning." She lifted the tire out and took it around to the side of the car. Kaylee pulled her phone from her pocket and used the flashlight on it to illuminate the area where Blaze was working. "So you put the tire on and the nuts." "Right. See, you would have gotten this. I'll tighten everything up once I let the jack down." "I think I would have gotten it eventually." Kaylee blew out a breath. Can you imagine how embarrassing it is to lose your mind in front of a total stranger? Trust me when I say it would be worse if you were in front of a group of people armed with cell phones, videoing your worst moment that goes viral when it hits the web. Blaze hand tightened the last lug nut and cranked the jack handle. "Fortunately for you, it's just me out here. And I forgot my phone at home." "Blaze, I owe you big time." "No, you don't. Helping with the tire made me forget about all the crap I've been dealing with, so you did me a favor too. We're even. The jack is out now, and this is the part where you use the wrench to really tighten the nuts." Blaze grunted as she turned the wrench. "Don't ride on this little donut spare for very long. It'll be good to get you into town, but they're not made for a lot of mileage." "I'll get it fixed tomorrow." Kaylee watched Blaze for a moment and said, "You looked as though you knew my grandparents when I mentioned them." "I know who they are," Blaze said. "Falcon is a small town. You'll get to know just about everybody pretty quickly because most everyone works at the shipyard, or they're related to someone who does." "I know about Falcon. I spent a lot of time with Gramp and Graham when I was little," Kaylee said with a faint smile. "I'm looking forward to being close to them again and living somewhere quaint and quiet." Blaze tightened the last bolt and put the toolkit back together. "I assume the jack was under one of the seats." "It was, but I'm going to throw all that into the trunk and sort it later. It's hot and it's dark. Hey, I could put your bike in my back seat and give you a ride to town." "Thank you, but I'm going to visit a friend who doesn't live far from here," Blaze said as she carried the jack and toolkit to the back of the car. She set them down, then hoisted the flat tire into the trunk. "I should have helped you with that, but I'm just standing here like a moron. I'm definitely not myself tonight." "One of us has to hold the light," Blaze said as she set the jack and tools into the trunk, then began picking up the shoeboxes. "That tire takes up more space than the little donut spares, so your trunk isn't going to be as neat as it was before." Kaylee laughed. "That's one thing I'm not sweating." She started grabbing boxes and throwing them into the trunk. When the trunk lid miraculously closed over the mound of boxes and shoes, Blaze said, "It was nice meeting you, Kaylee. I'm sure you'll do fine at your new job." "I have to hug you, is that okay?" Blaze shrugged with a smile. "Sure." "I can't thank you enough." Kaylee wrapped her arms around Blaze and gave her a squeeze. "I don't care what you say, I still owe you. Let me take you out to eat sometime." "Shop at my store. That'll be payback," Blaze said when Kaylee released her. "It's in the center of town, and it's called the Old Store, but most everybody calls it the store." "I know that place," Kaylee exclaimed. "Gramp used to take me there when I was little. It was so cool. There were groceries on one aisle and hardware on another." Blaze laughed as she got onto her bike. "It's not that way anymore. It's mainly hardware and household items now." "I really don't want you to ride your bike on this dark road." "I'm not going to. There's a trail just up ahead that'll take me through the woods to Carrie's place." "Good night," Blaze said as she rode off. "Be careful," Kaylee called after Blaze as she watched her disappear into the darkness. She got into her car and started it. When her headlights lit up the road, Blaze was nowhere in sight. You are either brave or crazy or both. There's no way I'd ride a bike out here after dark. "You crazy ass," Carrie Dunn yelled as Blaze rode up to the porch where she sat. "I almost went in and got my shotgun when I caught sight of something out there moving around in the darkness. I thought you were a coyote. What are you doing on that bike this time of night?" "It was daylight when I left the house, but I helped a woman on Old Dump Road who had a flat tire." Blaze got off her bike and limped up the steps of Carrie's porch. "Why do you look like you've been riding a horse nonstop for 24 hours? "I just learned it's a bad idea to take a long bike ride while wearing jeans on a hot night. I've never chafed this bad before. My butt cheeks and the insides of my thighs are on fire," Blaze said as she unzipped her pants. "You're not about to take off—" "Oh shit, you are." Carrie looked away as Blaze yanked her jeans down her thighs. Don't worry, my shirt is long, you won't see anything. Did smoke come out when I pulled my pants down? Seriously, I think I'm on fire. I'm not looking. Carrie stood up, keeping her gaze averted. I'm gonna go get you a pair of shorts and something for your fire. Thank you, Blaze said with a groan. Carrie went inside her house, found a pair of shorts, and grabbed a jar of balm. She quickened her pace when she heard a yelp. When she returned to the porch, Blaze's boots, pants, and underwear lay in a pile, and there was a puddle at Blaze's feet. Did you pee out here? She asked, aghast, and looked away. Blaze's voice sounded strained when she said, I got a bottle of water out of your cooler and doused myself. I'm glad I wasn't here to witness that. Carrie handed Blaze the shorts and balm. Go on inside and pull all of this stuff on. Blaze looked at the jar Carrie handed her. This is for horses. Yep, but it makes them happy when I put it on their bug bites. Blaze set the balm aside and pulled on the shorts. Thank you so much. It's the least I can do since you suffered to come out and see me. Just a reminder, you do have a car. Carrie grinned as she reclaimed her seat. I know you won't admit it, but you're gonna miss me when I go on the road with TJ in a few weeks. That's why you're here. Wrong. I don't see you enough to miss your hermit ass, Blaze said with a smile and leaned against a porch post instead of sitting down. I've got my fingers crossed you'll hate riding around in TJ's big rig, so you won't retire from the shipyard and hit the road with her. Carrie shook her head. That'll never happen. She's been trucking since we met, and we don't know how to spend a lot of time together. After this trip, I might be divorced. The last time we did this, we argued for 300 miles. She took a sip of her beer and sighed. What's going on in your life? Chantal's here again. Ah, shit. Did she roll into town in a new luxury car driven by some guy younger than you? Carrie asked with a scowl. She came alone a few days ago in a limo. She decided to drive a motorcycle for the first time at 70-something years old. Obviously, it didn't go well. Chantal has a broken ankle, a hairline fracture in her arm, and a cracked rib. She claims she's down to her last dime with no place to go. Carrie gawked at Blaze. Are you about to tell me she's staying at your house? That's exactly what I'm telling you. Blaze, damn it! How could you do that after what that woman's done to you and Ronnie? She's banged up and in a wheelchair. Blaze sighed. And she's my mother. No, she ain't. She might have given birth to you, but she's never been a mother by any stretch of the imagination. Carrie slapped the arm of her rocking chair. I can't believe she's got the nerve to show up at your place when she's down and out. I hope you at least nod her ass. Blaze shook her head as she leaned against a porch post. I can't. I never understood that about you or your sister. All the time she came back here, you and Ronnie never asked how she could walk out on y'all when you were nothing more than babies. Y'all just listen to her brag about her life and her acting career and wave when she rolls back out of town. We don't ask her anything because we don't want her to think we care. And we don't. We've lived our lives without her. We view her as a distant relative who we're morbidly curious about because she lives in a world completely different from ours. Besides, we know why she left. She was more interested in being an actress than being our mother. Blaze stared out into the darkness. I know it was stupid to let her stay, but I couldn't turn her away all busted up and broke. Do you think you're showing her you're a better person than she is? Carrie wagged a finger at Blaze. She won't get that. People like her see kindness as a weakness to exploit, and that's exactly what she's doing to you. If you can't pitch her out, you need to tell her you know exactly what she's doing. Where's your daddy? What's he say about this? He went to stay with his buddy Richard when he found out she was staying with me. He told Ronnie he's not coming back to town until Chantal leaves. That was a shitty thing for him to do. He needs to be here supporting his kids, not running off like a coward. I ain't your mama, but I want to go over there and put that woman in her place right quick since you won't do it. I don't understand you. You can open that mouth of yours and tell off anybody in this town, and they all think you're a crazy asshole. Carrie took a drink of her beer and sighed. If it gets out that you took in your mama after what she's done to you and Ronnie, your rep is going to be ruined. People are going to find out you're too nice for your own good. Most people aren't like that when they've had a shitty childhood. That's not true. I was thinking about that today. Grandma, Grandpa, and Dad gave me and Ronnie everything we needed. Blaze smiled wistfully. I actually had a happy childhood. Until you were in high school and some kid dug up that old movie Writhe and Scream with Chantal's famous nude scene in it. Okay, yeah, that was a rough time. And it was called Crash and Burn, you ass, Blaze said with a laugh. My title is more appropriate. That's what she was doing on top of that ugly-ass guy. He was so gross with his 70s porno mustache and teeth bigger than the ones on my horse. Chantal has to be a good actress because she made me believe she was really into what she was doing. She had to be imagining that guy was someone else or with a bag over his head. Carrie took another drink of her beer. He was only less disturbing than the fact you look a whole hell of a lot like your mama did then. It was like watching you. Don't finish that sentence, Blaze said with disgust. You told me you never saw that movie. I hadn't when I told you that. After you poured out your heart about how that movie wrecked your high school years, I got curious. One weekend when TJ was home, we kind of binged on everything your mama made. Damn smart TVs and the internet. I tried to stop after watching Chantal's 2 movies, but TJ had to go and find her soap opera. I hate those damn things, but I couldn't look away. I'm ashamed to admit I have seen every episode of Love's Law. I was amazed at how many times they killed Chantal's character and she came back. The time they hit her with a bus, I thought, this is it. Old Evelyn Cleary ain't gonna survive this. But there she was the very next episode in a body cast. Evelyn was just too mean to die. Carrie chuckled. I really kind of liked her. You ever binged on No? I saw one episode of Love's Law and the scene in that movie where the boobs I inherited bounced around, and that was enough. They didn't bounce. Those things were so firm they hardly moved at all. Carrie gazed at Blaze with unfocused eyes as though she was seeing the scene in her mind. Perfectly shaped, peach-colored areolas and nipples on creamy mounds of really? Blaze yelled and broke Carrie out of her trance. I'm sorry, but congratulations on inheriting that, those peaches. Carrie took a long drink from her beer when she noticed Blaze's scowl. You know, one thing you might want to consider is, when Chantal was playing Evelyn Cleary on Love's Law, she was always banged up. Those injuries she says she has now could be just as fake as those in that show. She may be able to fake an orgasm in a movie, but she can't fake an ankle full of plates and screws. Chapter 2. Edie and Dean Bro stared out their kitchen window at the house across the street that Kaylee had rented. Why doesn't she want us to help her unpack? Dean asked. She's independent like my side of the family, Edie said proudly. Dean smiled. She could have moved anywhere, but she decided to settle close to us. Out of all our grandkids, Kaylee has always loved us the most. That's why she's our favorite. You're not supposed to admit that. We're alone in our kitchen. We can admit anything we want, Dean said defiantly. We could have sex on our table if we didn't care about dislocating something. And I don't mean a table leg. How's your hip? Edie asked with her gaze glued on the house Kaylee had rented. It's fine. You just gotta remember I don't bend like I used to. Dean clamped his lips together for a moment. Honey, do you think Kaylee really is gay? The question caused Edie to turn and look at Dean. We've known that since she was a teen. Why are you questioning it now? It's just, she ain't anything like Carrie. Kaylee has hair and she wears women's clothes. Carrie and I use the same barber. We wear the same kind of work boots. She works harder than any man at the shipyard, and that's saying something because she ain't a spring chicken. I'm not saying Kaylee ain't strong, but I've never seen her pick up a 40-pound piece of steel pipe and throw it. Carrie is what they call butch, Edie explained. She naturally feels more comfortable wearing a crew cut and men's clothes. Kaylee is comfortable dressing kind of sporty and girly. That doesn't make her any less of a lesbian than Carrie. Uh-huh. And how do you know about all that? I've traveled extensively, and therefore I'm more worldly, Edie replied with a smug smile. Honey, you've traveled from Louisiana to Arkansas and Texas. That ain't extensive. Tell me where you're getting all this gay knowledge from. She's right under your nose every work day. I guess the only thing you and Carrie ever talk about is fishing and whatever you're working on. Edie walked over to the stove to check on dinner. I've been through a shitload of classes that taught me I'm not supposed to talk to her about anything sexual or personal. Well, we do need to talk to her about Kaylee. Edie wagged a finger. Nothing makes you put down a root in a place like love. We have to find a nice lady for Kaylee to fall in love with, so she'll stay here. You want to fix the baby up with Carrie? Dean asked with a frown. Of course not, honey. There's a 23-year age difference between them, and that's a little steep, Edie said with a laugh. Carrie will be able to tell us which women in town are lesbians. We'll pick a good one and wave her in Kaylee's face like a carrot in front of a plow pony. Now be quiet. I just saw the baby pass the window. A few seconds later, Kaylee walked in the back door and exclaimed, My coffee maker was broken during the move. I'm gonna die. We have coffee here. You want me to make you some? Dean asked. That's right, Edie agreed. We have coffee, food, laundry detergent, anything you need. There's no reason to even bother with getting another coffee pot. Kaylee smiled. We talked about this. I'll come over often, but I want to make my own nest. Where does a person in this town find a decent coffee maker? At the old store, Dean said. I'll run you over there after dinner. No, not there, Edie interjected. Their stuff. It's just too expensive and not good. Dean made a face. Half the stuff in this house came from there. Kaylee didn't mention she'd gotten a flat tire when she arrived the night before. She wasn't about to admit she'd had a road hazard she couldn't handle, so she didn't mention meeting Blaze and hearing about the changes at the store. I love that place, with its old wooden floors and things that didn't go together on the shelves, like bread and plumbing supplies. Do they still sell chicks and bunnies at Easter? Oh, no bunnies. Don't ever mention bunnies within a mile of Blaze, Saunier. Edie wagged a finger. Now don't bring that up, Dean said with a grimace. Kaylee needs to know for her own safety, Edie argued. I personally saw Blaze chase Paul Tibby out of the store with a broom when he asked her if she had any Easter decorations. Kaylee looked back and forth at Edie and Dean. Does she have a bunny phobia, or is she anti-holiday decorations? She has a problem controlling her temper, Edie said. She attacked 2 women in a parking lot of the nursing home, dressed as the Easter Bunny. It was all over the news, even the national news. I'm surprised you didn't hear about it. Blaze punched one of them out, knocked the other to her knees, and did a vulgar dance against her face. When the police hauled Blaze off, she had blood all over her fur, and she was showing her teeth to the camera like a snarling dog. Now, to be fair, it was Blaze who was attacked by those women, Dean interjected. They punched her in the face 3 times, and she was forced to defend herself. That's really why the fur flew. Dean shrugged. As for the face humping, I don't know what was happening there. And just how do you know she was attacked? Edie asked with a hand on her hip. Carrie told me. Then she showed me the video on the internet. You always forget she and Blaze are friends. What they showed on the news was only a little bit of what happened. Blaze really wasn't the bad gal. Dean grinned. Or Bunny, in that situation. She humped someone's face while wearing a rabbit costume? Kaylee asked incredulously, trying to reconcile what she was hearing about the woman who'd helped her the night before. Easter Bunny, Edie corrected, as though it made a difference. I have a hard time believing she was attacked because of her history. She got mad at the principal because he told her she couldn't go to the prom unless she wore a dress. Well, she cut the backside out of her marching band pants and showed everyone her butt as she marched across the football field during a halftime performance. She wasn't wearing any panties, either. She burned her daddy's wood shop down because she got tired of helping him clean it out. The stories go on. Kaylee, you need to stay away from Blaze Saunier. Hear me on that. She ain't the devil, Edie, Dean said as he took a seat at the table. You know how stories evolve around here as they get told. You got the baby's lunch done yet? Edie smiled and kissed Kaylee's cheek. I don't normally cook red beans and rice in the summer, but I did today because I know it's your favorite. I'm just waiting on the rice. There's nothing else to do. You sit down with your gramp. Dean pushed a chair out for Kaylee with his foot. Tell me the real reason you left your job. I was tired of traveling. That is the real reason. Gramp, do you think I got fired? Kaylee asked with a slight smile as she took a seat. Well, you just all of a sudden called up and said you were going to work at the shipyard. That's kind of a step down from what you've been doing. Not really. I'll make a little less, but the cost of living is cheap here, so I think it'll even out. I signed up for notifications on human resources jobs in South Louisiana on a website, and I was surprised to see an opening at the shipyard. I emailed my resume, and someone called me 2 days later to set up an interview over the web. After the interview, they offered me the job the next day. Kaylee threw up her hands and laughed. And here I am. Your daddy told me your mom was upset you didn't look for something close to them in Baton Rouge. I told Will to tell Karen we rank higher, Dean said with a grin. Kaylee reached over and patted Dean's face. Y'all do. I love Mom and Dad, but living here was too good to pass up. You'll like the shipyard. It's a great place to work. Dean patted his chest. I'm well past retirement age, and they haven't tried to push me out like most places do with the old folk. They got me working in safety now, but I'm still on the dock where I want to be. Are you sure you're gay? Dean, bro, Edie snapped. What? The baby and I have always talked frank on things. Dean shrugged and met Kaylee's amused gaze. I'm just making sure because I only know one other gay woman and you don't look anything like her. I explained to you there are different types of lesbians, Edie said testily. Now you've got Kaylee thinking you don't approve. She knows me better than that. Dean winked at Kaylee. Don't you? Yep, and I'm really super positive I'm a lesbian. There are some women who will validate that if you want to talk to them, Kaylee said with a laugh. Dean shook his head. I'm going to take your word on that from here on out. What about the girlfriend you told me about? Are you still going to try to see her now that you're not on the road? Edie asked as she set 2 glasses of tea on the table. She wasn't a girlfriend. I haven't had one of those in years, Kaylee said. I tried to have relationships early on in my career, but I learned I couldn't do that on the road. I had casual acquaintances in the cities I traveled to most often. We went out and had fun, but I didn't get attached. You little shit. You had a woman in every port just like a sailor. Dean, she means she had friends she went out with to do things, Edie said. Don't be nasty. Kaylee grinned at Dean. Yeah, what Graham said. Uh-huh. Dean nodded as he regarded Kaylee skeptically and whispered, I was in the Navy. I know what casual means. When Blaze arrived home from work that evening, her sister met her at the back door before she could get inside her house. That woman is devious, Ronnie whispered as she pushed Blaze back onto the porch and closed the door. She told me she was going to take a nap in her room, and instead of sleeping, she ordered herself a crutch scooter from a home health store. A guy showed up this afternoon, delivered the scooter like a pizza, and took the wheelchair in exchange. She must have forgotten about her last experience on something similar to a scooter already. Blaze cocked her head. It's not motorized, is it? No, it's a scooter with handlebars, a little basket on the front, and a padded seat she rests her knee on. She pushes it around with her good leg. I don't like it. She has a hairline fracture in her left arm. If she falls again, she'll likely to shatter that weak bone, and it'll be full of plates and screws like her ankle. You're worrying too much. She could hurt herself just as easily in the wheelchair. She nearly fell out of it yesterday when she was reaching for a glass on the kitchen counter. Blaze stuffed her hands into the pockets of her jeans. I don't think you should spend all your vacation time here sitting with her. She truly eats like a rabbit. So I have all her lettuce and carrots on the bottom shelf of the fridge. She has drinks there, too, and she can go to the bathroom by herself. I worry because another accident could prolong the stay you agreed to without consulting me. She showed up here, broken and begging. What could I do? Roll her into the street and say good luck? She's in my house, and I didn't ask you to get involved because you already have a lot of shit going on in your life. When it comes to that woman, you and I have always been on the same page. I could count on you for that. Ronnie stabbed a finger at Blaze. You should have called me before you let her into our lives. My life, Blaze argued. I didn't plan on you taking care of her. I can handle this. I don't have any choice now. Ronnie blew out a heavy breath and folded her arms. She softened her tone when she said, I've been busy with work and the kids, and we rarely talk or see each other anymore. I'm sure you felt this was something you'd have to handle on your own, but you don't. I'm not going to let you deal with her by yourself. I just can't understand what you were thinking when you let her in." Blaze couldn't admit she'd actually felt sorry for their mother because she was still trying to work out why she had. "I'm curious. I want to know what that herbivore on my couch is all about," she said nonchalantly. "I'm observing this alien creature to see what makes it tick. I don't share any intimate details about my life with the subject. I don't think she has the right to know me that way, and I don't tell her anything about you. Exchanging of details is too intimate and can hamper my research. You can't tell me you're not curious too, because you wouldn't be spending all your time here if you weren't. Stop trying to sound scientific. We both know science was one of your worst subjects in school." Ronnie gave Blaze a playful nudge. "What have you learned so far?" "She's overly polite and eats a lot of lettuce. I don't spend much time in the room with the subject because I haven't adjusted to her being here yet. You spend more time with her than I do. What have you learned?" "Not much. When I get here around 10 in the morning, she's in the kitchen eating a boiled egg and drinking coffee. She's surprisingly strong and can get up on that one leg easily. Now that she has that scooter, she can maneuver a lot faster." Ronnie narrowed her eyes as she thought. "She pretends she's not listening when I talk on the phone, but later she'll bring up something I said. She's watching us as closely as we're watching her." Blaze nodded. "I know. I can feel her eyes on me all the time. Clint doesn't want the kids around her, and I kind of agree with him on that. They've never met her. How would I introduce them? This is your grandma, don't get attached, she won't be here long?" Ronnie folded her arms. "She doesn't ask me about them. I don't think she even knows I have 3 kids. "What do you all talk about?" "Simple stuff. Shows on TV, the news, the weather. Most of the time we're watching movies, or I'll read a book while she thumbs through a magazine. It's so awkward. But this is the most peace and quiet I've had since... I can't remember. I'm really kind of enjoying that." Ronnie started to fidget. "Did it suddenly get hotter out here?" "No, it feels kind of nice. Let's go inside and see what she's doing." When Blaze and Ronnie walked into the kitchen, they found Chantal sitting at the table eating a salad and some sort of tofu concoction. She was wearing a pale pink, colorless button-down shirt over a casual gray dress. Her light red short hair was styled, and she had on makeup as she did every day. Chantal looked like an elderly fashion model about to take the runway, not someone recovering from an accident. Had Blaze not gotten a good look at Chantal's ankle that had been screwed back together, she would have believed she'd been played for a fool. "You're home," Chantal said brightly. "How was your day?" "Fine," Blaze said. "I know what I have here doesn't look very appetizing, but it's quite tasty. I'll be happy to share if you'd like to try it," Chantal offered. "I ate already and I'm allergic to tofu, but thanks," Blaze said. "Ronnie says the same thing. The 2 of you must have inherited food allergies from your father." Chantal smiled as though she knew they were lying. "I am a healthy eater," Ronnie blurted out. "Unlike Blaze, the waffle addict." Blaze gawked at Ronnie. "Hey, there's nothing wrong with having a waffle every now and then." "You eat them all the time and you never gain a pound," Ronnie retorted. "Your whole diet is shit. The stash of cookies you have in the pantry rivals the cookie aisle in the grocery store. Shitty eating catches up. It does. And one morning, you're going to wake up and that trim body of yours isn't going to look the same. God, why is it so hot in here? I have to go. Good night." "I'll walk you out," Blaze said and followed Ronnie out the back door. "What was that?" "I'm just trying to take care of you," Ronnie said as she marched down the porch steps. Blaze followed and grabbed Ronnie by the arm as she rounded the side of the house. Her jaw sagged when she noticed tears in Ronnie's eyes, because her big sister rarely cried. "What's going on? Did she say something to you about your weight? You're still skinny like always." "I don't know what's wrong with me." Ronnie wiped at her eyes angrily and wouldn't meet Blaze's gaze. "I haven't been myself lately." "Is it because of her?" "Not just that. I'm gaining weight. No matter how little I eat, I'm not skinny. I'm not myself, either. Things with Clint are worse, and I think it's just the stress from that. I need to start running again. I haven't been doing it lately, and that's probably causing my weight issues." Ronnie wiped at her sweaty brow with the back of her hand. "I just get so hot, and I feel like I'm going to explode." She tried to smile. "I'm fine. Don't worry. See you tomorrow." Blaze didn't release her hold on Ronnie. "I can take care of Chantal. You don't need this added stress in your life. You came home the other night wearing Carrie's shorts and horse balm on your chafed ass because you had to take a bike ride to deal with your stress. No, you can't do this alone." Ronnie forced a smile and pried Blaze's grip from her arm. "We'll deal with this together. Stop worrying about me." "I'll try," Blaze said, bewildered as she watched Ronnie walk out to her car. She and Ronnie hadn't spent much time together that summer. Busy with their own lives, they didn't talk as much as they used to either. Blaze wondered what was really going on with her sister as she walked back inside. "Is Ronnie upset with you?" The question caught Blaze off guard, and it took her a moment to come up with an answer. "She feels like she still needs to take care of her baby sister, and she worries about what I eat. She fusses at me every now and then. I'm about to go take a shower. Do you need anything before I go?" "No, I'm fine. Thank you." Blaze looked at the droplets of dried coffee on the floor where Chantal had spilled it while trying to maneuver her wheelchair and carry a cup at the same time. Blaze figured the mess would be far worse with Chantal trying to operate her knee scooter. "Just leave your dishes on the table when you're done. I'll pick them up later when I come down." "With the scooter, I should be able to. I've got it," Blaze said and walked out of the room, feeling Chantal's gaze on her. She hurried upstairs to her sanctuary. She'd given Chantal the guest room on the ground floor, but Blaze couldn't stay in her own room downstairs, knowing only a wall separated her from her estranged mother. She needed more distance than that. Not only had Blaze allowed Chantal into her home, she'd stocked her refrigerator with the food Chantal liked to eat. She'd also put Chantal's bathing stool in the shower of the master bath. Chantal had been there 4 days, and already Blaze was missing soaking in her giant tub with a glass of wine. Now she bathed in a tiny shower off what used to be a playroom for the children of the former owner of her house. She slept on a daybed surrounded by cartoon character appliques on the walls. She'd given up her whole way of life for a woman who'd abandoned her and her sister. Blaze figured everyone questioned her sanity and didn't blame them because she did too. She couldn't understand what had happened to her when she saw the once regal Chantal Champlain sitting in the back seat of a beat-up limo, looking frail and vulnerable. Blaze knew she should have been appalled when Chantal came to her. She felt she would have been justified saying, "You walked out on me when I was 4 years old. You never called me on my birthday or sent me a card, so fuck off." Instead, she said, "You can stay here until you're well." Blaze dug some of her clothes from the pile she had stacked on the floor along a wall and stepped into the bathroom. When she stared at her face in the mirror, she could see Chantal's light complexion, her high cheekbones and blue eyes. Ronnie even had Chantal's light red hair, until she dyed it brown in high school. Blaze had tried to purge Chantal from her mind after her yearly visits, but it was hard to do, and she saw Chantal every time she noticed her reflection. Not only did Blaze and Ronnie share physical traits with their mother, they also had a lot of Chantal's facial expressions, and Blaze realized as she regarded herself in the mirror why she'd allowed Chantal into her home. When Ronnie wanted to say something but was struggling with how to express it, her eyes would widen and she'd chew her bottom lip while fidgeting. Chantal did the same thing on every visit, and since her arrival, she seemed to wear that expression most of the time. Blaze knew Chantal had something to say, and she felt she might have been at the point where she wanted to hear it. Chapter 3. The next day, the living room furniture Kaylee had ordered a week before she left Omaha had arrived, and she perched on her new sofa with her laptop. She'd wanted to see the videos of Blaze fighting while wearing a bunny suit since her grandparents had told her about them, but had been busy trying to get her new place in order. On a search line, she typed, "Woman fights while dressed as Easter Bunny." Kaylee's right eyebrow arched when the web page filled with results. She clicked on a news site and played the video on that page. The video appeared to be caught by a spectator who was a few feet behind Blaze. She didn't look very steady on her furry feet. A woman charged at her, and Blaze slugged her in the jaw. Kaylee recognized Blaze's voice when she heard, "I told you to back off." The woman looked as though she was going to do that at first, then lunged at Blaze again, but fell to her knees before she could throw a punch. She wrapped her arms around Blaze's legs, and Blaze released a guttural yell and really did look as though she was humping the woman's face before she began striking the woman backhanded. Kaylee clicked on another video titled Bitch Slap Bunny. It was taken when the police had arrived. She maximized the video on her laptop. 2 officers flanked Blaze and held her arms as they led her to their car. She was dressed in the bunny suit from the neck down. Blood dripped from her nose and onto the white fur of her costume. Her long, dark red hair was a mess, and some of it was matted to the blood and sweat on her face. Whoever was shooting the video dared to get close, and Blaze showed her teeth like a dog that was about to bite before she said, "Get the fuck away from me!" "You're a bad bunny," Kaylee said as she clicked on the next video that appeared to have come from a security camera. Blaze was strolling across the parking lot in full costume, swinging an Easter basket. Kaylee chuckled at the sight of the big bunny head bobbing along. A car backed out of a parking spot just ahead of Blaze and slammed into a passing truck. The driver of the car got out immediately, and instead of checking on the person in the vehicle she'd just hit, she went directly to Blaze. Kaylee watched as the woman waved her hands wildly as she yelled. This went on for a moment, then Blaze started to walk away. The woman blocked her, and Blaze turned to go in the other direction until the woman grabbed her by the arm. Blaze's bunny head flew off as they struggled, and the egg spilled out of her basket when she dropped it. Kaylee inhaled sharply when the other woman who'd been in the car walked over and punched Blaze in the mouth. For a moment, Blaze stumbled around and even looked as though she was going to try to pick up her head. That's when the first woman who had confronted Blaze punched her. Blaze stumbled again, and when both women looked as though they were going to hit her again, she slugged the driver in the face so hard, one of her furry mittens stuck to the woman's face as she bounced off a car and landed on the pavement. The second woman managed to land a blow on the side of Blaze's face. Blaze countered with a punch so hard the woman dropped to her knees. Kaylee's eyes flew open wide as she watched the woman throw her arms around Blaze's legs and bite into one of her thighs. Blaze tried to pry the biting woman off of her leg while she bounced. Then she began backhanding the woman across her head. Okay, Blaze really was attacked, so she's not bad, just badass. In fur, Kaylee said and clicked on the next video. She could hear the videographer say, "She's the one who backed into that truck. She can't blame the Easter Bunny for that." "Yeah, that's on her," someone else said. "Keep your camera on them. This shit is about to get real." Blaze yelled something, but it was drowned out by the videographers and her companion's commentary. Kaylee grimaced when the other woman who had been in the car walked over and punched Blaze, who staggered around until the driver struck her too. Blaze's counterpunch was immediate and powerful. Kaylee paused the video as the woman fell back, with Blaze's furry mitt stuck to her face, and stared at Blaze frozen in the frame with her fist still extended. Kaylee had joined coworkers for drinks at a sports bar one time, and that was her first introduction to mixed martial arts fighting. The fighters didn't wear boxing gloves. They were bare-fisted, and brutally pummeled one another with punches and kicks. It was so barbaric, Kaylee couldn't watch until the women stepped into the ring. Then she couldn't look away. She was amazed by their skill, and that they dared to do something she would never dream of trying. She was torn between being appalled by the violence and impressed with the skill of the fighters, but stunned that she was slightly turned on by the muscle and agility displayed by them. As she stared at Blaze, she was disturbed to find she was a tad turned on yet again. This time, she couldn't blame it on muscle because Blaze's body was hidden beneath a white furry suit that sported a pink fuzzy ball of a tail. Kaylee hoped it was Blaze's ability to defend herself, and not because she was a hot bunny. "Bunnies aren't sexy, even the fake ones," Kaylee said with a laugh. "It's Blaze's strength, combined with the kindness she showed me when I had the flat tire. It's not like I have some sick fantasy she'll put the fur on again and let me pet her while she's lifting weights." She groaned. "Oh, shut up, Kaylee. You just took this to a whole new level of twisted and bizarre, and you're talking to yourself. It's the fumes from the new furniture, that's what it is. I'm on a fume-induced high. Stop talking to yourself. Oh, God, I need to get out of here." Kaylee dropped her car off at an automotive shop near the center of town to have her tire repaired. She strolled along the sidewalk, gazing into the windows of old buildings that housed shops and various businesses, with a destination in mind. In the distance, she could see the old store, the centerpiece of the town square. She remembered her grandfather telling her it was the third oldest building in Falcon. Kaylee didn't know if that was true because Dean had also told her it was filled with the ghosts of former cats employed to keep out rodents. She quickened her pace, eager to revisit the old store, and when she stepped inside, she felt a slight twinge of disappointment. There weren't buckets of apples sitting on the floor between buckets of nuts and bolts anymore, or grocery items mingling on the shelves with plumbing supplies and gardening tools. The old wooden floor wasn't dusty. Some things she'd always found fascinating remained the same, though. There wasn't a row of checkout counters like in most stores. There was one long counter that took up the length of a wall. Behind it were still the wooden cubes that went all the way to the ceiling where special order items were stored for customers. Kaylee had always wanted to climb the tall ladder attached to a track that slid along the cubbies, as she'd called them. The ladder was still there, but it had been pushed into the corner and didn't look as though it was used anymore. The store still smelled the same as Kaylee walked the aisles, and she figured once the scent of fertilizer had settled into a space, there was no getting rid of it. As she thought about it, she recalled how the bread Dean had bought from there kind of tasted like that smell, and so did the candy. Kaylee kept an eye out for Blaze as she wandered and ended up in an aisle with shelves lined with small home appliances. She perused the coffee makers and decided to get one. When she headed to the sales counter, a cashier smiled at her and asked, "Did you find everything you needed?" "I did." Kaylee set the box holding the coffee maker on the counter. She looked around again for Blaze and contemplated asking for her while the clerk scanned her box. "Billy, this is coming up as an iron skillet," the clerk said. Billy left her register and smiled at Kaylee. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience. We'll get this fixed in just a sec. Amelia, you go ring up my customer and I'll take care of this." "What's the problem?" another woman asked, and Kaylee noticed she was wearing a name tag with manager under the name Lynn. "This is ringing up as a skillet," Billy replied. "The last time this happened, Blaze had to go into the system and enter a special code." "We ain't bothering her today," Lynn said softly. "Her mother's in town. I heard Blaze on the phone telling someone her mother ran into a bookshelf in her house on a scooter. She broke a bunch of stuff, and Blaze is in a pissy mood." "Chantal Champlain's in town?" Billy asked excitedly. "I promised my mama I'd get her autograph the next time she came here." "You probably don't want to mention that around Blaze right now," Lynn warned. Kaylee leaned close to the counter and whispered, "Who is Chantal Champlain?" "She's an actress," Billy said. "She played Evelyn Cleary on Love's Law. That was my mother's favorite soap opera. Mama loved Evelyn because she was one of those tough lawyers who tore up people on the witness stand. But she was a mother, too. Evelyn's kids were trouble, but she'd do anything to protect them, and that caused her problems. I think my mama could relate because my brother was a hellion." "I think that's how Blaze described her mother earlier when I had to go in her office," Lynn said. "Billy, if she walks out here, don't let her catch you talking about her. I'm going to go get on the computer and fix this." She smiled at Kaylee. "I apologize for the inconvenience." "Don't worry about it. I'm not in any hurry. I just moved here, and I'm out having a look around." Kaylee assured her with a smile, hoping Billy would tell her more about Blaze. Billy didn't disappoint. When Lynn walked away, Billy leaned against the counter. Before Chantal was on Love's Law, she played in some movies, and in one of them, she did a sex scene. It was really gross freaky. I went to school with Blaze, and someone found a tape of the movie, even though it was old. They had parties and showed it, and just about everybody saw it. That's when Blaze went crazy. "Define crazy," Kaylee said softly. "She was pissed off all the time and started arguing with teachers and the principal. If they told her not to chew gum, she would chew it and blow bubbles. She made a big to-do about the prom dress code when she found out she couldn't wear pants, so she went to senior prom wearing a men's suit, and her date wore a dress. That was hilarious because he had the hairiest legs I've ever seen, but he rocked the heels he was wearing. They got thrown out of the prom. Then Blaze, who was in the school band, cut the back out of her pants and mooned the entire stadium doing a performance as retaliation, I think." Billy looked around again. People say she's mentally unstable because of those things and the bunny incident this past spring. She's always been nice to me, though. Unless her mother is in town, then she gets bitchy and keeps to herself. I'm getting the impression Blaze doesn't like her mother. Billy grabbed a sales paper from the stack on the counter and pretended to be showing Kaylee something inside of it. She lowered her voice even more as she said, Chantal left Blaze and her sister Ronnie when they were little for her acting career. They grew up without her, and my mama thinks that's what made Blaze rebellious and angry when she was a kid. She looked around again. She was normal until the bunny thing set her off again. Don't even mention anything about Easter or bunnies around her. I think she might be back to normal now, but her eyes used to get big and one of them would twitch whenever someone brought up that particular holiday. Kaylee knew she shouldn't have been entertaining the gossip Billy was willingly sharing, but she couldn't resist wanting to learn more about Blaze. The more she heard, the more fascinating Blaze became. What's the bunny thing? She asked as though she didn't have a clue. Blaze's ex worked at a nursing home and wanted to do an egg hunt for the residents and their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Blaze makes a great bunny because she's tall and thin. Anyway, she volunteered for the part, and she got into a fight. People around here made a big deal out of it. Some even said she gave their children nightmares and ruined their Easter. Then Blaze made it worse by chopping the head off a plastic bunny in someone's yard. That's why we don't mention Easter. And I ain't looking forward to next spring if we get in the decorations for it. I don't think a lot of people are going to buy headless lawn ornaments. But she's really nice the rest of the year. If I have to take time off when one of my kids is sick, Blaze doesn't bat an eye, even if she has to work in my place. Plus, I still get paid. Not many bosses are like that. No, they aren't, Kaylee remarked, trying to reconcile what she was hearing about the woman who'd been kind enough to change her tire. Hey, Blaze, Billy said suddenly and very cheerfully. Kaylee turned and smiled as Blaze approached. Hi there. Hi, Blaze said with obvious surprise. How's the new job working out? Oh, so y'all know each other? Billy said nervously. Kaylee returned her attention to Billy and gave her a smile and a wink, hoping Billy would understand she wasn't going to tell Blaze about their conversation. She was nice enough to help me when I got a flat on Old Dump Road. I don't start until Monday, so I came here to do a little shopping. You're right, the store isn't the same, but I love that you kept all the old stuff, she said as she turned back to Blaze. What are the chances you'll let me climb the old sliding ladder? Blaze laughed. 0. Sorry, it's old and rickety and not safe anymore. It's just for show now. Damn. There were 2 things I always wanted to do when I was a kid. Climb that ladder and get the horseshoe out of Horseshoe Tree, Kaylee said. I'm so sorry to tell you that you won't be able to climb that tree either. Lightning struck it a few years ago and they had to cut it down, Blaze said. Kaylee's jaw sagged. What? Now I'll never be able to pull the shoe and become queen of the horses. The whole sword and the stone thing, right? Blaze laughed and shook her head. I thought I would pull it, and it would be a sword with a horseshoe handle. Y'all have some wild imaginations, Billy interjected. I just thought it was cool that someone hung a horseshoe on a limb and it grew into the tree. She patted the sales paper. I was showing this nice lady some of our sales while she waited for Lynn to fix the barcode on her coffee maker. Blaze planted her hands on her hips. Did it ring up as a skillet? Unfortunately, Billy replied. Kaylee, I'm sorry about that, Blaze said with a sigh. It's no problem, really. I needed a break from sorting shoes, Kaylee said with a laugh. I'm enjoying being in here with some memories from my childhood. You should see this, then. Blaze motioned for Kaylee to follow her behind the counter. They walked to the end of it near the old sliding ladder, and Blaze pulled a photo album out of one of the wooden cubes. These pictures will really take you down memory lane. Kaylee's eyes widened as Blaze opened the album to the first page, and she saw old black and white photographs of the sales counter. Look at the stuff in burlap sacks. Cool, right? People are finding pictures when they go through old things all the time, and they'll give me a copy. I try to arrange them by decade in my album. Blaze glanced at Kaylee. I'm gonna guess you were probably a kid in the 90s, and that was probably the time period when your granddad brought you here. You'll need to go back a decade for that, Kaylee grinned. I'm older than I look. I'm 39. May I ask how old you are? 2 years younger than you, Kaylee replied. We might have crossed paths in here. Blaze flipped to a section and scooted the photo album in front of Kaylee. Do these bring back memories? Oh, Kaylee said with a sigh as she gazed at the photos. I'm going back in time. I do too when I look at this. I came in here with my dad and my grandparents, and I'd get in trouble for digging into everything. But it was so cluttered and messy, you'd find things that were like treasure. I found a pair of skates between bags of chicken feed. Kaylee laughed. I found an art set with the canned goods. Did you think the bread tasted like fertilizer smells? I thought that was how it was supposed to smell and taste until Dad suddenly refused to eat it, and my grandma started shopping at the grocery store. Kaylee's former job trained her to be a shrewd judge of character. Perhaps it was she found Blaze attractive, but Blaze didn't seem unhinged or crazy to her at all. After watching the videos, she knew Blaze had been attacked, and it wasn't simply a fight as Billy had claimed. She was intrigued, and decided to see what side of the fence Blaze was on and asked, Are we family? With a slight smile and her brow raised. Blaze failed to connect the queer dots. I'm pretty sure the Bros and Sauniers aren't related. Disappointed, Kaylee nodded. Just checking. Is the barcode issue fixed? Blaze asked as Lynn set Kaylee's coffee maker on the counter. Kind of. The manufacturer's code for the coffee makers is identical to the in-store code we use for the skillets, Lynn explained. It should have rung up as an error because of the conflict, but for some reason it always comes up as the skillet. Well, I have some programming work to do, Blaze said to Kaylee. I'll ring you up. They walked down to the register, and Blaze made an adjustment to what Lynn had scanned. Kaylee went to the other side of the counter and said, Thank you for showing me the photo album, as she slipped her bank card into the reader. I'm sorry to tell you this, but the price I'm seeing isn't what was on the shelf tag. Blaze nodded. I gave you a discount for the inconvenience. How will I ever repay your kindness since you slashed the price for me? Come back, Blaze said with a smile. Chapter 4. Edie was at her mailbox when Kaylee turned into her driveway, and she walked over to Kaylee's car as she got out of it. Oh, you got a coffee maker, she said with a frown. I meant to tell you I clipped a bunch of coupons for those out of yesterday's paper. That one looks expensive. I hope you got a good buy on it. Got it for half price. That's wonderful. Where'd you get it? Edie followed Kaylee to her front door. Kaylee had lived a long time without having to hide anything, and she wasn't about to start. At the old store, Blaze gave me a big discount because there was a problem with the barcode, and I had to wait. You want to come in and see my new living room stuff that was delivered this morning? This is just like the time I told you not to stick a fork in a power socket, and you did it anyway before I could get to you. Fortunately, you didn't get the fork in far enough to be zapped, but that might not be the case this time if you don't listen to me about Blaze, Edie complained as she stepped inside Kaylee's house. I like that soft gray color on that couch and chair. It looks good against that dark gray rug. I have some red curtains and some throw pillows coming. I think they'll make a nice splash of color. Kaylee continued on to the kitchen. Want some tea? Yes, I believe I will. Edie walked into the kitchen and noticed 2 new bar stools. Did these come today, too? They did. I'm going to wait on buying a kitchen table until I pay off what I just bought. I have 6 months to do it interest-free. What did you have in your old apartment, and what did the moving van deliver? Edie took a seat on one of the stools. Kaylee cut the tape on the box that held her coffee maker with a knife. The moving van brought my bed, some small tables, my refrigerator, and all my clothes. I have a lot of them. Kaylee, I don't mean to harp, but you should take my advice and stay away from Blaze Saunier. She's not the only other lesbian around. She is? Edie had Kaylee's full attention then, and she pushed the box away. Why didn't you tell me that? And why didn't she get my Are We Family gay reference? Edie looked confused for a moment. I don't want you to get involved with her. My sister found bad boys irresistible, and she ended up with a bad husband. I've never known you to be judgmental. You've always had such an open mind about people. And I loved that because Mom and Dad stick stubbornly to their first impressions. I am. Edie looked as though she'd been slapped. Then her shoulders slumped. It's easy to be open-minded about someone when you don't have something at stake. You're young and unattached and can live anywhere. I want you to meet a nice lady, so you'll be happy here. Dean and I have a life and friends, but having you close by is truly a treat, and I can't help but will want to hang on to it." Kaylee toyed with a little piece of tape stuck to her palm. "I've been living like a nomad since I was in my early 20s. I got sick of it years ago. I don't have any desire to move around anymore, and I'm already happy being close to you and Gramp here in Falcon." "Good," Edie said with a smile. "One thing working for MVP and traveling so much taught me is people are often not what they seem. I'm self-protective almost to a fault. It's not easy for me to let my guard down and trust someone. You don't have to worry about Blaze getting over on me." "I know her. Or I did when she was a girl," Edie admitted with a sigh. "Her grandmother, Iona, was a dear friend of mine. Blaze was sweet, but she changed when she got into her teens. All kids do. I did. I changed when I was 10, and I stopped coming here on the weekends and during the summer, remember? It wasn't that I loved y'all any less. There were things I wanted to do with friends." We understood that. Blaze went through a different change, though. It seemed to happen overnight. She'd been sweet one day and the next very distant and rebellious, Edie said with her brow furrowed as she stared at the box holding the coffee maker. Iona tried to talk to her, but Blaze wouldn't tell her what was wrong. I thought Blaze might open up to me, so I tried to talk to her. I'll never forget the fury on her face when she told me I was not part of her family and to mind my own business. And that is the polite version of what she said. I was shocked and deeply hurt. After that day, I rarely saw Blaze when I visited Iona. The few times I did see her, she looked at me as though she hated me. I never told Iona what happened. I knew it would crush her, especially since Blaze was getting into all kinds of trouble. Kaylee was very disappointed by what she'd heard. "I thought Blaze was attractive and interesting, but if you would have told me about this instead of the bunny and band pants stuff, I wouldn't have gone to her store." I didn't want to say anything in front of Dean. I never told him or anyone what happened. The lines in Edie's face deepened as she stared into space. Ronnie's behavior changed after that day, too. She wasn't rude, but she didn't hug me anymore. Despite what happened with Blaze at Iona's funeral, I wanted to be a source of support for her and Ronnie. I knew they just lost the most significant person in their lives, but they both avoided me. We had been like family, and I don't understand what happened. Was Blaze in high school when that incident with her happened? Edie nodded. She was. Blaze's mother left her and Ronnie when they were very young. That's why Iona and Tate were helping Frank raise the girls. Iona told me all about it not long after we became close friends. She said it would have been easier if their mother, Chantal, had died or completely disappeared. But she was an actress on a soap opera. Everyone in town knew it. So there was no keeping Chantal a secret from Blaze and Ronnie. Iona and Frank thought it was best not to let the girls watch the show. But they were curious and would sneak and do it anyway. They would see the woman who was supposed to be their mother on TV taking care of other children. And it was terribly hurtful and confusing. Iona went through a terrible time consoling Blaze and Ronnie and trying to explain what was on TV wasn't reality. Did I ever meet them? No. I knew Iona when you were little and used to stay with me and Grandpa a lot. She and I didn't get close until you found better things to do, Edie said with a smile. I'm teasing. Stop pouting. I think I might have a piece to the puzzle as to why Blaze acted the way she did. While I was in the store, a clerk named Billy, who is apparently Falcon's official gossip, filled me in. She mentioned that Blaze went a little crazy in high school after a movie her mother was in surfaced. Apparently, her mother was in a raunchy sex scene, and all the kids watched it. Oh, Edie said with a groan. Before Iona and I became close, Dean and I had heard about Chantal and wanted to see one of her movies. I'm pretty sure the one we rented is the one you're talking about. I broke our TV remote because I kept trying to push fast forward during that scene, and your Gramp kept trying to push rewind. I finally threw it on the floor hard enough to shatter part of it. Kaylee laughed. He's such a shit. Among other things, Edie said with a smile that slowly faded. I wonder if that was it. That movie. Is that what made Blaze change? Sounds like it had something to do with it. What's her dad like? He's a nice man now, but Iona told me she had a lot of trouble with him too when he was young. He was her only child, and she and Tate spoiled him. Edie stared at Kaylee thoughtfully for a moment. I guess you could say he started the ball rolling on everything that happened. Frank was working at his dad's automotive shop, and one day, in his early 20s, he just walked off the job without a word and disappeared. Iona said she'd nearly had a nervous breakdown because she thought something terrible had happened to him. A few days later, he called and said he'd gone to Vegas on impulse. He showed up nearly a year later with a woman in her 30s, and he'd married her. She was carrying his child. He fully expected to move back into his parents' house with her and get his old job back. Tate refused at first, but Iona finally convinced him to let Frank and Chantal stay. She was worried about the well-being of her future grandchild. Kaylee remembered she'd offered Edie a glass of tea and went to the refrigerator. What did he do after the mother left? Iona said she was surprised he became a good father to the girls. He wasn't much of one before Chantal left. When Frank came back home with Chantal, it didn't take him long to go back to his old ways. He spent most of his time and money in the bars with his friends. Thank you, Edie said when Kaylee poured her a glass of tea and set it in front of her. I think everything had been done for Frank all his life, and he just expected Chantal to be like his parents and let him do whatever he wanted without consequence. It's really so sad. Ronnie and Blaze and Iona and Tate were made to suffer for Frank's and Chantal's failings. Kaylee sipped her tea, feeling very conflicted. Her attraction to Blaze had only grown after their brief interaction at the store. After hearing Edie's story, Kaylee felt to pursue Blaze would be a betrayal to Edie. Her sense of loyalty to her grandmother was at war with the fact Blaze had been a kid wrestling with the effects of trauma when the incident with Edie occurred. So, when's your granddaughter starting? Carrie asked Dean while he did a safety inspection of a crane. Monday. Dean pointed at a broken weld on the steps of the crane. That was on my list of needed repairs, and it hasn't been taken care of. I can't release this equipment to go back into service. You need to get somebody on this. Carrie, who was responsible for repair and maintenance, bellowed, I'm about tired of this bullshit, drawing the attention of her crew working nearby. Yeah, y'all heard me, and you know why I'm pissed. Everything y'all missed on the inspection list needs to be taken care of. I suggest y'all get on it today, or you can kiss that early completion bonus goodbye. People scrambled as she and Dean walked away. She grinned. Look at them lazy poons jumping. Threaten that money and they'll get off their asses. Hey, since you mentioned poon, is it okay to talk to you about lesbians? Dean asked softly as he scrubbed at the sweat on the back of his neck. Old man, are you going to ask me about lesbian poon? No! Dean shook his head so vigorously his hard hat nearly fell off. You said a word we're not allowed to say in mixed company, so I thought we could talk about local lesbians, young ones from the ages of around 30 to 40. Carrie frowned. You have never weirded me out until now. Kaylee's gay, and Edie wants to fix her up with a nice woman, so she'll be happy and stay here. You should have started the conversation like that, Dean. Damn! Carrie said with a laugh. You know I'm 60. I don't typically hang out with the infants. The few women I do know in that age range are couples. Blaise Saunier is the only single one in that group. Dean shook his head. Edie won't approve. Why? Well, it's her reputation, Dean said hesitantly. Man, I told you she was attacked by those two women. You watched the full video with me. I'm not talking about that. Edie's heard other things, and she's very protective of Kaylee. Dean scrubbed at his neck again. You got anybody else? No, and I'd have to ask Blaise about women in that age group. What else has Edie heard? Blaise dropped a sack of feed on Earl Thompson because he complained she wasn't moving fast enough,
The whole cutting the back out of her pants when she was in school thing. She ran over Cooper Kesserer and his 10-speed at the drive-thru ATM because he cut in line. She shoved a kid in the lake because he threw a bottle rocket at her. She set her dad's wood shop on fire because she got tired of cleaning it. That's some of the things Edie's talked about over the years.
Carrie sucked her teeth, held up her pen, and came to an abrupt stop. All right. She didn't drop the feed on Earl. She threw the bag to him, and his skinny ass fell over. Throwing to and dropping on are two different things. That shit about the pants needs to die because she was a kid. She fucking did not run over Cooper in his stupid bike. She just dragged him a little bit because he got stuck on her side mirror. It was an accident. She did not set the shop on fire. Blaze and her nephews and one of their friends were shooting off bottle rockets at the lake during 4th of July. Blaze drew back to throw one, and it flew out of her hand and into the shop where it ignited some old rags. Blaze ran in there to put the fire out, and them rags were soiled with turpentine. The fire flashed, and Blaze thought the place was about to blow. She told her nephews to jump in the lake. They listened, but their friend didn't. Carrie snorted. I was there on Frank's back porch. I watched Blaze barrel toward the lake and do a flying tackle on that boy, and they both flew into the water. Boy in lake was on purpose. Shop fire was not. Are we clear on that? Yeah. So can you ask the lesbians that are a couple if they know any single lesbians their age? Carrie glared at Dean. People in this town make up shit. Blaze was a wild child, but she ain't no more, and every little thing she does is blown out of proportion or made into a straight-up lie. For all I know, Kaylee might not be Blaze's type, but I don't think she should be dismissed as a candidate because of bullshit rumors. If you want Blaze to be a candidate, then tell Edie you think so and why. I'm not getting into that debate. I will, Carrie said with a nod. What's Kaylee's type? She like butch, femme, chapstick, emo, western, hippie? I don't have a damn clue, and I sure don't know what an emo is. That's the one who likes to wear the thick, dark makeup around their eyes and dress in all black. Carrie tilted her head toward a guy with shaggy black hair sticking out from beneath his hard hat and studs in his brow. Like that. Dean shook his head slowly. All this time, I thought that was a man. It is a man. I'm talking about his style. No, that's not Kaylee's type. I don't think. Dean blew out a breath. I don't know who the wily bastards are anymore now that I think Kaylee might be one. Dean, you're gonna have to explain that statement because if I don't like what I hear, I won't let Blaze be a contender. When boys used to come to the house to pick up my daughters for a date, I'd think that wily bastard is gonna make a move on my baby. After talking to Kaylee, I think she might be the one who makes the moves, and that makes her a wily... Well, just a wily. Dean frowned. You expect a boy to do the pawing at a girl because that's what they do. I was no different. I was 99% hormones, 1% brain, and stupid enough to think that was okay. I changed after my girls were born. I felt guilty about lying to girls and making promises I didn't intend to keep to have sex. So I taught my son to be respectful. I never dreamed I'd needed to have that talk with Kaylee, the baby sailor with a woman in every port. Carrie sliced a hand through the air. Blaze is officially off the contender list. She's got shit going on in her life. Her mama just showed up after an accident saying she's got no place to go, and Blaze took her in. She doesn't need a woman who's gonna break her sweetheart on top of that. Well, I guess that settles that for both of us. Now I'm gonna go in my office and look up an emo on my phone. Edie's never mentioned one of those, and I'm finally gonna know about something she doesn't, Dean said as he walked off. Chapter 5. I talked to Carrie about local lesbians today, and I learned some things, Dean said that evening when he and Edie climbed into bed. Blaze Saunier is gay. I told you that a long time ago, but you obviously didn't believe me because she has hair. Dean stretched out and pulled the sheet to his chin. I don't recall that. Well, honey, I believe you because you can't remember to pick up the things I ask you to get from the store, Edie said with a laugh and grabbed a tube of lotion from her bedside table. Who does Carrie have for us?
Just Blaze in the 30 to 40 age range. Carrie says most everything you've heard about Blaze is a rumor. You should watch them bunny videos. They do tell a different story. Edie, people like to make a mountain out of an anthill around here, especially if they don't like someone. I figure there's some who like to make Blaze look bad because she's gay.
So is Carrie. And not only that, she's married to a black woman. I never hear anyone talk negative about her and TJ.
Are you kidding me? I've heard everything from Carrie's cheating on TJ with Bigfoot to Carrie being a shaved Bigfoot. People aren't as open when they talk about Carrie because she's every bit as tall as I am, and her shoulders are just as broad. People are scared of her, and they still make up shit about her. Then there's little old TJ, sweet as she can be, and someone accused her of stealing a boat. She wasn't even in town. Hell, she's not here half the time because she's driving a truck cross-country, and people still say shit about her.
Edie glanced at Dean as she rubbed lotion into her hands. You sound as though you approve of Blaze for Kaylee.
I've always liked the kid. Sure, she's done some stupid things, but who hasn't? With all the rumors going around about her, do you realize we've never heard anything like she drinks too much? No one has ever accused her of being a homewrecker or sleeping around.
Don't judge me, Edie snapped. Dean gazed at her with concern.
I ain't. Why are you so mad?
Edie squirted more lotion into her hand and rubbed it furiously. All this talk is just bringing back things. She exhaled loudly. Blaze once told me to keep my nose out of her effing business and that I wasn't her family.
When?
Dean asked as he sat up. A long time ago when she was a teen. It hurt my feelings because I was only trying to help her. I loved her like one of our kids, and to hear her say those words was like a stab to the heart. Edie sighed. Kaylee told me today that movie we saw with Chantal in it with the sex scene that caused a fight over the remote. Remember that? Dean averted his gaze.
No, not at all.
It's sweet of you to lie, but I know you do, Edie said with an edge. That movie made its rounds through the high school kids, and that was about the time Blaze changed. Can you imagine how it made her and Ronnie feel knowing their friends had seen that? That's all I've been able to think about today. How humiliated Blaze must have felt. No wonder she started acting out. Had I known that when I tried to talk to Blaze, I think I would have been able to understand her anger. I could have put my feelings in their proper place.
Don't blame yourself for being human, honey.
Dean took one of Edie's hands.
I would have gotten my feelings hurt too if she talked to me that way.
Yes, but I resented her for it, and she was just a hurting child. I let all those years pass without trying to talk to her. It's as though I wrote off one of my own children. Now I don't even know her. Edie sounded heartbroken. She was such a sweet girl, and I adored her. Then I let hurt turn me against her. I chose to believe all the negative things about her. Edie looked tormented as she gazed at Dean. Were any of them true?
Not according to Carrie, discounting her mooning everyone in the stadium when she was in the marching band.
Edie released a heavy breath. Kaylee has already met her. She said she thought Blaze was attractive and interesting. I think I may have ruined that today when I told her what happened.
I make mistakes too. I accidentally led Carrie to believe Kaylee is a heartbreaker.
How did you do that? Edie asked with a frown.
I told her Kaylee had a woman in every port, and Carrie took that to mean she'd end up breaking Blaze's heart.
Edie's jaw sagged as she stared at Dean. You gave Carrie the impression our granddaughter is a slut?
Now, wait a minute. You lectured me about how wrong it was to call a sexually free woman a slut when the same standards don't apply to a man after you read one of your magazines. I would never call Kaylee that.
That's what you led Carrie to believe. You call Carrie and straighten this out right now before she tells Blaze what you said.
I'm so damn confused. I thought you didn't want her to like Blaze.
You just told me everything that's been said about her isn't true. That means she's still the sweet girl we knew. Despite what happened between me and her. She could turn out to be good for Kaylee. Plus, I don't want anybody thinking our baby is a womanizer. You get your phone and call Carrie.
She goes to bed right after sundown when she has to work. I learned that when I called her one night, and the next day she was like a prickly cactus I kept running into. Kaylee did tell us she had a woman in every town.
No, she did not. She said she had acquaintances in the towns she frequented, and they did things together. I didn't take that to mean the same thing your dirty mind did,
Edie said testily. You were cooking. You didn't see that twinkle in her eye. She's a wily bastard.
Edie gasped as her eyes went wide. What did you just call her?
That's what I called the boys in my mind who dated our girls because I knew they were going to be making a wily move on them. I should drop the bastard part when talking about Kaylee, but if she had a stash of women, the things she was doing with them was wily.
Hand me your phone, Edie said firmly.
Dean sighed. I'll call her.
He unplugged his phone from the charger on his bedside table and held it at arm's length. Honey, your glasses are right there on that table.
I know. I'm trying not to spoil my eyes. They get used to being babied by my glasses, and my eyesight gets worse. There's Carrie.
Dean pressed a button and held the phone to his ear.
Corey, how are you doing tonight? That's good. I'm glad. Look, I'm an idiot and called you by mistake, and now I have to make another call. I'll see you in the morning.
Dean pulled the phone from his ear, grabbed his glasses, and put them on.
Don't say a word.
Put this call on speaker so you won't have to tell me everything Carrie says.
All right.
Dean pressed a couple of buttons, and they heard ringing.
Wrong button again?
Corey asked with a laugh.
Yep, and I sure am glad you're good-natured. Good night again.
Dean looked at Edie when the call ended.
I told you my eyes were getting spoiled.
Edie took the phone from Dean and put her glasses on. Just about everybody in your contacts has a name that starts with C, she chuckled. I hope I don't call Kaylee by mistake. Wait, here's Carrie. Edie held the phone between them as it rang.
Dean, you better not be calling to tell me you ain't coming in tomorrow. Every berth on the dock has a boat or a barge in it, and I need you to clear some equipment, Carrie warned when she answered. I'm gonna be there. You didn't tell Blaze Kaylee was a wily bastard, did you? Who do you think I am? I ain't gonna call her up and tell her something like that, then follow it with, don't worry about it. Dean and Edie weren't gonna let you date Kaylee anyway because they don't like you.
Carrie, hi, Edie here. Look, I don't dislike Blaze. I've judged her harshly based on something that happened when she was a kid. I realize now I haven't been fair. Kaylee is not a slut. Are you two taking them sleeping pills that make people run down the road naked at night? Carrie asked.
Nope, but I'd like to try them, Dean said with a laugh. I ain't run in years.
Carrie snorted.
I know. When that valve blew the other day, you kind of leaned forward and walked fast. I was trying not to shit my pants because I thought the damn thing had exploded.
Dean burst out laughing.
Now look here, Carrie. Are we square? Can Blaze be a contender again? Well, you made Kaylee sound like a bee hitting every flower in the field.
He got confused. She does not hit all the flowers. She simply mentioned she had some acquaintances in the city she went to a lot when she traveled all the time for her old job. Edie clarified. Dirty Dean took that to mean something else.
Well, what does that mean? Carrie asked. Was she using acquaintance as a nice word for booty call?
Dean and Edie exchanged looks.
Booty call? Dean asked.
We don't know, Edie said at the same time.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but I look out for my buddy. Edie, I don't know if Dean told you, but Chantal showed up on Blaze's doorstep begging for a place to stay because she's broke and busted up in an accident. Blaze couldn't turn her away. She ain't saying much, but her face let me know she's got a lot on her mind. I'd love to see her date again, but if Kaylee is just looking for a good time, I don't think it'd be a good thing for her and Blaze to get together.
Kaylee is not a good time kind of girl or wily, Edie insisted. She couldn't have relationships at her old job, and I know she wants one now. She's already met Blaze and thinks she's interesting and attractive. Those are her words. Carrie yawned.
Okay, that I can deal with.
I'm so glad we've gotten this cleared up, Edie said with relief. How have you been, and how's TJ? When Edie's question was met with silence,
Dean held out his hand. "You can give me my phone because she's done hung up. You know Carrie don't never say goodbye."
"Please promise me you'll stop making assumptions," Edie said as she switched off her lamp and lay down.
"I don't think I did in this case. Like I said, you didn't see the twinkle in Kaylee's eye when she was talking about acquaintances."
"Well, don't you ever refer to her as a wily bastard again. Shame on you, honey."
"She'll be a wily shit from now on."
Dean gave Edie a kiss and switched off his lamp.
"Do you know what emo is?"
"It pertains to a number of things. It could be a style of fashion, people who are sensitive and express—"
"Son of a bitch! I need to start reading more than fishing magazines. Good night," Dean snapped.
"What's up?" Blaze asked when she answered Carrie's call. "How's it going over there?"
"Weird,"
Blaze said simply.
"You know, eventually you'll want to talk about all this shit going on with you, and I'm gonna be on the road with TJ. I can't hear really well in that truck of hers, and you're gonna miss out on all my wise advice."
Blaze smiled as she pulled one of the cartoon appliques off the wall of her temporary bedroom and added it to the pile she was making.
"You're only gonna be gone a couple of weeks. I'll survive. I heard you met Kaylee, bro."
"I ate a Polly's pasta salad today and burped nonstop. Did you hear about that, too?" Blaze asked as she peeled another applique from the wall.
"Who's been talking about me now?"
"Dean and Edie."
Blaze sighed. "I know it wasn't good then. Why won't you tell me why you hate them?"
"I don't hate them." Blaze rolled her eyes when she tore the applique in half.
"What are they saying about me?"
Carrie ignored Blaze's question.
"What's Kaylee look like?"
"She's not very tall, so you'd probably trip over her if you weren't paying attention about where you were stepping," Blaze said with a laugh. "She's got blonde, curly hair, kind of long, brown eyes, nice teeth, and smile. I'd say she's pretty."
"She's also a lesbian who thinks you're attractive and interesting."
"Are you screwing with me?" Blaze waited for a response and realized Carrie had ended the call. "You asshole," she spat out and called Carrie. Carrie was laughing when she answered.
"That got your attention, didn't it? Before you ask, I wasn't screwing with you. I heard that directly from Dean and Edie, so you know it ain't a rumor."
"How did all this come up?" Blaze asked and realized Carrie had ended the call again.
"You asshole."
Blaze walked into her kitchen the next morning and found Chantal seated at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee.
"You're up early."
The wheelchair was rather cumbersome, and it limited the things I could do. I didn't feel very energetic until I got the scooter. That pot of coffee is fresh. I just made it. Do you still play the drums? The question surprised Blaze. No, it's just something I did in school. She took a cup from the cabinet. How did you know about that? Ronnie had a picture on her phone of someone in a marching band with the back of their pants cut out, revealing their backside. I asked her who it was, and she said it was you. She told me the story behind your apparel, and yes, that pun was intended. Chantal smiled. I was delighted to learn that you had been interested in the arts. I don't think my band teacher considered my playing an art form, unless he thought me accidentally hitting myself in the face with the sticks was artistic. Blaze thought for a moment. He was a nice guy. He'd take the time to pat the chin strap on my hat before a performance. He always kept ice packs on hand for me when my brain would short-circuit while I was trying to make all four limbs do different things at one time. That's when I'd usually hit my chin, or my face, with the sticks. Now that I think about it, I know why he always suggested I take up painting instead. I'm sure he worried I was going to knock one or both of my eyes out. Did you eventually take up something else artistic? I wanted to take a woodshop class, but Dad wouldn't let me since there would be saws involved. Blaze shrugged. It wasn't like I was going to hit myself in the face with one of those. She noticed then that Chantal's arm was bare. Why aren't you wearing your brace? Chantal seemed stunned for a moment. It's too uncomfortable to wear to bed, and I forgot to put it back on. May I ask if you're a lesbian? I am, Blaze replied, and realized she was divulging more personal information than she wanted to, as she poured herself a cup of coffee. How does your father feel about that? He said it makes no difference to him. I'm his kid. Good for him. Chantal sounded genuinely impressed. Are you seeing anyone? Chantal was steadily forging into personal information territory, and Blaze turned the tables. Why did you decide to ride a motorcycle? I wouldn't classify it as a motorcycle. It was more like a scooter that tourists rent and ride. When you're my age, the list of things you can't and shouldn't do grows longer by the day, Chantal said begrudgingly. I was with a group of young friends who thought it would be fun to rent scooters and drive them along the coast. I was offended when they all began to debate over who would be stuck driving me, so I rented my own. That 2-minute and give or take a few seconds ride was the most exhilarating feeling I'd had in a while. A slight miscalculation and a curb brought it to a crashing halt. If you're broke, how did you manage to rent a scooter and the limo that brought you here? Credit cards that are quickly reaching their limit, Chantal said. Won't you sit down? Blaze noticed the look on Chantal's face that made her feel Chantal wanted to tell her something. She was surprised at the panic it caused to rise within her. She realized then that she wasn't ready to hear whatever Chantal wanted to say. I have to leave soon. We got in a bunch of fall inventory yesterday that's been delayed. I need to get it out on the shelves. I know you've worked at the old store since you were young. Do you mind if I ask how you came to own it on what I assume was a meager salary? Grandpa left me some money and I saved it. Years later, Bill Winter's wife died. He owned the store and lost interest in it because he was depressed. I managed it for him, and one day, he asked if I'd like to buy it. I didn't have much credit then, so he financed it for me along with this house, which was also his. I make double payments most months because I want to pay it off as fast as I can, Blaze said, and broke her rule about divulging personal information again. I remember Bill and Carolyn. They were nice people, and I'm saddened to learn she died. Is Ronnie okay? Blaze felt her defenses rise when Chantal continued asking questions and changing the topics abruptly. She felt as though she was being mined for information. She's fine, why? She's made a few offhanded comments that led me to believe she's not happy in her marriage. She also seems to be spending a lot of time on the phone with her office, even though she's on vacation. She's not having an affair, if that's what you're thinking, Blaze said brusquely. Ronnie's the assistant to the hospital administrator, and she basically does his job. Things fall apart when she's not there, because she's the cog in the wheel that keeps everything going smoothly. She seems to be the highly organized type, Blaze nodded. Ronnie runs a tight ship. She has her stuff together all the time. As soon as those words left Blaze's lips, Ronnie staggered through the back door looking disheveled and said, I had no idea stuffing a boy's dirty socks into my purse would even make my wallet stink. I kept wondering what smelled so bad when I got into my car this morning. I dug all through it when I got here thinking something had crawled under a seat and died, then realized the stench was coming from my purse. When you open the lid on your trash can outside and think there's a dead rat in there, it's the socks. Sorry. She inhaled sharply. Is the AC broken? How have you people not died from heat stroke in here? Are you telling me nobody in this town carries garden hoses except for the old store? Kaylee asked. The clerk shrugged. It's the end of the season, ma'am. My manager cleared out all the garden stuff at the beginning of this month to make room for Halloween and Christmas junk. I can't think of anywhere else you might find a water hose unless you go to the big stores around New Orleans. Kaylee forced a smile. Okay. Thank you. She walked out of the store wondering if being able to spray algae off her patio was worth a 30-mile trip. She got into her car and started it, debating whether she should go to Blaze's store or not. She was still at odds with her attraction to Blaze and her allegiance to Edie. After Edie had left her house the day before, Kaylee spent a lot of time thinking about what she'd heard. She'd wanted to confront Blaze and hear her side of the story, but worried Blaze might not have regretted what happened. In Kaylee's eyes, her grandmother could do no wrong, aside from referring to her as the baby. She was convinced Blaze was completely out of line for talking to Edie that way. But she thought back to the night they met. Kaylee remembered the sour look on Blaze's face when she mentioned her grandparents and considered she might not get an apology from her. There was no way she could pursue Blaze knowing she'd held animosity for Edie. She sat there silently cursing the sudden vision of Blaze in a small, tight pair of shorts and sports bra that she'd seen female MMA fighters wear. No, I will not allow hormones to make me weak. I will dwell on the pink cottontail, and that is not sexy. Chapter 6. Blaze glanced at the monitor on her desk with all the surveillance camera views on it, while she signed off on a few special orders Lynn wanted to place for customers. She tapped the screen and enlarged one of the video feed boxes and watched Kaylee push a cart down an aisle. She had to know if Carrie had been screwing with her and jumped up quickly, banging her knee on the corner of a drawer. "Shit!" She groaned repeatedly through clenched teeth as she staggered toward her office door. In the hallway, Blaze met Lynn, who held up a piece of paper. "Could you look at this purchase order? It's can't right now," Blaze said with her voice sounding strained as she limped on. "Will later. Promise." The resonating pain in her kneecap began to subside as Blaze headed for the aisle where she'd seen Kaylee, and found her looking at a spray nozzle. "Can I help you find something?" "You said something really mean to my grandma when you were in high school and it hurt her feelings." Kaylee whirled around. "You've been avoiding her ever since." Blaze knew better, but for a second or two she wondered if Carrie had played a practical joke on her as she stared into the fire in Kaylee's eyes. Kaylee didn't appear to think she was attractive and interesting. "I just wanted to know if you needed help with anything," she said numbly. "I do. I like you, and I'd really like to get to know you better, but I need to know why you treated my Gram the way you did." "I was having a hard time then, and she told my grandma to send me away to reform school. I heard her say it. She was sitting at our kitchen table." "Oh," Kaylee said slowly, drawing out the word. "Blaze, that was a joke." Blaze shook her head. "They weren't laughing. She used to tell my parents to send me to reform school all the time. It was a running joke. She even teased Gramps, saying she'd send him to reform school or dog obedience training. I know my grandma, and I can swear on my life she was joking that day." Blaze didn't know what to say. She simply stood there, mute, mentally replaying the conversation that had hurt and made her feel betrayed. She was assailed by feelings of shock and embarrassment. "I could call her, and I know she'll tell you no." Blaze shook her head and wanted to retreat, but she couldn't will herself to move. She waved a hand at the spray nozzle Kaylee was holding. "That's the Wilson sprayer. The outside casing is plastic, but everything inside is brass and it'll last a long time." "Is it powerful enough to shoot algae off my patio?" Blaze nodded and sounded robotic as she spoke. "The jet is pretty strong. If it doesn't do the job, then you'll need a power washer. We do rent those. You have to be careful with them, though. They're powerful. I shot a shutter off my house. It bounced off the roof of my porch and it fell into my neighbor's yard. That's when I learned their dog is a biter. Then again, he may have just been shaken up by my shutter landing in his favorite digging spot. I probably should have warned him before I jumped the fence into his territory. I should have worn pants that day. Pooter's bite wouldn't have been as bad. He got me on the calf when I tried to climb back over." "How long is this story?" Kaylee asked with a smile. "I'll probably tell it until I stop feeling like a complete asshole idiot, and that's gonna take a while." "I know Gram is gonna feel just as bad when I tell her about this," Kaylee said gently. "I owe her a big apology." Blaze cleared her throat. "Is the algae on your patio dry?" "Can we stop talking about algae for a moment?" "Well, I'm just trying to help you avoid renting a power washer and possibly getting bitten by a dog," Blaze replied with a laugh. "When do you break for lunch?" "Whenever I want to." Blaze glanced at her watch. "It's 9:45. If you'd like breakfast instead, there's a place around the corner that makes amazing waffles." "Crunchy or soft?" "Crunchy on the outside, but fluffy and soft on the inside," Blaze said. Kaylee pointed to her shopping cart. "Get in. I'll drive." "I didn't know all this was here," Kaylee said in amazement as she and Blaze walked along the back of the old office buildings that faced the main street. "I thought Polly's Pasta and the burger place were the only restaurants aside from fast food." "All these little eateries started springing up after a big insurance company took over that building across the courtyard. Then the town council decided to put in the trees, benches, and fountain. I don't know if you remember, but Falcon had an ordinance that liquor could only be sold in the bars on the outskirts of town. When they changed that, this area started getting busy at night. On the weekends, it's like a miniature French Quarter. There's live music in a lot of places, and sometimes a band will play in the square. But there's no shops selling t-shirts, beads, and voodoo dolls, Kaylee said with a smile. Blaze laughed. Someone will eventually come up with that idea, I'm sure. She led Kaylee to a door with Mama Nettle's fine food painted on the glass and opened it. Prepared to consume a lot of carbs and calories. I am. Kaylee stepped inside and breathed deeply. Oh, sweet, carbs a cookin'. This is my new happy place. Right over there, Blaze, corner pocket, one of the servers said as she bustled around the tables refilling coffee cups. You must come here a lot if they know you by name, Kaylee said as they made their way to the table. I'm infamous. Everybody knows me. I even have my own memes, Blaze said dryly. I'm willing to bet you know why. Does it have anything to do with an assault in a parking lot? Kaylee asked as they sat in a booth. Yes, it does, but I didn't dress up as a rabbit and go look for people to beat up and humiliate. Damn, Kaylee released an exaggerated sigh. That's one of the things I found so appealing about you. I guess your kindness, looks, and personality are gonna have to do. I'll pin a pink cottontail to the back of my pants and tear up a cardboard box if you'll get a kick out of that. You know I have a lot of shoe boxes, Kaylee said excitedly. You could be an MMA fighter with that knockout punch you have. Blaze regarded Kaylee for a moment. That was a panic-fueled reaction. If you go online and watch the full videos, you'll see my face had already taken a beating. I did. That's how I know you're not a face-humping maniac. Good morning, Andrea, Blaze said when the server appeared at their table. This is Kaylee. She just moved here. Mighty nice to meet you, honey, Andrea said with a nod as she set 2 menus on the table. I'm sorry it took me so long to get over here. What would you like to drink? Coffee and a water, please, and it's nice to meet you, Andrea, Kaylee replied. Coming up. Andrea looked at Blaze. Same? Blaze nodded. When Kelly, that's the driver's name, started screaming at me, I really didn't understand what was going on. She began when Andrea walked away. I couldn't imagine why she was demanding my driver's license and insurance info. Then she screamed that I'd caused her accident because she was looking at me when she backed out of her parking place. I told her that wasn't my fault and started to walk away, and she grabbed me. I thought she was nuts, and I just wanted to get away from her, so I tried to shake her off. She was making all kinds of threats, and I called her a crazy bitch. Tacy, her daughter, heard that, and she walked over and punched me in the face. The hits kept coming, and I didn't think they were going to stop, so I hit back. Were you badly hurt? Kaylee asked with a grimace. They didn't break any bones in my face, but they bruised me up pretty good and busted my nose and lip. When I finally slapped Tacy enough to make her stop biting me, I looked around and realized a bunch of people were videoing us. I was furious because they were doing that instead of trying to help. In hindsight, they did help because those videos ended up saving my ass. I didn't mean to make light of it, Kaylee said apologetically. I was being kinda cavalier because I wanted you to know I don't think you're a maniac bunny. Blaze smiled. Well, thanks for giving me the benefit of the doubt. I don't get that around here much. She toyed with the napkin wrapped around her silverware. I admit I gave people in this town reason to think I was crazy when I was in high school. I was angry back then, and I reacted to things without thinking. I pissed off a lot of people who still live in Falcon, and they judge me based on who I was then. She tapped Kaylee's menu. You better take a look at this. They do a lot of things with waffles. I guess that's the downside of living in a small town, huh? Kaylee asked as she opened the menu. Yep. Blaze started to warn Kaylee about other things she'd heard about her, but figured she'd spend all of their time together trying to explain herself. What happened when you were arrested? When the cops got there, they found me standing over 2 bleeding women on the ground in blood-covered fur. They thought I'd gone on some kind of rampage and cuffed me. The people who'd been standing around videoing everything stepped up and showed the cops the footage. Between that and Tacy's warrant for assault, they took me to the hospital instead of jail. I was really thankful for that because the suit was hot, and all I had on underneath it was my underwear. I didn't want to be sitting in a cell showing off my smiley face undies, Blaze said with a laugh. I don't think cheerful underwear earns you a lot of respect in jail. Kaylee glanced at Blaze with a smile. Maybe if you were sharing a cell with outlaw clowns. She closed her menu. I can't look at this anymore. There are too many choices, and I just caught myself contemplating the chocolate berry mountain. I tried to scale it once. There was an avalanche that ended in my lap, and I had the sugar shake so bad I almost didn't make it back to the store. Speaking of disasters, did you get all the shoes out of your trunk? Aha! Kaylee pointed a finger at Blaze and laughed. I knew you were judging me for that after I explained why I had so many. Please remind me what you did. You didn't have my full attention because I was worrying about the sun going down before I got the tire changed. I worked for MVP pharmacies. I handled the staffing for new stores we were opening, and when there were HR issues store management couldn't handle, I'd be called in. When I wasn't doing that, I was auditing the operations of the stores. Blaze nodded. So you were basically a district manager? No, my title was HR manager. MVP didn't have district managers. They just ran me and a handful of others all over the country to settle issues and check up on stores. How long, thanks, Blaze said when Andrea set their drinks on the table. Kaylee, have you decided what you like to have? Andrea asked. The strawberry waffle with a side of crispy bacon, please. Almost the same as your usual, Andrea said and smiled at Blaze. Is that what you're having? Yep, Blaze said. Andrea nodded and scooped up the menus. Holler at me if the coffee gets low, she said and walked away briskly. Were you about to ask me how long I worked at MVP? Kaylee asked. Yes. I went to work for MVP as soon as I graduated college. That's why I had the meltdown the other night. I'm very nervous about the new job at the shipyard. I especially don't want to be proven inept at a place where my grandfather has worked for most of his life, Kaylee admitted. There are some things that fall under Falcon's HR responsibilities that I don't know a whole lot about. Part of my new job will be to review the corporate health plan and search for better and more economical options annually. I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off about that, even if all my choices are sound. I've only ever worked at the old store, so I understand how it could be intimidating to leave a job you know like the back of your hand. Blaze leaned closer to the table and whispered, I know the former HR manager, and on the intelligence scale, you're not just a few steps above him, you're like 20 floors. I feel confident telling you that you've got this. Kaylee smiled. Thank you. One of the other patrons got up from his table and said, Hey, Blaze, how's your mama doing? She's doing great, Blaze said with a big smile. Thanks for asking, Tom. Her smile vanished when Tom walked away with a chuckle. You've heard about her too, haven't you? Kaylee nodded. A little. Blaze chewed her lip and looked away. Probably everything you've heard is true. She abandoned me and my sister when we were little for her acting career. We didn't see her again until we were grown when she started coming here for very short yearly visits. She recently showed up at my house in a wheelchair after she had an accident. She claimed she's broke and had no other place to go. Even though I find her story a little sketchy, I agreed to let her stay until she's on her feet. That must be hard. It is. Blaze met Kaylee's gaze. Ronnie and I have never said anything to her about how we feel about what she did, and she's never tried to talk to us about it. We had superficial conversations when she started coming back because Ronnie and I felt she should have been the one to initiate the conversation and explain herself. So you're still having superficial conversations with her living there? Kaylee asked with her brow raised. Yep. Are you tempted to... Kaylee shrugged. You know, say what the hell? Blaze stared at the table as she thought for a moment. I'm not sure I want to know what she has to say. I don't know if she'll tell me something that'll knock the lid off my internal drum where all my feelings about what she did are stored. Did you let her stay because you pitied her? Kaylee asked gently. I did feel pity for her because she looked so vulnerable. Blaze inhaled sharply and shook her head. I started dating a woman not long after the bunny incident, and my feelings were really raw then about that. After I got my furry ass handed to me, people around here said I attacked those two women and ruined Easter. One woman, I went to school with her, came into the store and said I made her kids think they'd get beatings instead of Easter baskets. Nobody bothered to watch the full video. They just saw the clip on the news that made me look like a dangerous bunny. Anyway, I vented a lot to Kim when we were dating. She dumped me because it was all I talked about. I don't want to make that same mistake with you and talk about Chantal too much. You'll probably change your mind about that when I whine about the stresses of my new job a lot, Kaylee said with a laugh. I'm a good listener. Bunnies have really big ears. If you still have that costume, you should wear it for Halloween. Kaylee held up her hand and made it look like a claw. You've inspired me to make a Santa Claus costume. It'll be like Freddy Krueger meets Alien. I'll have dagger claws and an alien head sticking out of my jolly belly. Oh, and I could... She stared at the huge waffle Andrea set in front of Blaze. It was served on a platter to make room for 2 whipped cream bunny ears. The face was also made of cream and strawberries, and the bunny was sporting a bacon bow tie. This is my usual, thanks to Andrea's sense of humor, Blaze said with a grin. Chapter 7. No, I did not request a bunny waffle. Andrea started that after she got to know me, Blaze said as she and Kaylee lazily walked back to the store. That was hilarious. Blaze smiled. Yeah, I could tell you were trying not to laugh when you first saw it. I assume you enjoyed your waffle with all the moaning and groaning coming from your side of the table. I can never have a waffle anywhere else. I know I'll be disappointed. When do you want to put on your tail and tear up my shoeboxes? Kaylee asked with a laugh. How about tomorrow night? Absolutely, Kaylee said happily. May I have your phone number? Blaze stopped in her tracks and pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans. Let's trade. After they exchanged numbers, Kaylee asked, Hey, how come you blew me off when I asked if you were gay yesterday? Blaze narrowed her eyes as she thought. I don't remember you doing that. I asked you if we were family when we were looking at the photo album. Blaze thought for a moment, and her eyes widened. How would I have understood you were asking me if I was gay with that? You have to know the reference. We even have a song, We Are Family by Sister Sledge. Though they probably didn't mean it that way, but we lesbian and gay peeps adopted it. Oh, Blaze exclaimed. We were looking at a photo album and talking about coming in the store with family. She sucked her teeth. Oh, yeah, I missed that one. I didn't realize we were related until Carrie told me. How does Carrie know, and who is she? Kaylee asked, thinking she'd heard that name before. She's my best friend, and she works with your grandpa. He told her about you. Kaylee stabbed a finger at Blaze. Yeah, she's the one who showed him the bunny videos. That's how I knew they existed. That topic came up when we were talking about the store. Other stuff will come up too. Please let me tell my version of the stories you hear before you draw conclusions. Bunny has been bad? Kaylee asked with a grin as her right eyebrow rose. She did make Santa's naughty list a few years in a row when she was younger, as I kinda touched on earlier. I should have handled some things better after the bunny incident, too, Blaze said and started walking again. We're gonna have to compare antics, Kaylee said as she strolled alongside Blaze. If my sisters ever come into town, they would take great pleasure in telling you about the things I've done. I'll go ahead and tell you the most popular. I think I was about 6 or 7, and my sisters were supposed to be babysitting me while our parents were out. They barricaded me in my room so they could go outside and hang with their friends without me tagging along. I escaped and found my dad's hair trimmer. The result wasn't intended but was highly effective. Nothing made a better statement of their neglect than a 6-year-old showing up at the dinner table with no eyebrows and a naked chihuahua tucked under her arm. When Kaylee arrived at her grandparents' house for dinner, she handed Edie a gift bag. I went shopping today, and on my way home, I spotted a little store I've never noticed. It was full of unique gifts, and when I saw this, I had to get it for y'all. Edie smiled until she pulled a ceramic pink pig from the bag. What are you trying to tell me, Kaylee? I'm expressing my love for you by presenting you with a pig that shoots toothpicks out of its butt when you turn the tail,
Huh, I love it, Dean exclaimed from where he sat at the table. He set his newspaper aside and held out his hand. Let me see that. Edie handed the pig to Dean and gave Kaylee a hug. Thank you for the gift. Did you have a nice time on your shopping trip? I did. I got a lot of things for the house and decorated. You're going to have to come over and see it all. Kaylee watched Edie as she checked the chicken she was baking. I also found out why Blaze responded to you the way she did when you tried to talk to her. And? Edie gave Kaylee her full attention. Blaze heard you tell her grandmother that she should send her to reform school, Kaylee said. Edie looked stunned. I don't remember saying that. You used to say it all the time to Mom and Dad about me. I was joking, and if I said that to Iona, I was joking then, too. Edie stared at Kaylee in shock. She really thought I was serious? Kaylee nodded. She was a kid going through a rough time, but she said she owes you an apology. That's as bad as me making Carrie think our baby is a slut, Dean said as he shot a toothpick out of the pig's butt onto the table. What? Kaylee exclaimed. Dean held up a hand. Calm down, we got it all straightened out. She doesn't think that anymore. How did you make her think that? Kaylee took the pig from Dean when he continued to play with it. I was telling her you were like one of those wily bastards who used to show up here to take your aunts on a date. You did admit you were like a sailor with a woman in every port when you told us about the acquaintances. Clear something up for us. Were those acquaintances booty calls? Kaylee stared at Dean for a moment, then turned to Edie. So, getting back to Blaze, now that you know— Take note, Edie. She ignored the question, so the answer is yes. Dean snatched the pig from Kaylee's hand. I should have had the respecting women talk with you like I had with your dad. You wily shit. I do respect women. I don't lie for sex. My very few acquaintances knew exactly what my intentions were because we discussed it. We were basically dating, but knew we wouldn't be able to have a relationship. To clarify, what you just described was a booty call with dinner. Dean aimed at the pig's butt at Kaylee and was about to pull the tail. Dean, if you don't quit interrupting us, that pig is going to be your dinner, Edie warned. Now, Kaylee, what were you going to ask? Will you forgive Blaze and maybe y'all could talk? She's forgiven, and yes, I'd love to talk to her, Edie said. So you're good with me going out with her? Please say yes, because I really want to. Kaylee danced around. Please, please, please. What's your motivation for wanting to go out with her? Is it just for a good time? Dean asked. Gramp, seriously? I like Blaze. I want to get to know her. And if I continue to like her, then we might end up in a relationship. I have to date her first. Kaylee sighed. Is that okay? Fine with me and Picky the pig. No, I don't have a problem with you dating Blaze if you'll do the please, please dance again. That brought back memories, Edie said with a laugh. Don't be a wily shit and tell her something like, one of your ovaries will fall out just to get her into the sack. Dean, bro, Edie exclaimed. We're trying to have a serious conversation. She pressed her hand to her cheek. I just wish I could claim you were taking that sleeping medicine Carrie talked about, so I could blame what comes out of your mouth on that. When Blaze got home that evening, she heard Ronnie crying as she walked into her kitchen. She rushed into the living room where Ronnie sat next to Chantal, with her face buried in her hands. Chantal was rubbing her back. What's going on? Blaze asked. Ronnie, what is it? Ronnie babbled through her tears, and nothing she said was coherent. Ronnie, stop speaking in whatever language that is and tell me what's wrong, Blaze demanded, frightened by Ronnie's emotional state. Is it something with the kids? Ronnie is entering into menopause, Chantal explained calmly. Blaze shook her head with a frown. She's too young for that. I'm not even 42, Ronnie wailed. For some women, it comes quite early. It did for me, and often daughters will go through it like their mothers did, Chantal said, and continued rubbing Ronnie's back. What? Blaze stared at Chantal in horror and started pacing. Ronnie, did a doctor tell you that's what you have?
It's not something you catch like a cold, Ronnie blubbered.
Blaze kept pacing. You know what I mean. She's having hot flashes, mood swings, irregular periods, fatigue. She's gained some weight. Chantal grimaced when Ronnie released a wail. Those are many of the symptoms I experienced when I began to go through menopause. They're quite common. I did advise her to see her gynecologist, though.
I can't remember anything,
Ronnie cried.
I feel like I have a big pillow in my head where my brain used to be, and I have anxiety. I thought it was dementia or a brain tumor.
It'll get better, Chantal assured Ronnie and stroked her hair.
I don't know.
Blaze walked in tight circles with her hands on her hips. Ronnie, you have to go see a doctor tomorrow and find out if what you have really is menopause. You really could have a brain tumor. Blaze, Chantal began firmly. That's not the kind of thing she needs to hear right now. I am not a doctor, even though I had a very small part as one in a movie at the start of my career. I feel very certain, however, that Ronnie is in the beginning stages of menopause.
Beginning? It gets worse?
Ronnie looked terror-stricken.
I want to kill my husband right now. Are you telling me I might actually do it?
No, Chantal said emphatically. Different symptoms will come and go. That desire will probably pass. If it doesn't, there are medications you can take that'll help. I want a cookie, Ronnie said mournfully. What kind? Blaze asked. I have them all. Tell me what you want.
Don't give it to me, Ronnie yelled. I'm in crisis. I'm talking out of my head. And my fucking stomach.
Blaze nodded. Okay, my bad. I didn't understand. Do you want some water?
I want a fucking cookie,
Ronnie said between clenched teeth. Is demonic possession one of the symptoms? Blaze asked Chantal softly. Chantal nodded. Something akin to it. I had many crisis moments when I was coming to terms with the fact I was changing.
I can't have another baby now?
Ronnie said despondently. Did you want to? Chantal and Blaze asked almost in unison.
No, not in my 40s. Are y'all crazy? I don't like knowing I can't.
Ronnie spat out. Be aware that you can still get pregnant while you're going through this change. Be sure to take precautions, Chantal advised. Ronnie laughed sardonically and sounded deranged when she said, Do you seriously think I want a dick anywhere near me right now? Somebody better get me a fucking cookie. Blaze took a step toward the kitchen and stopped. She looked at Chantal and shrugged. I don't know what to do.
Bring me the whole pack of chocolate-dipped mint cookies I saw in the pantry, Ronnie said shakily.
Just one, Chantal mouthed to Blaze. Blaze ran into the kitchen and retrieved the cookie. She returned hurriedly to the living room and kept her distance as she held it out to Ronnie.
Fuck,
Ronnie said miserably as she slowly reached out and took it. Are you okay? Blaze asked as she walked Ronnie out to her car later. Why do we never hug? Ronnie was much calmer, but she still had a disconcerting look in her eyes. You always told me not to touch you, and I eventually got the message, Blaze said warily. We were kids then. Why don't we do it now? Ronnie opened her car door and stood behind it. Blaze shrugged. I mean, we know we love each other. I guess we didn't think we had to express it with hugs. Do you feel like you need one now?
No. Don't make me cry again, and you know I hate to do that. I feel so weak and stupid,
Ronnie snapped. I'm an emotional person. I cry over things most people don't. That doesn't make me weak or stupid. Blaze narrowed her eyes when Ronnie looked away. Hey, I'm going to need you to agree with that. You cried during the last movie we saw together, and it was a comedy, so I can't. The dog died in that movie, you ass! Ronnie smiled. That almost made me laugh, thanks. You're welcome, Blaze said begrudgingly. A lot of people cried when the dog died. The dog was acting, Blaze. I'll be back tomorrow. You don't have to sit with her, Blaze reminded Ronnie gently. She gets around fine. You should do something fun while you're on vacation. Well, murder is illegal. Are you going to raise my children while I'm in prison for strangling Clint? I meant do something like going shopping with your daughter, Blaze said with a smile. Rosie doesn't like to do that with me anymore. There's a rule about being spotted in the mall with your uncool mother at the age of 13.
She's 12, but she thinks the rule still applies. Besides, I'm doing my own research on the subject in your house.
What have you learned so far? Blaze asked.
She's up to something. She told me she was going to take a nap today, but I could hear her on the phone in her room talking to someone for a long time. I couldn't hear what was being said. Blaze stuffed her hands in the pockets of her jeans.
Do you get the impression she wants to say something, but she has second thoughts about it?
Absolutely, she does, Ronnie replied with a nod. I can tell by the look on her face because that's how you look when you're having doubts about something you want to say. I'm convinced she wants to tell us something, and that's why she's here.
Then all three of us have that look, Blaze said with a laugh. Do you want to know what she has to say?
Yes. And no. I need to get home now. I'll see you tomorrow, Ronnie said as she got into her car.
Is she okay? Chantal asked when Blaze walked into the kitchen.
Blaze nodded.
She's good. I'm going to go upstairs. I have to make a call. Do you need anything before I go?
Chantal's brow furrowed as she opened her mouth. She froze like that for a couple of seconds, then said,
No. Good night.
Blaze walked out of the kitchen and started up the stairs. Chantal rushed into the living room on her scooter.
Blaze, we have to talk. We will, but not right now,
Blaze said as she hurried upstairs. Hey, Kaylee said happily when she answered Blaze's call.
You sound like you're doing something. Did I catch you at a bad time?
No, I'm just walking across the street. I had dinner with my crazy grandparents, Kaylee said with a laugh. It's dinner and a show with those two. How was the rest of your day?
It was good.
Kaylee thought she noticed something in Blaze's tone. You don't sound quite right. Is something wrong?
We just met, and already you can tell when something's wrong with me?
I'm a Pisces, and we're very intuitive, Kaylee said as she unlocked her door and stepped into her house. Plus, your tone doesn't sound the way it did when we were together.
I'll change that right now, because I don't want you to think I'm not excited to talk to you, Blaze said cheerily. What time would you like me to pick you up tomorrow night?
I'll answer that question after you tell me what's going on.
Did you know the negative thing about being a Pisces is they have a tendency to take on other people's problems? It's not that I don't trust you. I don't want to burden you. What's going on with me is temporary. I'm not a perpetual problem child. I like to laugh and have a good time, and despite what you've probably heard, I'm easygoing.
I know all about my sign. My first girlfriend was obsessed with the zodiac and pointed out all my weaknesses. Fortunately, I worked in a field where I've been exposed to a multitude of personalities, and what I've learned keeps that aspect of my sign from being a handicap. I'm loyal and supportive, but I know I can't fix everyone else's problems. I don't like being forced to talk about something when I'm not ready, and I won't do that to you. I'm very curious about your situation, though, and if you want to talk about it, I'm all ears. Blaze was silent for a moment.
Chantal told me she wanted to talk, and I blew her off.
Because you don't want to open your drum of feelings?
Right. Plus, I came home to my sister crying her eyes out because she's probably going through early menopause. Chantal says she went through it early, and sometimes daughters go through it the same way. Now that is some scary shit, because for a few minutes, Ronnie looked and sounded like she was possessed.
I don't know if that mom and daughter thing is true. Mom breezed right through it, but my oldest sister has every symptom there is. I've never seen anyone sweat so much while sitting still. Her face turns red all of a sudden, and she becomes a human fountain. Her moods change with the flashes. She'll be joking 1 second and rotate between furious and emotional train wreck faster than I can comprehend. I don't know whether to run for my life or hand her a tissue.
Blaze laughed. You're pretty much describing what I faced tonight, but I don't think Ronnie was even flashing at the time. I do have to throw Chantal a bone. I think she helped Ronnie some.
Is she nice? Kaylee asked as she walked into her bedroom.
She's super polite, and it's annoying. I say that because it's just so awkward being around her. She gave birth to me, and I don't know who she is. I don't know what her habits are, what she likes, how she thinks. I'm basically living upstairs because I know she can't get up here.
Are you afraid of her? Kaylee asked with a bewildered smile.
How would I know if she was a serial killer? She might have been actress by day and well-dressed sniper by night.
Kaylee smiled. Hey, you need to be careful about helping stranded motorists. I could have been a serial killer.
Yeah, but I had the lug wrench. Lucky for me, you just turned out to be a serial shoe collector.
I am not, Kaylee said with a laugh, and sobered when she looked at the stack of boxes in the corner of her room. I had my guard up with you too out on that road, but I figured you were a good soul when I kaboomed in front of you and you were so supportive.
Kaboomed?
When I had my meltdown. Kaylee sat on the corner of the bed. I have a tendency to put things that bother me in a drum, too. I push stressors and things that piss me off into the back of my mind. And when my brain gets too crowded, insignificant things set me off and kaboom! I was doing that with the worries about taking on this new job, and when I got that flat, the fuse was lit. Unfortunately, I kaboomed in front of you, and that was embarrassing.
Don't worry about that. You didn't damage anything in the blast. You really are far more intelligent than the last HR manager at the shipyard. He ate all my crayons when we were in the 3rd grade together, I swear, Blaze said seriously. I preferred chalk, but I grew out of that before the 4th grade. Jean was still eating crayons until junior high school.
That makes me feel better because I've only been known to chew the top of my pens. I broke that habit a long time ago. Who else will I be working with that went to school with you, and did any of them eat crayons?
You may not want to mention my name in front of the guy who's over admin operations. Cooper Kesserer and I have a history of despising each other since grade school. There are some great people working at Falcon, too. You'll be appreciated. I promise.
Thank you for the constant reassurance.
I'm not just saying things to make you feel better. It's obvious you have a brain. And not only that, you're concerned about doing a good job. I know you've met people who don't give a shit about anything as long as they're collecting a check.
Yes, I have. Kaylee smiled. I'm good with any time you want to pick me up tomorrow night and with wherever you want to go.
I'll pick you up at 7. And I was thinking about taking you back to the square for dinner if you'd like that. We could have drinks afterward and maybe catch one of the bands playing.
I love those plans. What's the dress code? You know I have a lot of shoe choices and I want to pick the right ones, Kaylee said with a laugh.
Shorts and a light shirt. The nights haven't been much cooler than the days lately, Blaze said.
I love casual.
Me too. I'm going to let you go now because I need to go downstairs and clean up. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night.
So am I, Kaylee said with a smile. Good night. Chapter 8. The next day, Blaze was all smiles. She'd been so focused on the things going on in her life that the idea of meeting someone didn't even register as a blip on her internal radar. Even after Carrie told her that Kaylee thought she was attractive and interesting, Blaze wouldn't allow herself to spend much time contemplating that news. She'd experienced so much stress and disappointment since the bunny incident. She didn't look forward to very much at all. As she helped unload a new shipment, it occurred to her that she'd been doing what Kaylee had described as causing her kaboom moments. Blaze had pushed everything that had been bothering her into the back of her mind and hadn't realized how much that affected her. She'd gotten to the point where she expected everything in her life to turn out negatively. When she and Kaylee had chatted over waffles, Blaze realized she was actually enjoying the experience. It hit her that it had been a while since she'd felt joy over anything. Blaze looked at her watch, feeling as though it had been 3 o'clock for hours. She was determined to unload a whole pallet from a recent shipment by herself, in hopes the distraction would make time move faster. As she began to cut the shrink wrap away, her phone rang. She fell. I called an ambulance. Get over here, Ronnie said excitedly when Blaze answered.
How long does it take to do x-rays? We've been waiting forever.
Blaze paced around the emergency room bay Chantal had been assigned to. X-rays and a CT scan since she hit her head, and for the 3rd time, I don't know. Did you see that knot above her right eyebrow? I bet she has a concussion. Do you want to sit in the chair for a while? Blaze glanced at Ronnie and shook her head as she continued to pace.
I have a date tonight.
She was going kind of fast into the kitchen and clipped the door facing. She flew off the scooter, hopped 3 times on her good leg, and tried to grab a chair. It couldn't stop her momentum, and down they both went. Ronnie pursed her lips. I freaked out because I saw it happen. I'm calm now. I got this, and I'll sit with her tonight while you're out.
No, I'm not leaving.
Do you think she's dying? Ronnie asked suddenly. Blaze came to an abrupt halt. She was talking to us before they rolled her out of here. I don't mean right now. Think about it. If you found out you had a terminal illness, what would you do? Blaze laughed. I'd show you what a real junk food diet looks like. If you had kids I know what you're asking, Blaze said with a sigh. Yes, I would want to right the things I did wrong. A frown slowly made its way across her face as a disturbing thought crept into her mind. Do you think she plans to kick the can in my house so she doesn't die alone? Maybe. I get not wanting to be alone, but that is so rude, Blaze said incredulously. I think you should at least tell someone up front that you plan to die in their house. A person needs to prepare for something like that. How do we feel about this? Ronnie asked. Kind of violated, I think. I'm not talking about her dying in your house. I'm talking about her dying, period, Ronnie said testily. I have so many questions to ponder before I can even reckon with my feelings. Blaze folded her arms and stared at the ceiling. Why is she here? Does she want to finally have something to do with us? Isn't that kind of crappy if she's dying? Why did she wait until she was at death's door to want to know the kid she gave birth to? Ronnie stood with a sigh. I need to be hugged. Oh, we're going to do that? Now, here? Yeah, so walk over here and wrap your arms around me, Ronnie said brusquely. Blaze blew out a heavy breath, walked over to Ronnie, and awkwardly embraced her. They stood silent for a moment, and she asked, How long do we need to do this? Until it feels normal. Ronnie sucked her teeth. This shouldn't be weird. Sisters hug all the time. Rosie and her friends spoon each other when they sleep over. What's wrong with us? Maybe it's because Dad wasn't much of a hugger. Grandma and Grandpa were, though. Is it because you're a lesbian and you feel icky holding a woman who is your sister? Ronnie asked. No. You wouldn't let me anywhere near you when we were kids, so we never got in the habit of hugging, that's it. If you feel awkward holding a woman, you might have some issues you want to examine. That's food for thought, because I don't like hugging Clint anymore. I hug my friends, but we don't, linger in the embrace. I don't like feeling breasts on me, but yours are okay because they're kind of small. Your hip bones are kind of bony, though, and that just pisses me off since I can't lose a damn pound. Ronnie released a heavy sigh and whispered, I'm not ready for her to die. We don't even know her. Yesterday, I had a terrible hot flash. It took my breath away when it started. Chantal saw the look on my face and took my hand. Her tone was so gentle when she asked me what was wrong. She was sweet and understanding when I told her about everything that's been happening to me. She was my mother for a little while, and I couldn't hate her anymore, Ronnie admitted. Blaze held Ronnie tighter, feeling as though she was losing an ally, and at the same time, she was happy Ronnie had that experience. Maybe you're wrong about her dying, was all she could say. It would explain a lot, though. You're not only to blame for us not being close, Blaze said suddenly. I was busy with my life while you were busy with yours. I was happy to have space from you for a change. Our beds were so close together in our room when we were little, I could smell your breath at night. I secretly hated you for loving onions so much. Our short separation enabled me to get over that. Now I like onions again. Ronnie smiled. That was very comforting, butthole, thanks. Anytime. Don't let me go yet. Ronnie kept a firm hold on Blaze. Who are you going out with? Her name is Kaylee Bro. She's Dean and Edie's granddaughter, and she just moved here. I like her a lot already. She's fun, and one of those people I feel like I can instantly trust. You hate Edie, so how's that going to work out? I never hated Edie. When I heard her tell Grandma to send me away, it crushed me. First, Chantal dumps us, and then I heard someone I thought cared about me suggest I be dumped again. Kaylee told me Edie used to tell her parents to send her to reform school all the time. It was a running joke. Blaze groaned. I was so hurt, and I was vicious when I told Edie off. I don't even know how to begin to apologize for that. Wait a minute. Why are you so willing to believe what Kaylee said? Ronnie asked with concern. You could hardly believe Edie said that back then. She was always so sweet to us. Now that time has passed and I can look back on it, that was totally out of character for Edie to say. Oh, I need to text Kaylee and let her know I'll be late. Ronnie released Blaze. Just go. I've got things here.
I'm not leaving you while you need hugs, Blaze said as she pulled her phone out of the back pocket of her jeans and started typing a text.
If you haven't muted that, you'd better do it now. It won't matter that you're my sister if any of the staff hears that phone ring or chime. They'll throw you out. They have a strict policy about disturbing patients, and they'll send you to the waiting room. I know because I got the complaints about that from families. Silence it right now, Ronnie said as she tried to press the switch.
You made me hit send before I finished the text. Blaze set her phone to silent and resumed typing her message as the door to the room opened. Hello, I'm Dr. Sanchez. I'll be taking over for Dr. Ronnie. What are you doing here?
He asked with a smile. Hi, Ken. Our mother fell, Ronnie said awkwardly.
Chantal Champlain is your mother? Ken exclaimed. Why did I not know this? We've been kinda estranged, Blaze interjected. What we need to know right now is if she's dying.
Dr. Sanchez looked surprised by the question for a moment, and then smiled.
Lady Champlain is one tough cookie. She signed my scrubs.
He pointed to the signature on his sleeve with a big grin.
She's hurt, in the hospital, and still just as gracious as she can be. You really don't expect that from a celebrity. What a little trooper. She's extraordinary.
So is she okay, Ken?
Ronnie asked as patiently as she could. Yes, she's down the hall signing autographs and posing for pictures. And that's what's taking so long? Blaze bit her lip and folded her arms. How about the pictures y'all took of her bones and her brain? What's going on there?
Ken pointed at Ronnie and Blaze.
You two are going to age well because Chantal is still gorgeous.
He cleared his throat when Blaze glared at him.
She doesn't have a concussion, and there are no fractures, aside from the ones in her ankle that are healing well. That's what I mean about her being extraordinary. I'd expect to find fractures in someone her age, Ronnie. She told me you made an appointment with an ortho doc for follow-up care on that injury, but she couldn't remember the name.
Ken pulled a pen from his pocket and prepared to make a note on the chart he was holding.
Tell me who it is, and I'll send the films over to their office.
She's gonna see Dr. Singh. What about the breaks in her rib and arm? Ronnie asked.
I'm sure she felt as though she'd had fractures there, judging by the hematomas.
Ken glanced up from the chart at Ronnie.
That's bruising, in case you didn't know. But you probably do. More than likely, that's why the medics applied a splint to her arm, because they suspected a possible fracture. Ronnie, you know Grant in ortho. He scrutinized the films thoroughly because of Lady Champlain's age. Remarkably, he didn't find anything. He grinned. That's what I've been calling her, Lady Champlain, because she's like royalty, and she gets a kick out of it.
Ronnie and Blaze exchanged glances, and Ronnie held up a finger when Blaze looked as though she was going to say something. I'm her primary caregiver at home. I need to know if there's anything I should be concerned with, Ronnie said with a smile. Ken thumbed through the pages of the chart and stopped at one in particular.
I don't see any names on her medical release form. You know I can't divulge anything she doesn't expressly authorize, Ken said, without the casual tone he'd been using since he'd entered the room. She did ask me to inform her daughters that she doesn't have a head injury or any new broken bones. Those were her exact words. She'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll release her to go home.
Blaze watched Ken leave the room quickly and asked,
What just happened?
You had to mention we were estranged, and I don't think he knew that. That's probably why he clammed up when I started asking questions about her health. Plus, I work with the administrator, so I'm sure Ken felt he had to follow all the rules. She's of sound mind, and unless she authorizes us to know about her health history, Ken can't tell us anything, Ronnie whispered.
She lied. She told us she had hairline fractures in a rib and her arm, and that's bullshit. I'm gonna rip her ass apart when she comes back in here, Blaze spat out.
Don't. If you lay into her, she'll probably leave, and I have to know what's going on with her.
I've rearranged my house, my life for her. What if you do ask her if she's dying and she lies about that, too? That woman walked out on us to live the high life in California. She didn't give a shit about us when she was sipping champagne and hanging out with celebrities on the red carpet. You read her interviews. She didn't mention us in any of them, ever. We didn't exist. Now I have a refrigerator full of tofu and lettuce. My couch is her camp while I hide upstairs because I couldn't bring myself to say, how fucking dare you? Well, I can now, Blaze said from between gritted teeth.
I'll take her home with me. The boys can bunk together, and I'll give her Leaf's room. Ronnie grabbed Blaze's arm. I'm begging you. Please don't go off on her. Blaze stared at Ronnie in amazement. My marriage is in a shambles. My kids are at the age where they don't want to have anything to do with me. I'm going through menopause and I need my mother. For whatever reason, she's willing to play that role right now. I'll take it, Blaze. Please.
Ronnie's desperation broke Blaze's heart, and all her fury melted away in a heartbeat. Okay, we'll play dumb. I don't want her to become another problem between you and Clint. She stays at my house, she said with resignation. The only text Kaylee got from Blaze read, "I'm at the..." Blaze didn't respond when Kaylee sent her a message asking her to elaborate. When 7 o'clock came and went without any sign of Blaze, Kaylee tried to call her, and there was no answer. She had a hard time believing Blaze would stand her up and assumed something was wrong. So she called the store. "You're still open," Kaylee said with relief when someone answered.
"Yes, ma'am, we're open until 8.
"Is this Billy?"
Kaylee asked.
"It sure is. Who is this?"
"This is Kaylee, bro. I bought the coffee maker that rang up as a skillet, remember?"
"Oh, yeah. Is there something wrong with it? Was the carafe broken? Some of the people that work here are rough when they handle things. I have to remind them just because we sell hardware, not everything is hard,"
Billy said with a laugh.
"Is Blaze in?" "No, she left hours ago and didn't tell anyone anything. Joel in the back said he saw an ambulance in her driveway, and now 2 rumors are going around. But the most plausible to me is she murdered her mother."
Kaylee's jaw dropped. "What was the other rumor?"
"Her mother fell off her scooter," Billy said. "That's totally unlikely. Nobody has been brave enough to go to the big house and find out for sure."
"Do you mean jail?" Billy laughed.
"No, the big house behind the store. That's where Blaze lives."
"Okay. I'll catch up with her later. Thank you, Billy. Have a good night," Kaylee said, and ended the call. Chapter 9. Ronnie stepped out of the bathroom and peeked into the bedroom where Chantal was sleeping. Blaze was standing by the bed, her arms stretched out wide with a pot lid in each hand. Ronnie ran in and grabbed Blaze before she could clang them together and dragged her into the hall.
"What are you doing?"
she whispered. "We had to wake her up every hour, and I was about to do that," Blaze said with a smile. Ronnie gently closed the bedroom door and dragged Blaze into the living room. "She's only been asleep 5 minutes, and you know good and damn well she doesn't have a concussion." "They could have gotten that wrong. I was just playing it safe."
"Don't you have a date?"
Ronnie snapped. "Shit. I was going to call Kaylee when we left the hospital." Blaze yanked her phone from her pocket and waved it at Ronnie. "But I was too busy trying to act normal and forgot. I'm sorry, but I'm pissed off again. I was sitting in the back seat staring at her knotted head, wondering if she hurt herself on purpose so she could stay longer. She's an actress. She could be playing the part of compassionate mother, so we'll be sucked in and let her stay here forever." "Lower your voice. I'm going to find out what's going on with her. If she is doing that, I'll throw her out of here faster than you can." Ronnie waved her hands around. "I have dysfunctional ovaries. I've got emotional highs and lows, but I'm not an idiot. Let me handle this, and assure me you're going to play your role." "I've got a drum full of emotional lows, and what I found out today knocked the lid loose. I'll do my best, but I can't assure you I won't kaboom." Ronnie softened her tone. "We've always been on the same page where she's concerned, and I think you feel like I'm not with you, but I am." Blaze looked at her phone and yelled, "Fuck! Damn it!" Ronnie put her hand over Blaze's mouth and listened for a moment before she whispered,
"I want her to sleep so I can dig through her purse. She keeps her medicine in there. She never leaves it lying around. And right now, it's on the couch."
Blaze turned her face away from Ronnie's hand. "I didn't hit send on my text explaining everything to Kaylee. I need to call her. Do I need to stand watch, or can you dig on your own?"
"Go call, I've got this."
Blaze crept up the stairs and made her call. "I'm so sorry," she said as soon as Kaylee answered. "I was typing a text to explain everything, and the doctor came into the room. I didn't hit send. It's okay." "What's going on?" "Chantal fell this afternoon, and Ronnie called an ambulance because she thought she was seriously hurt. We just got home from the hospital maybe 15 minutes ago. I can be showered and dressed in less than an hour." "No, don't do that," Kaylee said kindly. "Not after the day you've had. We can go out tomorrow night if you feel okay with leaving Chantal alone. How is she?
Apparently, she has a Terminator skeleton because she's fine. Can I whine?
Sure.
I was having a great day because I was really looking forward to seeing you, and I'm massively disappointed, Blaze admitted.
If you want, I can pick up a pizza and come by if y'all are hungry, unless that's—
Yes, Blaze said quickly.
Okay. Do you like everything on it?
I do. And I have all kinds of stuff to drink and a ton of sweets for dessert, Blaze said with a smile.
What about Ronnie and Chantal? Kaylee asked.
I doubt she'll eat a pizza that isn't made out of tofu and lettuce. Normally, Ronnie doesn't eat pizza very often, but with the menopause thing, she might eat the box.
Kaylee laughed. I'll order a large anyway, and I'll be there soon. Just text me your address and remember to hit send.
I swear I will. You made my night. Bye,
Blaze said happily. When the call ended, Blaze sent Kaylee her address. She was about to go take a shower when Ronnie stepped into her room with tears in her eyes. The only drug I found in her purse is something for inflammation. I checked her bathroom and even crept into her bedroom and had a look around. I didn't find any other medicine. She held up a thick envelope. I found this in her purse. There are pictures of us in here from the time we were little until we were grown. Some of them look like they've been in frames. Birthday parties, school pictures, holidays, my wedding, you posing next to the first car you bought. Ronnie's voice broke. My kids? How did she get them?
Someone had to send them, Blaze said numbly and took the envelope from Ronnie.
She pulled out a few of the smaller photos and noticed they were creased as if they'd been in a wallet.
Do you think Dad did it?
I don't know, but I think this proves she does give a shit about us. Blaze pulled her high school graduation photo from the envelope and stared at it. She didn't know what to make of Ronnie's find, but she was weary of her ride on an emotional roller coaster. A lump formed in her throat as she tucked everything back into the envelope and handed it to Ronnie.
You should put that back before she wakes up. I have to take a shower. Kaylee's coming over.
Do you want me to leave? Blaze watched Ronnie clutch the envelope to her chest.
No. Just hear me when I say this, and don't think I'm calling you naive because I'm not. You've got a lot of shit happening in your life that you're struggling with. I don't want you to get hurt or even disappointed by Chantal. She's not the only one you can lean on. I'm here. I've always been here, and I always will be. So remember that.
Ronnie held her arms out. I need another hug.
This is a thing now, isn't it?
Blaze asked with a smile as she embraced Ronnie.
Is snuggling next?
Well, I wasn't going to bring that up this soon. Ronnie rested her chin on Blaze's shoulder. When you had a gerbil and I had to sleep with that thing in the same room, I wanted to be an only child. But I'm glad now I didn't get my wish.
I wish for the same thing when you used to hog the bathroom, but now... I still hate that you hogged the bathroom.
Ronnie laughed. You are such a... She gasped when she heard a door close downstairs and stuffed the envelope in the front of her pants, then pulled her shirt down over it. Create a diversion! I had to get this back in her purse! Shit! Blaze whispered and ran. She was racing down the stairs with Ronnie on her heels when Chantal entered the living room very slowly on her scooter.
What are you doing up already?
Chantal's eyes widened as the pair barreled toward her.
I had to go to the restroom. I also need to take my medicine.
What kind of medicine?
Ronnie asked as she and Blaze blocked Chantal's way. It's something that was prescribed to me when I had the initial accident for swelling, Chantal said.
Mm-hmm, Ronnie said with a nod. That kind of thing shouldn't be taken on an empty stomach. You haven't eaten since lunch.
You're right. Wait, Chantal said when Blaze took her by the arm and dragged her and the scooter a foot or two. You'll have to let me do this on my own. I can't maintain my balance. Sorry, Blaze smiled. I just didn't want you to fall.
Chantal smiled too.
I understand, but I'm steadier than I appear. I was going too fast today, and I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been. You shouldn't have been trying to jump the couch, either, Blaze quipped as she walked alongside Chantal's slow roll. Yes, you're right. That move was too ambitious, Chantal agreed with a chuckle. Blaze, I don't think we're going to be able to fit through the doorway at the same time.
Yeah, oops.
After you.
Blaze looked back at Ronnie, who'd moved near the couch and was waiting for them to go into the kitchen.
Could I trouble you to boil an egg for me? Chantal asked as she moved slowly on.
Sure, no problem, Blaze said as she followed. A woman I'm seeing is bringing over a pizza. Would you rather have a slice of that?
I haven't had pizza since the 80s. Chantal released a sigh as Blaze helped her take a seat at the table. My metabolism began slowing down by then, and I had to maintain a strict diet to keep my weight down. Why should I worry about that now? She sounded as though she was talking to herself instead of Blaze. No, I should have the egg.
Okay, coming up.
When will the woman you spoke of be here? Chantal asked.
Blaze shrugged. Probably in the next 20 minutes or so, I guess.
I'll take my dinner to my room so you can have privacy. The image of Chantal sitting on the edge of her bed eating alone saddened Blaze, and it amazed her she felt that way after being so furious with Chantal earlier. Her response was a mixture of kindness and sarcasm that conveyed her conflicted feelings.
What are you going to do? Throw your egg and a glass of water in your dented scooter basket and ride off into the shadows? One slice of pizza won't hurt. You should join us if you feel up to it.
Do I look presentable? Chantal asked worriedly.
Blaze glanced at Chantal. You look fine. Your hair is covering that mountainous goose egg on your forehead.
I straightened up in your living room since you have company coming, Ronnie said as she walked into the kitchen.
Ronnie, do I look presentable? Chantal asked.
You look great for someone who was catapulted across the room and landed on her face.
You could use some fluffing, though.
Ronnie mussed Chantal's hair with her fingers, then licked her finger.
You've got a little spot where your mascara ran, she said as she scrubbed at the smudge.
Blaze watched with disgust. You gonna sit there and let her rub spit into your face?
I don't mind, Chantal said with a smile. Ronnie inspected Chantal's hair again.
You've got a line of gray roots coming in. Want me to dye it for you?
You know how to do that sort of thing? Chantal asked.
I've been dyeing mine for ages, Ronnie said. I use 2 different colors to make it look more natural since it's dark. Yours will be easy because your stylist only used 1 color. We just have to match it.
Blaze stood back and waited for Chantal to say hell no, because she figured, even though she had retired from acting, she was still very particular about her looks. She was shocked when Chantal said, I would love that.
I'm great with nails, too. Ronnie held out her hand to Chantal. That job was not done at a salon. I try to do my daughter Rosie's all the time, but she says she hates glam. I carried that child in my body for 9 months and gave birth to Blaze's twin, not only in looks, but personality, too. If you want me to do your nails, I'll be happy to take care of them.
Chantal beamed. I don't think I'll be able to tolerate having my head touched for a few days. But after I've healed, I would really enjoy having you glam me up. We can make it a party. Blaze, will you join us?
Ronnie waxed my eyebrows once. Correction, a brow. She ripped that wax off and I had only 5 hairs. I had to draw on my left brow until it grew back, so the answer to that is a resounding no.
Then what is something we can all do together? Chantal asked Blaze.
Rip off Ronnie's eyebrows.
What things do we like to do together?
Ronnie asked and stared at Blaze thoughtfully.
Hurl playful insults?
Blaze shrugged.
We have a lot of fun with that.
You two don't have a girls' night and go out to dinner or for drinks? Chantal asked.
No. Blaze's store stays open until 8 almost every night, so she's usually there. There's work, bills to pay, kids to deal with, grass to be cut, clothes to be washed, houses to be clean, sleep to catch if we're lucky. Actually, since you've been here, I've seen Blaze more than I have in a long time, Ronnie said thoughtfully.
Blaze grinned.
Yeah, we're hugging now, and there are threats of snuggling.
She noticed lights through her kitchen window and headed for the door. Kaylee's here.
Oh, Ronnie began in a goofy voice. Somebody has an ooey-gooey crush.
Blaze flipped Ronnie off.
Do me a favor and set the table, please.
Kaylee was already out of her car and held up the pizza box as Blaze approached. If this is their idea of large, the extra large must come with a luggage cart.
Oh, Blaze said with a groan. You got it from Polly's. They cut up the toppings really fine, so you get a taste of everything in every bite. It's so good.
She took the box from Kaylee.
You are so incredibly sweet for being willing to do this.
My pleasure. Kaylee wrapped her hand around Blaze's arm as they walked slowly toward the house. She gazed at 2 big oak trees in the front yard and lanterns suspended from the boughs on cords. I love those lights.
Thank you. I do too until I have to change the batteries. They come on automatically at night, but when it's cloudy and the foliage blocks what little sun there is, the lights stay on. I'm out here on a ladder all the time, but I really like the way they look. That's the bad thing about owning a hardware store. I want all the lawn and garden things we get in. That's why I have more furniture on my back porch than I do in my living room.
I notice you don't use your front door. Why is that?
That's also a bad thing about owning a hardware store, Blaze said with a smile. We got in a new ceiling foam for cracks and crevices, and I used it on the threshold. Now I nearly have to yank the door off the hinges to open it.
Kaylee chuckled. I love your place. I've always loved older houses, and that's what I was hoping to rent when I came here. The house across the street from Gramp and Graham went up for rent while I was looking for a place. Gramp put a deposit on it before talking to me. It's not bad, but it's a brick bungalow that looks like everything else on their street.
Oh, you do have a lot of outdoor furniture out here, she said as they stepped onto the back porch and saw a couch, tables, and chairs. It's a big porch, and it begged to be decked out with outdoor furniture. I couldn't resist.
Blaze stopped at the back door.
Chantal and my sister are in the kitchen. Do you need a moment to mentally prepare yourself for exposure to them?
I got this. Kaylee made her toughest face.
You're so brave.
Blaze opened the door for Kaylee, and Ronnie was in her face the second she stepped inside.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Corbin, Blaze's big sister,
she said as she shook Kaylee's hand. I'm Kaylee Bro. It's so great to meet you. Blaze couldn't bring herself to introduce Chantal as her mother, so she made a joke to hide her awkwardness.
Yes, I have a monkey and a movie star in my kitchen. Since the monkey has already jumped on you before I had time to make introductions, then you already know who's standing by the table.
Hello, Kaylee. I'm Chantal. It's lovely to meet you, she said warmly.
Kaylee hurried over to Chantal. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said as Chantal clutched her hand between hers. I hope you're not standing for me. I can see that you're balancing on one foot. May I help you sit back down?
Pretty and charming,
Ronnie whispered and swatted Blaze on the arm.
Way to go, ho.
I think my luck is finally changing,
Blaze said softly, as she watched Kaylee help Chantal sit back down, and then she set the pizza on the table. Kaylee opened the box and almost laughed at the way Chantal's and Ronnie's eyes glazed over as they stared at the pizza. Dig in while it's still hot.
Ronnie plopped down beside Chantal. If you insist. What would you like to drink? Blaze asked Kaylee.
I have water,
Ronnie said, still staring at the pizza as though she was in a trance. Kaylee laughed when Blaze rolled her eyes at her sister. I'll have the same. Blaze grabbed 4 bottles of water from the refrigerator and set them out before she took a seat.
Don't be shy, Ronnie, she quipped when Ronnie snatched a corner piece of the square pizza.
Kaylee, are you related to Edie and Dean Bro?
Chantal asked. They're my grandparents, Kaylee said with a smile.
I didn't realize you knew them,
Blaze said as she and Kaylee grabbed slices of the pizza.
They were friends of Iona and Tate. Edie, Iona, and some of their friends used to bake together often.
Chantal smiled at Kaylee.
Everyone stayed out of their way because they were like mad scientists in the kitchen while they created new recipes.
Blaze told me you just moved here. Where did you live before? Ronnie asked Kaylee, as she set a slice of pizza on Chantal's plate. Technically, Nebraska. Kaylee explained how she'd traveled with her former job and had grown tired of it. I'm looking forward to working 5 days a week in the same office and going home instead of to a hotel each night. Ronnie grabbed another slice for herself. I'm going through menopause. That's why I'm eating like there's no tomorrow.
I'm doing the same, but I have no excuse. Please forgive me if I don't add to the conversation for a few minutes,
Chantal added before she took a bite of the pizza.
They normally eat like gerbils, Blaze explained when Chantal and Ronnie moaned and groaned as they chewed seemingly in a competition over who could be the most expressive. We may have to leave them alone if they get any more carried away.
Kaylee grinned. I'm glad y'all are enjoying it.
This is going to take the place of sex for me now, Ronnie said between bites. Everybody turn away if my eyes roll up into my head.
You probably shouldn't look at her at all, Blaze suggested to Kaylee. Her brow shot up when Chantal began to squeak as she laughed and chewed at the same time. Chapter 10. For two people who ate like gerbils, Chantal and Ronnie consumed half the pizza. They thanked Kaylee profusely for it, acting as though Kaylee had handed them both $1 million. Kaylee got a kiss on the cheek and a hug from Ronnie before she left for home. I'm going to leave you two as well. Chantal slowly stood. I'm so full and sleepy, I may fall asleep in the shower. Are you steady enough to do that on your own? Blaze asked hesitantly. I felt today because I was being careless, not because I'm weak. Chantal smiled at Kaylee. It was so nice meeting you and having your delightful company. I hope to see you again soon. Oh, and please tell Edie and Dean I said hello. Likewise, and I sure will, Kaylee said with a smile. Blaze put a bottle of water in Chantal's scooter basket, along with a bottle of acetaminophen. The doctor said you could take a couple of those pills if you have a headache. Kaylee noticed Chantal looked genuinely touched by Blaze's concern, and heard the slight tremor in her voice when she said, Thank you, again, Blaze, for your kindness. Good night. Blaze and Kaylee watched Chantal slowly make her way out of the kitchen, then Kaylee began collecting the dirty plates. I'll do this later. Blaze took the dishes from Kaylee and set them in the sink. Would you like a glass of wine? That sounds great. Kaylee heard a door close and whispered, I feel bad that I didn't ask her how she felt. Y'all never mentioned the fall, so I wasn't sure if I should bring it up. She's fine. She's really fine. Blaze took a bottle of wine from the rack and grabbed the corkscrew hanging on the side of it. A doctor told me and Ronnie the only fractures Chantal has are in her ankle. When she got here, she claimed she had hairline fractures in her arm and a rib. She's even been wearing a brace on her arm. She lied. Kaylee's eyes flew open wide. What did she say when y'all found out the truth? She wasn't in the room when we learned that tidbit, Blaze said wryly as she pulled the cork from the wine bottle. Could the breaks have been missed since they're supposed to be hairline? The doctor told us the orthopedist scrutinized the x-rays because of her age and how she'd hurt herself. He didn't see anything. Blaze filled their glasses and handed Kaylee one. Ronnie doesn't want me to confront her because she has it in her head that Chantal came here to die. Kaylee was about to take a drink and pulled the glass away from her mouth. Shit! Yeah, that's what I thought when she dropped that theory on me. The woman flew off her scooter, slammed her face into the floor, and her only injury is a knot on her head. I have my own theory. Chantal is an alien robot with a skeleton that appears as bone to our primitive imaging devices. That's why she had to leave us when we were kids. She can't stay anywhere very long because she might inadvertently give away what she really is. That's what you're rolling with? Kaylee said slowly, trying not to laugh. Blaze nodded. Yep. Let's give her a little while to go into sleep mode and see if that knot on her head disappears. If that happens, she's definitely an alien robot because they can repair themselves. I learned that from an educational program called The Terminator. We can melt her down and make an indestructible bike out of her. From what I've seen in movies, futuristic metals don't rust, she said with a snort. Oh no, Blaze. You have to aim higher than that. I'm sure that kind of metal would be worth a fortune. You could sell her to the highest bidder. But you'd have to do it on the black market because the government would probably try to take it from you. I really appreciate that you're willing to board the insanity train with me. Blaze grinned and motioned for Kaylee to follow her. Let me go check on the indestructible being, and we can sit on the couch. I'm not afraid she's going to hurt herself. I'm afraid if she falls, she'll take a wall out of my bathroom. I saw that in The Terminator 2. Kaylee laughed softly as Blaze crept down the hallway and took a look around the living room. She gazed at a framed photo on Blaze's bookshelf of Blaze and a little girl who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. They sat together on a porch swing smiling, and Kaylee was stunned by how much they looked alike. Do you have a daughter? She asked when Blaze walked back into the room. Technically, no. You're looking at my little Rosie. Ronnie somehow gave birth to my clone. Blaze pointed to a photo of 2 blonde boys. That's Ronnie's sons, Leaf and Trey. They look just like their dad, Clint.
They're adorable, especially Rosie, Kaylee said with a smile. Now I know what you look like as a kid. Blaze opened the cabinet in the bottom of the shelf.
Ronnie had this made for me one Christmas as a joke.
She handed Kaylee a large photo that she hadn't framed.
Oh! Kaylee laughed as she stared at the picture of Blaze standing on a football field amongst the high school band with the back of her uniform pants cut out.
What exactly were you showing your butt for?
That was my pissed off at the world period. Chantal did a movie called Crash and Burn, and someone found a copy and showed it to the whole school. There was a sex scene in it, and Chantal was nude. Though the shots didn't show everything, her breasts were out for the world to see. It was humiliating for a number of reasons. All of the chatter about Chantal leaving had died and was suddenly renewed. Chantal was very young in that movie, and everyone noticed how much we looked alike. I was asked constantly when I was going to do my next porno. The worst, though, was when I saw that scene and realized my breasts looked just like hers. I felt so exposed.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Kaylee said as she handed the photo back to Blaze.
I was embarrassed and pissed off.
Blaze put the photo back into the cabinet and gestured toward the couch where they sat down.
I got into some screaming matches with people at school when they teased me about the movie. The principal told me I wasn't allowed to show my butt like that at his school, and that gave me the idea. It was a blanket screw everybody. I made a statement like you did with no eyebrows and a naked chihuahua. It just wasn't as funny as yours was. Did you make any more statements?
When I was 10, I went off in a beachside store about the inhumane treatment of hermit crabs. I made a kid cry when I told him the crab his parents had just bought him was ripped from its mommy, daddy, and crab siblings just so he could live in his special box. My dad dragged me out of the store. I had to sit in the car with him while Mom and my sisters finished shopping.
You are so damn cool for standing up for hermit crabs, Blaze said with a laugh. We would have turned this town inside out had we grown up together.
Kaylee smiled cockily. There's still time.
You're going to get a bad rep if you hang out with me.
So what? The bad bunnies are always more fun to be with, Kaylee said. As I learn your backstory, I'm finding out you're not as bad as you're made out to be.
Well, you haven't heard all of the stories yet.
Kaylee pulled a picture from beneath the couch cushions and looked at it.
Aw, is this you?
Oh, shit, Blaze whispered as she stared at the picture of herself posing in a coat she'd gotten for Christmas.
Ronnie went through Chantal's purse earlier, trying to find out what medicines she's taking in hopes they would reveal if Chantal has a terminal illness or not. She found an envelope full of pictures of us instead, and this one must have fallen out when she was putting it back into the purse. Now we have another mystery because we want to know who sent them to her.
Kaylee handed the picture to Blaze. Who are the suspects? Blaze tucked the photo into her shirt pocket.
A lot of the pictures are from family gatherings, so it had to have been someone in the family, which is shocking. Dad won't allow anyone to talk about Chantal in front of him. He went to stay with a friend when he found out she was in town. Grandpa always said Chantal was selfish, and it was a good thing she was out of our lives. So I know it wasn't those two. I suspect it was Grandma. She was always kinder when she talked about Chantal. When she felt Ronnie and I were old enough, she told us Chantal had some problems she needed to work out, and that was why she had to leave. She said it would be unhealthy for us if we hated Chantal because of that, and we needed to forgive her.
That's hard. I try not to hate my sister. Well, hate is probably too strong of a word. Kaylee's brow furrowed. Is it hate when you can't look at someone's face without wanting to pop it?
Blaze covered her mouth to keep from spitting the sip of wine she'd taken. It took her a few seconds before she could swallow, then laughed. I'd say you have some seriously hard feelings, she said with a smile.
Kaylee began and struggled to say, I love Joanna, but she will say whatever crosses her mind, and sometimes she's offensive. Last Christmas, she told my niece her nose was too big for her new hairstyle. There was no good reason for her to say that to a 15-year-old kid who was already self-conscious about her looks. She didn't need to tell me I look like an infant in heeled boots either. Don't laugh.
I'm not. That was rude.
It was on both counts. There I was, standing on a chair, because I can't reach the buttons on my parents' microwave mounted over the stove. Joanna just strolls in on her long legs and says I look like an infant in boots. She topped that off by asking if anyone offered me a job as a store elf, and she was dead serious. Kaylee shook her head slowly. I'm afraid of what might have happened if I would have had quick access to Dad's trimmer. Joanna didn't realize she made me mad enough to want to shear her like a sheep.
Is everyone in your family taller than you?
I think the way you posed that question was sweet. You could have just asked if I was the shortest, and I am. Kaylee grinned. How tall are you?
Almost 5'8".
So nothing has ever really been out of your reach, except for the lanterns outside when you have to change the batteries, Kaylee said with a mock scowl.
Height does have its disadvantages. In elementary school, my head was always sticking out above the others, so my teachers called on me a lot to answer questions. I wasn't paying attention most of the time because I was watching Gene eat my crayons. Blaze shrugged. He never ate his own. I'm sure there are high sides to not being tall. You've probably never ran into a low-hanging branch.
Yes, I have. Actually, I rode into one on my bike, and it ripped some of my hair out of my head. Got anything else? Kaylee asked with a smile.
You probably don't fall very often because you have a low center of gravity.
I fall off things I use as a ladder all the time, Kaylee laughed. Try again.
This game is very intimidating, Blaze admitted with a grin. I think your lack of height is adorable.
Ah, crap, I didn't expect you to go sweet. I thought you were going to tell me I'm lucky to buy kids' jeans because they're cheaper. I had a great retort prepared. I was going to say I won't buy anything with sparkling kitty prints no matter how cheap they are.
Do I get a point for going sweet, though? Blaze asked with a laugh.
I'll give you 10.
I'm very happy with that score. I like you, and I want to stay in your good graces,
Blaze said and took a sip of her wine. Kaylee smiled. I liked you the night we met. I thought you were very attractive and sweet. That's why I offered you a ride to town. Why didn't you take it?
My mind was somewhere else, I guess. I really was going to see Carrie, but there was another reason. I left the house on the spur of the moment in jeans, and it was hot. Blaze laughed. I've never chafed like that in my life. I was in agony. I would have had to take my pants off just to sit in your car, and that's not a good first impression.
You were all chafed up and you changed my tire?
I couldn't say I'd love to help you, but I've started a fire in my pants and I'm about to die. Blaze cracked up. I rode off, hoping you didn't notice I was pedaling with my feet on the edge of the pedals turned out. I freaked Carrie out, because the first thing I did when I got to her house was strip from the waist down.
Oh, please,
Kaylee began sympathetically, and then covered her mouth when she started laughing.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Carrie gave me some balm she uses on her horses. It helped a lot, but I've developed a craving for apples and hay.
You really were a hero that night, Kaylee said as she tried to stop laughing. Seriously, it was really sweet of you to help me in that condition.
You were a hero tonight. You brought a pizza over and fed my family after I stood you up and ruined our plans. I doubt anyone else would have even given me the chance to explain what happened.
I called the store when you didn't show up or answer my texts, and Billy told me someone had seen an ambulance in your driveway, Kaylee admitted. I'm surprised I did that, because normally I wouldn't have. I really did like you the night we met.
This is the first time I have ever been happy that Billy has talked to anyone about me. If I sneeze, she makes sure everyone in town knows about it and adds her own spin. Blaze smiled. I'm so thankful you gave me the benefit of a doubt and called her.
Me too. Kaylee took a sip of her wine and asked hesitantly, did Carrie tell you anything about me being a wily sailor?
You sail? Blaze said excitedly. I've always wanted to do that.
I guess I should explain wily sailor means slut to my Gramp. He was confused by something I said, and he told Carrie I was like a wily sailor with a woman in every port.
Carrie never said anything about that. Blaze pursed her lips for a second. I'm dying to know, what did you say to make him think that?
I couldn't have real relationships on the road, so over a period of years, I had arrangements with a few women. I would describe it as very casual dating. I don't want you to think I'm flighty or afraid of commitment or... Oh.
I don't, Blaze said with a laugh. I've had my share of arrangements.
Kaylee sat up a little straighter. Really? Do you have a current one?
No, my last acquaintance was my ex. We broke up on good terms, and we kind of got together every now and then casually. She was a social worker at the nursing home, and had been the one to talk me into being the bunny. After the incident, she ended our arrangement.
Kaylee's brow furrowed. Did she blame you for that?
No, she and the whole staff at the nursing home saw the videos and knew exactly what happened.
Blaze started to fidget.
It's what happened after that incident that upset her.
Did you moon the whole town again? Kaylee asked with a smile.
No.
Blaze blew out a breath.
I told you how people acted as though I was a lunatic after the whole bunny assault thing. Well, I stupidly played into their beliefs when I decapitated a lawn ornament.
I have heard a little about that, and I'm still sitting here, so don't look so nervous. Go ahead and tell me what happened.
Blaze nodded, looking a bit relieved. I don't know anything about my neighbors across the street except their last name is Parker. They never decorate for the holidays, but this year they did with one lone plastic Easter bunny. They put that thing in the middle of their yard, facing my house, and even splattered the front of it with red paint to look like blood. It was as though they were sending a message that said, "Hello, we've never met, but we're the assholes." So, I answered and let them know I was an asshole too.
You just walked across the street and took an axe to their bunny? Kaylee asked with an incredulous smile.
A machete. Big mistake, because I had to hack on that rabbit for a while, and I almost got caught in the act. That's why I didn't use a chainsaw, because I committed the ornament murder in the middle of the night, and that would have really been loud.
Blaze stared into space thoughtfully. I should have used a blowtorch. Kaylee snorted. I have a mental picture of you sneaking across the street dressed like a ninja with a machete.
Oh, yeah. I was dressed in black from head to toe, but I wasn't stealthy. I just walked across the street and attacked that smiling plastic bunny bastard.
Blaze shook her head as she laughed.
I was so pissed off when I went to close my blinds that night and noticed that damn thing glowing on their lawn. Here's the kicker. I was getting my mail out of the box at the same time Mr. Parker came out to get his. I know he saw my face all black and blue, and that very night, they put that ornament in their yard. I can't imagine they could think I'd find that funny. If they did, then I'm sure they got a real kick out of finding their plastic bunny head on their doorstep. Did I act immaturely? Yes. Do I regret it? Nope.
I read about neighbors fighting over lawn decorations or dog poop in their yards all the time. It only makes the news because the argument escalates and turns physical. You could have gone over there and chewed them out and made a scene. Instead, you made a statement. But Blaze, if something like that ever happens again, Kaylee smiled. Please let me go with you dressed like a ninja. I'll carry the blowtorch.
A slow smile spread across Blaze's face. I really like you, and I'm touched that you're willing to be my accomplice. I hope you won't be disappointed to hear I won't be doing that again.
Kaylee shrugged. I really wanted to have an excuse to dress like a ninja and perform covert maneuvers, but I can live with the disappointment.
I really do like you, Blaze said with a warm smile. You know what's funny? I haven't ridden my bike in years, but the night we met, I just had to get away from here. Almost no one ever travels on Old Dump Road, and we happened to be there at the same time. At the risk of sounding weird, do you think that means something?
It does, Kaylee replied seriously. You have perfect timing, and I can't avoid hitting potholes.
She grinned when Blaze cracked up.
I don't think you're weird for wondering that. I've met a lot of people, but I've never been this comfortable with anyone so quickly. So, I'm going to choose to believe we were meant to meet that night. Does that make me weird?
No.
Blaze leaned close to Kaylee and gave her a chaste kiss. Kaylee smiled when their lips parted. Now, I have to tell you something that makes my sisters think I'm crazy. The day I graduated college, my family took me out to eat. My other grandma was alive then, and she bought me some cookies from a shop we passed on the way back to our cars. I ate all of them but one. I saved the last cookie because Grandma Dell gave it to me. It's sealed in a plastic bag, and I keep it inside a glass box.
That's not crazy. That's sentimental and sweet.
Kaylee smiled. Does that earn me another kiss?
Absolutely.
Blaze awarded Kaylee with a kiss that left them both breathless. I have a desiccated turtle in a glass box, too, Kaylee blurted out. That's the reason Joanna and Haley think I'm weird, but Pete was very precious to me.
Still sentimental and sweet. Blaze stroked the side of Kaylee's face with the backs of her fingers. Childhood pets are special.
I was 21 when he died. I found him after a flood. He was a baby. His shell was only the size of a quarter and he was dying then. I nursed him back to health with special food and a lot of attention, but he didn't grow and died almost a year later. I dried his little body in the sun, and he's in a glass box that'll stink up a room if you open it.
Do you have any other loved ones stored away? Blaze asked with a laugh.
Well, Granddad, where are you going? Kaylee laughed when Blaze jumped to her feet. I was going to tell you he was a taxidermist. It's in my blood to preserve, but no, I don't have any other bodies stored away. Wow, that was a strange admission to make on a first date. Still want to go out with me?
Absolutely, Blaze said with a smile.
Are you dead or dying?
Carrie asked sleepily when she answered Blaze's call.
My luck has finally changed, thanks to you. I'm dating a woman who I think might be my perfect match. Kaylee is amazing.
Carrie yawned.
I'm going to try to care even though it's after midnight. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, but you call me at 4 a.m. sometimes when you're getting ready for work and you don't have to get up early tomorrow.
Well, shit,
Carrie said with a sigh.
Does Kaylee decapitate lawn ornaments and fight in fur?
She would never wear fur. She's an animal lover. She keeps a dried-out dead turtle. Does she sound perfect for me or what? Blaze asked excitedly.
Both of you sound perfect for a mental ward, but I'm glad you met someone who's just as strange as you are. What's going on with Chantal?
Oh, she lied, Blaze said glibly as she stretched out on her bed. She doesn't have a broken arm or rib, just a broken ankle. Ronnie is going through early menopause and is possessed by a minimum of 3 demons named Cranky, Emotional, and Hot Flash. I don't care about all that right now because the fates have sent me a woman, and she is sexy and sweet and just the right amount of crazy.
Congratulations. Sounds like your luck is changing.
Yep, Blaze said, and ended the call without saying goodbye. She laughed. Got your ass that time, Carrie. Night-night.
Chapter 11.
How was your date?
Edie asked when Kaylee joined her and Dean for breakfast. Wonderful. Kaylee kissed Edie on the cheek first, then she kissed Dean. I met Blaze's sister Ronnie, and the Chantal Champlain. She said to tell y'all hello.
Does she look fake?
Dean asked.
You know, like so many actors and actresses do when they get a little mileage on them. They get all kinds of plastic things shoved into their cheeks and foreheads to stop the sagging, and they never blink.
She doesn't look her age, and if she's had work done, it's not obvious, Kaylee said with a laugh as she poured herself a cup of coffee. Edie took a pan of biscuits from the oven and set them on the table. Sit down and tell us everything. Dean, don't swipe any more bacon until we're all sitting. I'm going to have to do a lot to work off pizza and all this. Kaylee waved a hand at the biscuits, bacon, and eggs Edie was spooning onto their plates.
Let Gramp help you with that, honey,
Dean said with a smile.
When we're done eating, I'll let you mow my grass.
Edie sat with an expectant look. What was Chantal like? She was actually very personable. She fell yesterday, went to the hospital, and she still joined us for dinner. I took a pizza to Blaze's house after she told me what happened. I figured she didn't want to leave Chantal alone, Kaylee said. You should have let me know, Edie said with a frown. I would have made a casserole for you to take over there. That's very sweet. But I think the pizza did the trick, Kaylee laughed. Chantal and Ronnie really enjoyed it. What are the girls like around her?
Edie asked. They're very kind to her. Kaylee shook her head. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into what I observed. But I think Chantal is here to make amends.
She better be, Dean interjected seriously. If she's here to take advantage of those kids, Blaze is liable to put on that bunny suit and tune that woman up.
Did Blaze say if she was willing to sit down and talk to me?
Edie asked. I didn't bring it up. Kaylee shrugged as she spooned grape jelly onto her plate. You know, it was the first date, and we were talking about all kinds of things. I kind of forgot to ask her.
Did you behave your little wily self? Dean asked.
Kaylee grinned. Yes, I did. I told her all about the cookie Grandma Dell gave me and the dead turtle that I've kept for years because I'm weirdly sentimental, and she was so understanding. How great is my luck? I wanted to meet someone like her for ages. And here she is.
Uh-huh,
Dean said with a nod.
Let me tell you about the recliner fiasco. I saw this chair in one of my fishing magazines. The ad said it was designed for tall men, had a special back support, and it was made out of material that stayed cool. The list went on. They made it sound like this chair would cure a terminal disease if you sat in it long enough. I ordered it, and when it got here, I put it together and hopped in it expecting to be in camouflage heaven. It was like sitting on an uneven boulder. The only thing that piece of shit would have cured was a decent posture. All I'm saying is, sometimes the pretty picture is really a pain in the ass and a backache in the making. I like Blaze, but before you get too excited, make sure she's comfortable to sit on and she doesn't pitch you across the room when you try to recline her.
Your advice is much more interesting to hear in person than on the phone, Kaylee said. I'm so glad I moved here so I could have this experience.
Now you're just being a smartass.
Dean sliced open his biscuit and slapped some butter on it.
I don't want to hear no crying if she suddenly closes up on you and realigns your spine.
I know y'all still see me as the baby, but I'm a grown woman with a lot of experience. Kaylee held up a hand when Dean started to say something. Not as a wily sailor. I'm sure y'all think I'm rolling full steam ahead with Blaze because I just want a relationship, but I've met a lot of women, and none of them have ever had the magnetic pull she has on me. I know what I'm doing, so please don't break out the old baby gates.
You are so cute when you talk all big, Dean cooed.
Blaze spent her morning building a temporary ramp off her back porch, so she and Ronnie wouldn't have to carry Chantal up and down the steps. Then she mowed her lawn and went over to her dad's house and took care of his. Ronnie's car was in the driveway when Blaze got home. When she went inside, she found Ronnie and Chantal seated at the kitchen table, and it was laden with several bags of chips and half a dozen jars of dip. Ronnie gazed up at Blaze with salsa dripping down her chin. Don't judge me. I'm not. But you look like a vampire after a fresh feed, Blaze said slowly. What's going on in here? Well, Blaze, let me tell you, we have decided to say we don't give a shit about being the perfect weight to please everyone else. Ronnie looked at Chantal. We've deprived ourselves for too long, right? Right, Chantal said without conviction. Ronnie shook a corn chip at Blaze. We've shunned chocolate, burgers, just about every kind of bread, pizza, so many good things, no fucking more. When I can't fit into my ridiculously small clothes, I'm gonna fashion my outfits out of beach towels. You might want to be careful with that, Blaze said with a slight smile. I think it's a fashion faux pas to wear a dolphin or a crab after Labor Day. She noticed Chantal's eyes widen and the tiny shake of her head. Too late. Do you think this is funny? Ronnie bellowed. Sure you do. You've always eaten anything you wanted and never gained a pound. Do you even own a scale? Blaze, you don't have a clue what the struggle is like. Don't you dare stand there and judge me with your hyper-metabolism. Blaze didn't bother to say that she spent a lot of time in a hot warehouse and that she just mown 2 yards. Instead, she hung her head. I apologize for my ignorance and metabolism. Ronnie glared at Blaze and bumped Chantal with her elbow. Try the white cheese dip. It's an orgasm in a jar. Oh, yes. Chantal took a chip, stuck a small corner of it into the dip, and held it, looking as though she hoped Ronnie wouldn't notice she didn't eat it.
Clint took the boys fishing, and Rosie is staying with a friend tonight, so we women, free of image bondage, we're gonna have a slumber party. What do you want for dinner? Mexican? Italian? Both? It's all on me.
Ronnie dipped another chip into the salsa.
I'm feeling like a pitcher of margaritas myself.
I'm sorry, I have dinner plans with Kaylee, Blaze said, and thought she heard Chantal whimper. Ronnie scowled and waved a hand dismissively.
Go bathe, you stink.
Kaylee didn't normally answer calls from numbers she didn't recognize, but she worried it might have been someone affiliated with the shipyard since it was a local area code.
Hello? Kaylee, listen, I don't have much time before Blaze comes back in here,
Ronnie said quickly.
I know y'all have a date tonight, but I'm about to offer you something more fun than a boring old dinner. Imagine this. You're in comfortable bum clothes sampling food from every restaurant in town, and you're singing stupid songs and laughing your ass off. You can have as many margaritas as you want because it's a slumber party. Doesn't that sound like a good time?
Yeah, it does, Kaylee said with a laugh.
Tell Blaze you want to stay at her house and party with me and Chantal instead of going out tonight.
Kaylee realized she was being put on the spot. Oh, so she doesn't know about this party? Or has she already turned it down?
Here's the thing. I'm going through menopause, and I think under ordinary circumstances I could deal with the emotional highs and lows and the hot flashes, but my husband is a dick. My children are too cool to hang around with me. That's cool.
Ronnie's voice became strained.
I was a kid, and I remember what that's like, but right now I feel unwanted, useless, and like I'm just in the way of everyone. I've never felt like this before. I can't cope. I need my sister. I need you. I'm sorry. We just met, and that's a lot of pressure. I need margaritas, food, and people around who will make me laugh and make me forget my whole world is coming apart. I know I'm being selfish, and I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking when I called.
No, don't apologize, Kaylee said soothingly, and thought she heard a toilet flush. I love comfortable clothes and singing stupid songs. I'll talk to Blaze. She's probably going to be really mad that I called you. I already know she's very understanding. Don't worry, everything will be okay, Kaylee assured. You know what? I like you a lot already. I hope you and Blaze get really close because she deserves to have someone good in her life. Please don't tell her I said this. She's a strong woman, and she needs a strong partner. Though you're very small, you strike me as someone who's strong too. I hope that's true because she's going to go off when you tell her I called you. I've never been afraid of her, but right now I feel like I have to pee again. Kaylee fought the urge to laugh. Okay, you do that, and I'll call Blaze. Thank you, Kaylee. You're welcome. See you soon. Kaylee ended the call and pressed Blaze's number in her contact list. Hey, Blaze said happily. Kaylee smiled. Hey, you, just hear me out for a minute, okay? All right, Blaze said with obvious concern in her tone. Your sister needs our support. She's in a rough period of her life, and I'm sure Chantal being there also has her emotionally compromised. She called and invited us to eat and be silly with her tonight, and I think we should do that. Kaylee listened to silence for a moment. Please don't be mad at her. I'm shocked. I can't believe she called you. That's so out of character for Ronnie. She must be falling apart because her pride would never allow her to do that otherwise. Blaze sighed. I'm so sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I don't care where we have dinner as long as I'm with you. Where did you come from? How can you be so awesome? Blaze inhaled sharply and whispered, Are you a Terminator too? No, and don't try to melt me down to see if I'm lying. Wait until you see me kaboom, and I might go way down on your scale of awesomeness. I'll probably like you even more, Blaze said with a laugh. Seriously, thank you so much for being incredibly amazing about tonight. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be at your house at 7, wearing my favorite bum clothes and ready to sing and eat. Blaze knocked on the bathroom door downstairs. When Ronnie opened it, she asked, How did you get Kaylee's number? I sneaked it off your phone while you were in the shower. Ronnie hung her head. I feel so stupid. I think I was on a salsa high, and it made me temporarily insane. I'm okay now, so you and Kaylee can go on and do whatever y'all were going to do. Oh, no. You've rearranged everything, and we're looking forward to a party. Chantal's always dressed too prim and proper. Let's make her wear sweatpants and a flannel shirt. Ronnie met Blaze's gaze and smiled. With a ball cap. Yeah, Blaze agreed with a growl, as she pulled Ronnie into her arms and hugged her tightly. I'm getting better at hugging.
You didn't have to ask me to do it this time.
I wasn't going to. I ate too much salsa and it gave me the shit, so you should stop squeezing me.
Chapter 12.
We've got Chinese, Lebanese, and Mexican food,
Ronnie said when she opened the door to Kaylee that evening.
I know it sounds crazy, but margaritas go really well with fried rice.
Kaylee gawked at the amount of takeout containers on the kitchen table. Wow, who's eating all this?
We are, or mostly me.
Ronnie patted her stomach.
I emptied my tank after a salsa overdose, so I feel like I can probably do some serious damage to what we got here. Blaze is helping Chantal get dressed. I can't wait for you to see that.
How do I look? Kaylee asked as she tugged at the leg of her gray plaid lounge pants.
Perfect. I really like the Ancient Saints jersey. I borrowed clothes from Blaze.
Ronnie waved a hand over the yellow long-sleeved t-shirt with the surf shop logo on it and the red shorts she was wearing.
She wore these gym shorts in high school, so that should tell you she doesn't get rid of old clothes.
How about a margarita? I should probably eat first. I'm on an empty tank too, and the alcohol will go straight to my head. I'm not a giddy drunk. I'm a sleepy drunk. Kaylee grinned when Chantal rolled into the room sporting a ball cap on her head backward, a flannel shirt, and sweatpants cut off just below her knees. The knot on her head had gone down, but the bruising was already settling around her eye.
Look at you. I'm not sure I agree with Blaze's description of my style, Chantal said. She says it's butch, but I would describe it as a comfortable fashion calamity. Blaze strode into the kitchen with a smile. I said bum butch, at least from the waist up. The legs of the pants were too long and I had to cut them, and that changed the whole look I was going for.
She walked over to Kaylee, gave her a peck on the lips, and took the bag hanging over her shoulder.
I'm glad you're here. You look adorable.
You do too. Usually no one can make green shorts and a red shirt look good except for elves, Kaylee quipped with a laugh. Ronnie took the bag from Blaze.
I've got this. Y'all get some food before I come back and eat everything on the table, including the containers. Chantal, I expect to see you with the margarita, she said as she left the room.
I don't want to disappoint her, but I can't drink and scoot, Chantal whispered. I would love to have one otherwise. You can have one when you're on the couch and we're playing Name That Tune. Blaze handed Kaylee a plate. I'll carry you to your room if you get hammered. I think we're expected to eat in the living room, so I'll fix your plate and bring it to you. What do you want?
She wants everything,
Ronnie said as she returned to the kitchen.
Tiny portions, please. Chantal frowned. I've begun developing tumors on my hips.
Blaze looked up from the plate she was making.
What? Abnormal growths caused by complacency and an unrestricted diet, Chantal explained. They're love handles. I know they don't have those in Hollywood, but they're common in Louisiana, the lands of biscuits and gravy, Blaze said with a laugh.
While they were eating, Chantal opened a fortune cookie and said,
Balance and truth will assure your success in all things. You can't handle the truth in my cookie.
Did your fortune really say that? Ronnie asked.
Chantal chuckled. No, movie lines stick in my head, and I find it amusing to combine them with things I read. It's silly, I know. A few fellow actors and I used to entertain ourselves between takes by acting out famous movie scenes, but we used things like the ingredients to products for the actual lines. We'd laugh hysterically at how ridiculous we sounded. I need an example of this, Blaze said as she hopped up and ran into the kitchen. She returned with an armload of things she'd taken from her pantry and handed Chantal a box of ginger snap cookies. Scarlett O'Hara style, she said with a laugh as she set boxes and cans on the coffee table. She joined Kaylee and Ronnie where they sat on the living room floor as Chantal got into character. Enriched flour, sugar, Chantal cried with a heavy southern accent. You should have made your presence known. How dare you? Riboflavin and folic acid can't help me now. Nevertheless, I will eat these snaps. If I have to lie, diet, cheat, or endure seaweed wraps, God, as my witness, I'll never go low-fat again.
You were so passionate and dramatic. How do you keep from cracking up?
Ronnie asked while Blaze and Kaylee laughed hysterically. Years of training, Chantal replied with a smile.
Blaze scooted a can of chicken noodle soup toward Chantal.
Okay, somebody name another famous movie.
Casablanca, Ronnie said excitedly. "The here's looking at you kid scene."
"Oh, yes."
Chantal scrubbed her hands together.
"That's one of my favorites."
She picked up the can and read the ingredients.
"I'll be picking up mid-scene."
She cleared her throat.
"I'm not being chicken broth, but it doesn't take much enriched noodles to see that the meat of 3 little chickens doesn't amount to 10.5 ounces in this crazy world. Here's looking at you, monosodium glutamate."
Ronnie, Blaze, and Kaylee laughed as they clapped. "You nailed it, chicken noodle, Bogart," Kaylee said with a big grin.
"We should all do an improv scene together. That'll be so much fun," Chantal suggested. "Each of you take a can or a box from the table. I'll say a line, then point at one of you, and you'll have to respond with a line using at least one of the ingredients of the product you picked."
"I'm down for this challenge." Kaylee grabbed a package of croutons. Ronnie picked a can of green chilies, and Blaze selected pasta sauce.
The setting is a dinner party in a Gothic mansion in the 50s. Use your own names to avoid confusion. We are all seated at the table, and... Chantal glanced at the can of chicken noodle soup she was holding. "Mr. Cornstarch has just died. To get into the proper mindset, think of an Agatha Christie novel, or one of the movies based on her books. I'll say a line and point to one of you to respond. Then I'll point to the next person, and so on."
"This is going to be so much fun," Ronnie said excitedly. "Can we use accents?"
"You may present your character however you please. Remember, you have to use a word from the ingredients on your products during your part." Chantal became very serious and said, "He has no pulse. Mr. Cornstarch is dead. And I suspect he's been poisoned." She pointed at Kaylee. "Dead, but we all ate the same wheat," Kaylee responded with a French accent.
Chantal pointed at Blaze, who used a husky voice for her character.
"Perhaps not."
She looked around with suspicion in her gaze.
"One of you tomatoes could have put the poison in only his wheat." "You were sitting next to him, Blaze," Ronnie said with an English accent when Chantal pointed to her. "How dare you accuse us, you citric acid!" "We have another carrot. We're locked in this room," Chantal said and pointed to Blaze. Blaze laughed at the coffee table. "Then our host Sodium is to blame. She made me bloat just looking at her." "I suspect she is merely an accomplice," Chantal added. "Someone in this broth is the real killer." She pointed at Ronnie. "Well, it's not me." Ronnie stood and backed away from Blaze and Kaylee. "I didn't even know cornstarch. That narrows the list of chilies by 1.
Kaylee jumped to her feet when Chantal pointed at her.
"You lying sack of soy! I saw you kissing him in the hallway before dinner."
Chantal pointed at Ronnie.
"That doesn't prove I knew him."
Ronnie glanced at her can of chilies.
"I have calcium chloride disease. It makes me kiss compulsively."
Kaylee and Ronnie stayed in character, but Blaze broke and snorted. Chantal gave her a stern look.
"Kaylee, did you know Mr. Cornstarch before this evening's garlic powder?"
"Somewhat." Kaylee glanced at her bag of croutons and held her head high.
"My yeast extract broke down on the way here, and he gave me a ride." "Well, the corn syrup thickens," Blaze said snidely when Chantal pointed at her. "Fructose, you and your attitude,"
Kaylee retorted when she got the signal from Chantal and looked as though she was about to laugh.
"I heard you having a heated argument with him outside about salt," Ronnie interjected when it was her turn. "You two have a history, Blaze." Blaze rolled her eyes dramatically when Chantal pointed at her. "We had a brief tomato puree a long time ago, so what? It was less than the daily allowance of vitamin C. Your kissing disease excuse is dietary fiber, Ronnie. I know for a fact you and Cornstarch have been getting it on for years. What the hell are you doing?" she said when Ronnie ripped off her shirt.
"Is your character a stripper?"
"Hot flash!" Ronnie said and inhaled sharply.
"You're not wearing a bra and this ain't Bourbon Street."
Blaze waved a hand at Ronnie's breasts.
"Cover those at least."
"Oh, come on. Everybody in this room has the same boobs. Except for Kaylee, and I'm sure she's seen plenty of them." Ronnie clenched her fists as her face and neck flushed. "I was having fun for a change," she screamed.
"It's not menopause, it's a brain tumor because I'm losing my fucking mind."
"Her flashes cause bursts of anger," Chantal explained to Kaylee, who looked horrified.
"No, I'm going crazy," Ronnie insisted. I'm afraid to be around my family. I cried when Leaf told me he got an A on a biology test. He always makes good grades. Clint asked me to pass him the ketchup the other night, and that made me furious. I actually contemplated bludgeoning him with it. I can't think. I can't concentrate. I can't sleep. She dropped her can of chilies and covered her face with her hands as she sobbed. Ronnie, I'm so sorry, Blaze said miserably as Ronnie ran out of the room. She turned to Chantal, who was trying to get her injured leg onto the scooter. Was it like that for you? She told me earlier that she and Clint had a fight this morning, Chantal said softly. She's dealing with a lot more than menopause symptoms, but they exacerbate her issues. I don't think she's getting very much sleep because of the night sweats, and exhaustion robs us all of our coping skills. There's got to be something we can do. She's really suffering, Kaylee said. Her skin turned dark red. She looked like a boiled lobster. Chantal nodded. She made an appointment with her doctor, but it's not until next week. I did some research, and there are some over-the-counter medications that may help her. I've mentioned them to her before, but she said she read online they don't work. I still think she should try them. I saw one when I was doing my research, and I don't remember the name, but it was in a purple box. It's supposed to help with mood, and I'm going to the store right now, Blaze said. At MVP, they kept that kind of thing near the vitamins. Kaylee walked along the aisle slowly, looking up and down the shelves. I'm impressed at how they keep everything arranged so neatly here, and she stopped and knelt in front of one section that looked as though a pack of wild dogs had wrecked it. I think I found the menopause relief stuff, or what's left of it. Blaze walked over to Kaylee and knelt too. Someone very angry has been here. She picked up a handful of boxes. These are all for menopause symptoms, but this one says it increases energy. She set that box aside and did the same with the rest as she read off their specialties. Weight management, stress, restful sleep. I don't see one for mood. I suspect that's why this shelf is torn up. May I help y'all with something? An older woman asked. Yes, ma'am, Blaze said as she gazed up at her. We're looking for something for menopause. Alcohol is in aisle 2, fans in aisle 6, stress squeeze balls are in aisle 8, and snacks are in aisles 3 and 4, the clerk replied. Before you ask, we don't sell weapons of any kind, not even pepper spray. Wow, Blaze said with a blank stare. We're looking specifically for a medicine in a purple box that's supposed to help with mood. Are you familiar with it? Kaylee asked. The clerk nodded. Oh, yeah, it's popular and hard to keep on the shelves. I wish it had been around when I was going through the change. It probably would have done me better than screaming and punching the couch cushions. The clerk smiled sympathetically at Blaze as she took in her red shirt and green shorts. Not even dressing up like Christmas helped, did it, honey? It's not for me, it's for my sister, Blaze said. She's not sleeping and she's going crazy. I'll go in the back and see if we have any more of the stuff you're looking for, the clerk said and walked away. Oh my God, Blaze, what's going to happen to us when our time comes? Kaylee whispered as she set the boxes back on the shelf in order. I'm pretty sure it's going to involve compulsive stripping. Blaze's brow furrowed as she watched Kaylee straighten the boxes. I'm 2 years younger than Ronnie, so that means I only have 2 years left before I go through the hormonal apocalypse. I need a squeeze ball. Don't think like that. No two women go through menopause the same way. Some unfortunate women get lambasted with all the symptoms, and some barely even notice the change. Kaylee gave Blaze's hand a squeeze. Try not to worry about it now. I have to confess, I worry about everything. It's my biggest fault, along with committing violent acts against lawn ornaments. If those are your greatest faults, then you're a saint in my book. Kaylee smiled. And if you really have the same breasts as Ronnie, sculptures should be made in your likeness and placed on a pedestal amongst those of Greek goddesses. That was so random. Blaze stared at Kaylee for a moment in shock, then burst out laughing. Kaylee laughed, too. I looked. I couldn't help it. They were just out there. The clerk returned and stared quizzically at the pair kneeling on the floor, laughing. Maybe you shouldn't take my advice on the alcohol. She held up 2 boxes. You're in luck. I found what you were looking for, and since you mentioned sleep problems,
I brought you something I know personally that works."
She handed both boxes to Blaze.
"Thank you."
Blaze stood and read the name of the sleep aid aloud.
"Happy Coma? The name says it all," the clerk said with a smile. "Your sister will sleep through night sweats and a marching band going through her bedroom. Can I help y'all find anything else?"
"No, thank you," Blaze said as she read the label on the sleep aid. "We really appreciate you taking the time to go to the storeroom for us," Kaylee added. The clerk smiled.
"My pleasure, and good luck."
Ronnie was slumped in one of the chairs when Blaze and Kaylee walked into the living room. She smiled, wryly. "I'm fine. I really am. I'm so sorry I lost my mind."
"No, don't apologize. We got you a menopause first aid kit."
Blaze took a ball from the bag she was holding and handed it to Ronnie.
"That's a squeeze ball. We got you 6 of them. You can squeeze them instead of Clint's balls when you get frustrated." She started handing Ronnie everything. "The foam bat is for bludgeoning, the stuff in the purple box is for multiple symptoms, and it's supposed to chill you out. The blue box of sleeping pills is self-explanatory and were recommended by the woman at the drugstore. We also got you a bag of chocolates in case none of this stuff works."
"Thank you," Ronnie said somberly.
"If it makes you feel better, Kaylee thinks you have the breasts of a goddess," Blaze added.
Chapter 13. Blaze peeked around the doorframe of her bedroom, where Chantal was sitting on the bed, talking to Ronnie. She stroked Ronnie's hair and spoke softly to her. Ronnie looked like a child and seemed to be hanging on Chantal's every word. Blaze crept down the hall and went into the kitchen where Kaylee was cleaning up.
"Don't do this." Blaze tried to block Kaylee from loading the dishwasher. "I was supposed to be taking you out tonight, and here you are cleaning my kitchen."
"I'm 2 forks away from being finished." Kaylee smiled as she maneuvered around Blaze and dropped the silverware into the basket. "How's Ronnie?"
Chantal is tucking her into my bed, petting and comforting.
"She's being a mother," Blaze whispered in awe. Kaylee laid a hand over her heart. "Aw, that's so sweet. Ronnie needs a mom right now."
"Yeah, I think that's great, but I have one problem. I know you were planning to stay the night, and I was hoping to sleep next to you. Ronnie's got the big bed, and the only thing left is the daybed upstairs."
"Sounds like I'll be sleeping on top of you instead of beside you," Kaylee said with a big grin. "Unless you'd rather I go—"
"No, I can be a very comfortable bed. I've got the goddess breasts and all, so don't go home."
Blaze laughed as she leaned in to kiss Kaylee.
"She's asleep." "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to intrude,"
Chantal said when Blaze and Kaylee pulled away from each other quickly. "You didn't, that's okay. Did she take one of those sleeping pills?" Kaylee asked.
"No, I didn't think it was wise for her to take one tonight since she'd been drinking. I only had a few sips of the margarita she made, and I feel very relaxed. She drank quite a bit, so I feel she'll sleep soundly," Chantal said. Blaze folded her arms. Thank you for comforting her."
"I was honored she let me." Chantal smiled and cleared her throat. "I'm going to turn in now. I just wanted to say goodnight."
"Are you okay?"
Blaze waved a hand awkwardly at Chantal.
"Your eye is really turning black now. Do you want an ice pack or anything?"
Chantal smiled. "Thank you. No, I'm fine." She backed her scooter through the doorway. Kaylee waited until Chantal was out of sight and whispered, "You are very sweet, and you just really touched her. I know you saw the expression on her face."
"I was just being polite, you know." Blaze shrugged. "I chop the heads off lawn ornaments, but I can be nice when I need to."
"You are so fucking adorable when you blush."
Blaze backed away from Kaylee. "It's warm in here. What you're seeing is a heat flush."
"No, you have the sweetest, biggest heart," Kaylee argued with a grin and stepped toward Blaze every time she took a step back. "You may have a badass rep, but I see the real you, Blaze Saunier."
"I'm called the bitch slap bunny for a reason."
"Oh, I've got a serious problem," Kaylee said with a sigh. "You turn me on when you're sweet, and you turn me on when you're a bad bunny." Blaze flipped the kitchen light off before she backed out of the doorway. We should continue this conversation up in my bunny hutch.
Hop your ass on up those stairs.
Kaylee laughed when Blaze took off running and she followed. Blaze burst through the door of her temporary bedroom and whirled around to face Kaylee. Is this the most diabolical lair you've ever seen? Kaylee looked around the room with her brow raised as she took in some of the cartoon character appliques still on the walls. I didn't exactly expect Sesame Street. I think I might be able to convince myself I'm not about to defile a daycare, she said slowly. Will this help? Blaze took off her shirt and sports bra. Oh, massively. Kaylee blew out an explosive breath and took a step toward Blaze with her eyes wide. That is definitely goddess material. Turn off the light, I'm intimidated now. Blaze walked over to the switch and flipped it. She walked up behind Kaylee and wrapped her arms around her. I'm going to adore everything you reveal to me, she whispered against Kaylee's ear before she nibbled it. Is there a lot of insulation between this floor and the ceiling downstairs? Kaylee inhaled sharply and closed her eyes when Blaze grazed her teeth across the skin of her neck. And how sturdy is that daybed? We're not directly over their rooms, so they won't hear anything, Blaze said with a smile as she pulled Kaylee's shirt over her head. Her heart pounded as she released the clasp on Kaylee's bra and slipped it off. She kissed the warm skin of Kaylee's shoulders, breathing in the scent of her skin. As for the daybed, we're about to find out. Kaylee whirled around and pulled Blaze snugly against her. Blaze's kiss made her forget about Ronnie and Chantal downstairs. She gasped when Blaze picked her up easily. With Kaylee's legs wrapped around her waist, Blaze moved slowly toward the bed, hoping she was going in the right direction. Kaylee's kisses were disorienting. When the back of her legs met the bed, she sat slowly. I have to admit something embarrassing, she whispered between kisses. I was trying to be sexy when I carried you to bed, but now I realize I can't make any other moves. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm afraid I'm going to fall backward because I know you're sitting on the edge of the bed. That's why I'm wrapped around you like a squid. Kaylee started laughing. How are we going to get out of this? Blaze laughed too. I'll stand up. But first, when I carried you, did you think that was kind of sexy? Oh yeah, surprising and sexy. I'm laughing, but I mean that. Wait, Kaylee said quickly as Blaze moved to stand. Just support me and I'll get off of you. She straightened one leg and her foot became tangled in something. I think my foot is stuck in the railing. Daybeds suck. Blaze laughed harder and made Kaylee do the same as she tried to pull her foot free. It's out, Kaylee said between gales of laughter. Just let me fall back, but gently. Oh, shit! I've got you. Blaze stood with Kaylee wrapped around her and rested her forehead against Kaylee's. I don't know where to put you now. Let's put the mattress on the floor, so we'll have more room to move around. Brilliant. Blaze set Kaylee on her feet, then tore the comforter off the bed. She tossed the mattress onto the floor as though it was a pillow, and inhaled sharply when Kaylee ran her hands over her stomach and into the waistband of her shorts from behind. Kaylee, you take every hardship and make it into something great. I haven't considered anything we've done as a hardship. Kaylee worked Blaze's shorts down her thighs, and they fell at her feet. Every second with you has been fun. I can even look back at the night we met, and I had a tantrum in front of you as special. Best night of my life. Blaze breathed out heavily as she reached behind and felt the bare skin of Kaylee's hip and realized she'd already taken her pants off. Kaylee kept Blaze from turning toward her. Step out of your shorts. I don't want you to trip and fall. She laughed as she kissed Blaze's shoulder. Unless you're going to do it on the mattress. Flat on your back, arms and legs spread wide. That I can work with. Oh, shit! She laughed when she found herself lying on her back on the mattress. You have to warn me when you're going to pick me up! Kaylee moaned louder than she meant to when Blaze stretched out on top of her and their bodies melded together. Blaze wanted to express her rapidly growing affection for Kaylee, but passion ruled her when she felt the heat and softness of Kaylee's body beneath her. Kaylee's equal fervor forced all of Blaze's gentle intentions to wait. Blaze was awash in physical sensations, and only one thought lingered in her mind. She was certain she'd finally met her match. Cool air met Kaylee's skin as Blaze worked her way down her body. For a few seconds, Kaylee marveled that she was chilled from the waist up as the AC vent above her blew directly on her. From the waist down, where Blaze was showering her with kisses, she felt as though she was on fire. The first touch of Blaze's tongue between her legs, she bit her lip to keep from vocalizing too loudly how good that felt. The sound of Kaylee's ragged breathing filled the room and mingled with Blaze's soft moans as she explored her most intimate places. When Blaze settled on one, Kaylee uttered, "Stay there," shakily. Blaze obliged and slipped 2 fingers inside her. Kaylee felt as though electricity was gathering in her body, and the bolt of lightning that was preparing to strike would cause her to lose the tenuous grip she had on control. She was right. Blaze felt and heard Kaylee's orgasm, and the thrill it caused made her not care if Kaylee had woken anyone in the house or even on the block. She didn't have any time to bask in what she'd caused. It seemed one moment part of Kaylee's body was beneath her, and the next, Kaylee was beside her. "Oh," was all Blaze could say as she was rolled onto her back, and her head rested on the bottom of the mattress. She reached for anything she could grip tightly as Kaylee's mouth closed over one of her nipples, and her hand slipped between her legs. The more Blaze writhed beneath her, the more excited Kaylee became. She bit gently into Blaze's nipple and groaned when Blaze's back arched off the floor. Kaylee was so focused on what she was doing, she didn't realize she was grinding her knees into the carpet. Blaze's soft cries and the hot wetness surrounding her fingers had every bit of her attention. Blaze eventually grew quiet. Kaylee clamped her eyes closed, and her sigh sounded like a whimper because she knew what was about to happen. Her cry matched Blaze's when that moment of release came. Blaze awoke the next morning with her arms and legs entwined with Kaylee's. They were on the opposite side of the room from the bed, using the clothes sheets stacked along the wall as a pillow. The mattress was leaning against a wall, and Blaze frowned, wondering how it had gotten there. The air felt frigid, and her teeth chattered as she looked around for something she could cover herself and Kaylee with. "Is your thermostat set on Arctic?" Kaylee asked, with her eyes still closed. "I think Ronnie got a hold of it because normally it's stuffy up here. I think I saw my breath when I said that. Do you want to take a tiny hot shower with me?" Kaylee's brow furrowed. "I'm trying to make sense of that question. Are you trying to tell me you have to pee?" "I'm telling you the shower stall up here is tiny." "That's a relief." Kaylee opened her eyes and smiled. "Hey." "Hey," Blaze replied with a smile. "Yes, I would love to take a shower with you." Blaze raised her head slightly and looked around. "I think Ronnie put your bag in my room downstairs. I'll go get it." She smiled when Kaylee tightened her hold on her. "Want me to carry you with me?" "Just that little bit of movement you made caused me to be colder. I'll freeze to death if you leave. You're trembling too. Let's shower first." "It takes a little while for the water up here to get hot. We're gonna untangle fast. I'm gonna cover you with clothes, and I'm gonna go turn on the shower." Blaze laughed when Kaylee didn't release her hold. "We're gonna freeze to death if you don't let me go." "All right," Kaylee gasped when their bodies parted, and she curled into a ball as Blaze covered her in t-shirts. "I'm gonna kill Ronnie for messing with my thermostat," Blaze said as she ran into the bathroom. Kaylee lay there for a moment, shivering, then sat up. "Either you're peeing or you have really bad water pressure." "Sorry. I know I should have turned the water on first and closed the door, but I really had to go." "I do too, but my bladder is frozen." Kaylee stood and hugged herself as she looked around the room. "Why didn't we sleep on the mattress?" "I think we passed out wherever we landed," Blaze said and flushed the toilet. Kaylee headed for the bathroom when she heard the water turn on. When she walked in, Blaze had the shower running and she was washing her hands at the sink. She cocked her head. "You look like you have brush burns on your butt." "I do.
And on my knees and elbows, too. Blaze turned and looked at Kaylee. Oh, your poor knees.
They don't hurt.
Kaylee looked down at the raw red skin covering her kneecaps. I really have to pee now? I'll get out and give you some privacy.
You're worried about privacy after last night? Kaylee asked incredulously. Blaze, at one point, you had my ankles up around my ears. Get in the shower, you're trembling. I'll get in there with you in just a sec.
Blaze stepped behind the shower curtain covered in yellow rubber duckies and hissed. You're gonna feel the carpet burns when you get in here.
Right now I'm feeling a frozen toilet seat.
Kaylee looked at the things on Blaze's vanity.
I'm gonna eat some of your toothpaste because my breath is rank. You want some?
Seriously? You're eating it?
Not right now, but after I wash my hands,
Kaylee said before she flushed the toilet. Blaze poked her head around the curtain. I do want some toothpaste. Kaylee washed her hands and grabbed the tube of paste. She walked over to Blaze and squeezed some into her mouth before she squeezed some into her own. She watched as Blaze opened her mouth to the water, swished and spat.
Why didn't you swallow it?
You're not supposed... Did you really eat it?
Yeah, and I've done it before.
Kaylee tossed the tube on the counter before she got into the shower.
I wanted to freshen all the way down.
Blaze stood sideways in the small stall, so Kaylee could get under the water. I don't know why, but you're not supposed to eat it. How long have you been doing that?
Well, Dr. Saunier, I started out with a dose the size of a pea, and now I'm up to a tube a day.
Ow! I have carpet burns everywhere. Seriously, I think they're even on the tips of my toes.
Kaylee put a finger on Blaze's lips.
You look like you're about to apologize.
Don't, she smiled.
Last night was worth every one of my screaming nerve endings.
Chapter 14. Chantal was seated at the table when Blaze and Kaylee walked into the kitchen. Good morning, she said cheerfully, and looked as though she was about to burst out laughing. Coffee's fresh. Roddy looked over her shoulder while she stirred something in a pot on the stove. I'm making oatmeal. She turned her face away quickly and snorted. Sit down, Kaylee. I'll pour you a cup of coffee, Blaze said, and made her way to the coffee maker. She glanced at Ronnie and Chantal, who avoided looking at her.
What's up with you two?
Well, we just learned something interesting by accident. If someone is talking in the upstairs bathroom, you can hear it very clearly in here. Just so you both know, there are a couple of chemicals in toothpaste that'll give an adult the shits. It can poison children, and that's why you don't eat it. Ronnie explained with her back to everyone and began to shake with silent laughter. Kaylee's face reddened as she sank down into a chair. Good to know.
How are your nerve endings? Chantal asked before she burst out laughing. Ronnie was laughing too when she whirled around.
It sounded like a herd of buffalo during mating season up there last night, with a choir of hyenas serenading them. What the hell? In between cackles of laughter, she said, Y'all look like Dalmatians with all those rug burns.
I'm really relieved you're taking this so well, Blaze said as she watched Kaylee cover her face with her hands and laugh. All right, Ronnie. Go back to being an adult now.
Ronnie wiped her eyes.
Sorry, Kaylee. Thank y'all for giving me the best laugh I've had in a while.
Happy to be of service, Kaylee said with a smile. You were in service a long time last night, Chantal said, and lost all composure as she laughed and caused Ronnie to cackle again. You two have been spending too much time together. Blaze went to the back door when she heard a knock. She threw it open when she saw who was standing on her porch. Hey, you!
Hey, Blaze.
Rosie strode into the kitchen and put her hands on her hips.
Mama, you have to come home. When Julie and her mom dropped me off this morning, I gagged when I walked in the house. It's totally trashed, and it's full of... the smell.
What kind of smell? Blaze asked.
Sour dish rags and smoked meat. The man smell, Rosie said with disgust.
Ronnie narrowed her eyes.
The boys weren't even there last night. They stayed with friends, too, so who trashed the house and made it stink? Leaf didn't stay at Ben's house. He told me Dad picked him up because he felt sick.
Rosie's eyelids fluttered as she held up a hand.
He was sick. The toilet in the hallway bathroom looks like he murdered something in it. I think Dad had friends over because there's beer bottles and pizza boxes all over the counters in the kitchen. I can't go back there unless you're with me. Seriously, I can't deal.
You see?
Ronnie clamped her lips together, and her nostrils flared. She walked into the pantry and closed the door behind her.
She keeps doing that, Rosie whispered to Blaze. She goes into our pantry to cry and hug a box of cereal. What's wrong with her? Why is she crazy?
She's frustrated over having 4 kids instead of 3. If you had a husband and he trashed your house like that, what would you do? Set it on fire and tell him to run? Rosie answered promptly. A shrill scream came from the pantry before the door burst open. Ronnie charged out, holding a box of cereal to her chest, and ran through the living room. When another door slammed, Blaze held up a hand as Chantal started to get up. I'll go talk to her. I'm good with her marital rage. She patted Rosie on the shoulder. Make yourself at home, baby. Kaylee jumped up and removed the oatmeal Ronnie was cooking from the burner and switched the stove off. Hi, Rosie. I'm Kaylee. I'm dating your aunt. Rosie shook Kaylee's hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. She walked over to Chantal, who was staring at her as though she was starstruck, and put out her hand. I know you're my grandma, and it's nice to meet you too. Oh, Rosie, I'm so honored to meet you. Chantal clasped Rosie's hand with both of hers. You are so beautiful. So are you, Rosie said with a smile. Rosie, do you want something to drink? Kaylee asked. I would love a cup of coffee. We stayed up late last night, and I'm dead on my feet. Rosie walked over to the cabinet and took out a cup. Chantal and Kaylee exchanged glances as Rosie poured her coffee and added cream and sugar. Do you normally drink coffee? Kaylee asked. Uh-huh, Rosie said with a nod and took a sip from her cup. Mama must have made this. It's strong. She added more cream and noticed how Kaylee and Chantal were staring at her. Mom lets me drink coffee with her on the weekends. We'd probably be doing that right now if Dad wasn't who he is, and she hadn't gone crazy. She took a seat at the table and smiled at Chantal. So what's it like to be a celebrity? I've never really been one of those, so I can't say, Chantal said with a smile. I'm amazed by how much you look like your mother. Really? Mama says I look like Blaze, and I'm just like her. Rosie jerked a thumb at herself. That's why I'm her favorite, and she lets me call her Blaze instead of Aunt Blaze. Chantal, aren't you amazed at how strong your genes are? Kaylee asked as she reclaimed her seat. Even your grandkids look like you. I'm amazed by so many things, Chantal said with a warm smile while she gazed at Rosie. Your genes didn't make it to my brothers, sorry. They have big heads like my dad. Rosie listened for a moment to the muffled yelling coming from the back of the house. What's wrong with her? She's dealing with a lot of things, and she's going through menopause at the same time. Her hormone levels are all over the place, and she's doing her best to cope with it all, Chantal explained. She's not crazy. That's why she's hugging cereal, then, Rosie said with a thoughtful gaze. She should have told me that. I get messed up hormones. I started my period when I was 10. Ah, Kaylee said with a frown. Yeah, lucky me, right? It started right in the middle of me testing for my, get this, red belt in Taekwondo. Rosie laughed. That sucked. Mom gave me a pad, and I'm out there trying to do my forms, feeling like I'm wearing a diaper. She took a sip of her coffee. Why is her menopause a secret? I don't know that it is. Perhaps you could have a coffee chat with her about it, Chantal said and smiled. She could use your support. She's going through a whole range of emotions right now. Rosie nodded. I will. People are putting scarecrows out in their yards now for Halloween. Maybe I can talk Blaze into taking me and Mom to chop their heads off. That'd be a fun stress reliever. Why would they do that? Chantal looked confused. That's what Blaze did after the bunny thing. She chopped the head off her neighbor's plastic Easter bunny, and she felt a lot better, Rosie replied casually. I don't know what the bunny thing is. Chantal looked at Kaylee for clarification. Oh, crap. You haven't heard about that? Rosie asked excitedly. Blaze kicked ass. She knocked 2 women out. When the cops got there, she was the only one standing. You know she's tough when she can look cool in a fight wearing an Easter bunny costume. Let me explain, Kaylee interjected when Chantal looked disconcerted. She told Chantal the whole story, but Chantal still looked disturbed when she finished. I can go upstairs and get my phone so you can see the videos. No. Chantal waved a hand when Rosie pulled her phone from the back pocket of her shorts. I don't want to see my child being punched in the face.
She took it like a badass, Rosie said proudly. I know, Kaylee agreed excitedly. She was so... She clamped her lips together and decided not to say anything else in front of Chantal. She's okay now. Yeah, and no one messes with her, Rosie added. I'm glad. Chantal cleared her throat and smiled. I know you like martial arts. What other interests do you have? Mostly just hanging with my friends and skateboarding, Rosie said simply. And your brothers? Chantal inquired. Rosie waved a hand. Football and girls. That's all they can think about. I think that's why the house stinks so bad. Trey dumped his gear in the laundry room after the game Friday night. I think Dad made the smoked meat smell. Does no one help your mother around the house? Chantal asked. We do. We all have chores. Except for Dad. Rosie took a sip of her coffee and nodded. I should talk to him. He needs to step up. I'm not getting married because they say women marry men who remind them of their father. That's just gross. And I wouldn't marry anybody who thinks it's funny to end a sentence with a fart. She's better. Blaze walked back into the kitchen, opened the cabinet by the stove, and took out an iron skillet. Y'all keep an eye on her. I'm going to go talk to Clint. Kaylee, stop her, Chantal said quickly. Seriously, babe? Kaylee asked as she stood. You're going to have to get too close with that. I'll lure him outside and you can run him over with the car. She smiled at Rosie. We won't hurt him. She'll just give him a little bump to get his attention. I expected more from you, Kaylee, Chantal whispered. If you want to get his attention, disconnect the cable in the middle of one of his football games, Rosie suggested. Ronnie walked into the kitchen briskly, dressed and with her bag hanging on her shoulder. I'll handle this. She waved a hand at Rosie. Come on, baby, let's go. I don't think you're in the right frame of mind to handle this right now. Blaze held up the skillet. Let me and my little friend go over there first and get things straightened out. I'm calm now. Thank you for letting me beat the stuffing out of one of your pillows. I need Clint conscious so he can clean the house. He is going to do that, Ronnie said with a menacing tone. Rosie, please stop texting. Let's go. I'm telling Dad he's about to die if he doesn't have the kitchen and living room clean before we get there. Rosie typed quickly. I'm going to tell Leaf to clean the toilet. You don't want to see that. Perhaps you could take the long way home to give them time to clean, Chantal suggested nervously. Ronnie nodded. Good idea. It was fun talking to y'all. Rosie stood and drank the rest of her coffee. She set the empty cup in the sink, then asked, Ms. Kaylee, why are your knees all skinned up? She's been roping hyenas, Ronnie said with a slight smile. Oh, Rosie said as she looked at Blaze's knees. So that's what y'all are calling it. Blaze playfully smacked Rosie on the bottom with the skillet when she passed her. If crap gets real at your house, you call me. Please, Rosie said with a laugh. Mom's gonna yell and Dad is gonna fuss back, but he's gonna be cleaning the whole time. She started to follow Ronnie out the door and spun around. I like you, Grandma. I hope we get to hang again soon. A big smile spread across Chantal's face. I hope so, because I like you too. I have to go soon, Kaylee said as she cuddled with Blaze on the daybed. I'm supposed to have dinner with Graham and Grandpa tonight. And you need to get some sleep because your first day at work is tomorrow. Don't remind me. Kaylee smiled when Blaze kissed the tip of her nose. Will you have dinner with us sometime? She noticed the slight arch in Blaze's brow. Graham wants to talk to you and make amends. I'm the one who needs to apologize to her. Blaze rested her head on the pillow they shared. Yes, I would like to have dinner with y'all. Kaylee smiled. Good. Wear pants and long sleeves when you're around them until your rug burns heal. I'm pretty blunt with them, but I wouldn't want to have to explain these injuries, Kaylee said as she cracked up. I'm putting a real bed up here. I'm going to have to do something about that bathroom, too. And that dog on the wall over there. I noticed that perverted mutt was looking at us last night like, yeah. I know. I feel like his eyes follow me all over the room. Oh, yeah? Blaze hopped off the bed, walked over to the applique, and ripped its head off. Babe, we really have to talk about the decapitation thing you have going on, Kaylee said with a snort. Chapter 15. The next morning, Kaylee pulled into the parking lot of Falcon Shipyard. She gave herself a pep talk as she parked, and switched off the engine of her car. Quit being nervous. You've got this.
She stared at herself in the rearview mirror. Seriously, get a grip. You're replacing a guy who ate crayons, and at least you never did that. She looked around to make sure no one saw her talking to herself before she got out of her car. She took one last look at the text Blaze sent her earlier that morning. Have a great day. I know you're going to wow the shit out of them. I hope you're right, babe, Kaylee said and dropped her phone into her purse. She got out of her car and walked to the main building, hoping her confident facade belied the nervousness she felt inside.
Kaylee, bro, a man called out to her as she neared the door.
Yes?
I'm Sam Watts,
he said as he stubbed a cigarette out and dropped it into a receptacle. Oh, hello. Kaylee walked over to her new supervisor.
I'm trying to quit smoking, but I had a stressful morning. My dryer caught on fire,
Sam explained as he pulled a small bottle of hand sanitizer from his pocket and squirted some into his palm.
I think it started in the lint trap that no one can seem to remember to clean.
He scrubbed his hands together briskly and held one out to Kaylee.
It's so nice to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you too, Kaylee said with a smile as they shook hands.
I'll take you in and introduce you to a bunch of people, and you'll probably forget all their names, but I made you an organizational chart to help with that.
Sam smiled as he opened the door to the lobby for Kaylee and followed her inside.
You'll do paperwork you're all too familiar with, then you'll get an ID badge. You'll be able to swipe that at the side doors so you won't have to hoof it all the way to the front of the building. After lunch, we'll meet with some of the department heads so they can familiarize you with our operations. First, I'll take you to meet your staff. Are you nervous?
A little, does it show? Kaylee asked as Sam led her to the elevator. Sam glanced at her.
Not at all. I didn't sit in on your interview, but I did see the video later. You killed it.
He pushed a button and gestured for Kaylee to go ahead of him when the doors to the elevator car opened.
Everybody loves your grandfather, and we were thrilled to get another bro.
I hope I live up to his reputation, Kaylee said as the elevator doors closed.
My instincts tell me you will. Falcon is a family-owned company, and generations of Darvins have been at the helm. They foster a family atmosphere. You'll fit right in and feel at home.
Sam sucked his teeth when the elevator suddenly stopped.
We're stuck between floors, but it'll start up again soon.
Has it ever dropped to the bottom? Kaylee asked with a frown.
Not this month. Sam laughed when Kaylee looked at him. No, never. It began sticking recently for some reason. You'll see a memo that says they're going to overhaul it next week, so you'll have to take the stairs for a few days. This gives us a great opportunity to talk privately. You and I are related. I've been with my partner for 11 years, and we're raising his son together. No one at this company has ever shown me or Dylan any disrespect. You might not be so lucky because I've heard you're dating Blaze Saunier.
Kaylee was taken aback. Did my grandfather tell you that?
No, but two of Blaze's employees are married to people who work here. Gossip gets around fast. I'm talking to you, sibling to sibling, you follow?
Yes, Kaylee said with a nod.
I don't know Blaze personally. I didn't grow up here. I do know Blaze has some enemies, and one of them is VP of Admin Operations Cooper Kesserer. I've heard Cooper and Blaze hate each other. You won't have to deal with Cooper directly very often, but I felt like you should be forewarned.
Kaylee nodded. Thank you. Sam was quiet for a moment.
He's an asshole. Expect him to make sly remarks about Blaze without using her name, so it won't appear to anyone else he's talking about her. He wants to see how you react, and if he knows you're sensitive about something, he'll zero in on that.
Do you know why they hate each other?
I heard she ran over him with her car while he was at an ATM on his bike, Sam said with a smile. A lot of people around here would have paid to see that. The elevator has decided to move again, so that concludes our conversation that never happened.
Thank you, Sam. Kaylee stored what she'd learned in the back of her mind.
I think all truckers have hemorrhoids, Carrie said when Blaze answered her call. I'm bouncing so much in this truck, something's breaking loose in my butthole.
She's so dramatic, TJ said with a laugh.
Blaze laughed, too. I'm glad y'all have me on speaker so I can hear both of you, bitch.
I'm going first, TJ declared. My assistant has been sleeping most of the time since we hit the road yesterday morning. When she wakes up, she wants to eat, and she tries to make me stop at every place she finds interesting. The fact I have a schedule to keep doesn't register.
I was promised I'd see some sights, but they all go by at 65 miles an hour because that's as fast as this damn truck will go, Carrie complained. Takes us forever to pass another truck, and I get to sit here and wave at everyone who flips us off.
My regular truck is in the shop, and they scraped the bottom of the barrel when they found this one as a replacement. We want to know about Kaylee. What's going on with her? TJ asked. Blaze went into her office and closed the door.
She's amazing. I've had to cancel 2 dates with her, and she came to my house instead. She never complains. She just rolls with whatever is happening. She's a lot of fun, and I'm crazy about her already.
We better be invited to the wedding, TJ said with a laugh. Be sure to get with me on my schedule before you plan anything.
Ah, shit, TJ's done put a jinx on you. The next time we talk to you, you'll be telling us you lopped the head off Kaylee's garden gnomes.
Does she have gnomes? Carrie asked. I don't behead. You know that was an isolated incident. I don't know if she has gnomes because I haven't been to her house yet. Blaze sat on the corner of her desk. The first time we were supposed to go out, Chantal did a face plant on the kitchen floor and I had to go to the hospital with her. Kaylee and I were going to go out on Saturday, but Ronnie was having a crisis at my house and we had to stay with her.
What's wrong with Ronnie? TJ asked.
Clint in early menopause. TJ groaned.
Poor baby.
What's Kaylee think of Chantal? Carrie asked. She thinks Chantal genuinely wants to make amends. Blaze sighed. Chantal has actually been kind of good for Ronnie. She's acting like a mother. What do you think? Carrie and TJ asked in unison. I don't know what to think, Blaze said. She's being there for Ronnie, and I guess for now, I'm good with that. If I forget she's the mother that walked out on us, Chantal is kind of likable. Don't fall for it, Carrie said gruffly. You keep your guard up around that woman.
She already has her guard up. Kaylee might be right about Chantal, so don't make Blaze any more paranoid than she is, TJ said.
Is this the part where you two argue like I'm not the woman has already lied to get into Blaze's house? Carrie retorted. Only a fool would think she's on the up and up.
Oh, I know you're not calling me a fool, Carrie. I'll bounce you off that seat and into the roof of this truck, TJ snapped.
Blaze scrunched up her face when she heard Carrie say,
You know I think it's sexy when you threaten me. Now you've got me wanting to skip lunch and spend some time with you in that sleeper compartment.
TJ laughed.
You gonna wait for that until we get to Mama's house?
I can't get turned on in your mama's house. She still hates me for being white, Carrie whined.
She doesn't hate you. She's still suffering with shock. First, I told her I was in love with a woman who is 10 years older than me. Then I hit her with you being white, TJ said. I'm lucky she didn't have a stroke.
Carrie grunted. We've been together a long time. She should have come to terms with that by now.
How long? How long have we been a couple? And when is our anniversary? TJ asked. Carrie sounded as though her mouth was next to the speaker when she whispered, Blaze, when is our anniversary?
TJ yelled, and the call ended abruptly. Blaze stuffed her phone into her shirt pocket. Oh, Carrie, you aren't going to be getting into that sleeper with TJ anytime soon. I don't think anybody fed the hummingbirds this year, Blaze said as she steadily removed feeders from a shelf and loaded them onto a cart. She grimaced when Billy waved a hand in front of the motion detector of a 2-foot witch that started cackling and waving its broom. Billy, you're killing me with those things.
I was trying to figure out which witch was activated for the display.
Can you imagine the ruckus when someone walked down this aisle and all the witches' switches were on? Billy asked with a grin, then screamed when a bug flew past her face. What's with all the horseflies in here? Blaze asked. Shouldn't they have died out already?
Blaze, you're in the South, honey. Bugs don't die here. They go deep in the woods and mate with animals and come back bigger.
Billy held up her right hand. I swear I saw a mosquito with a steer's horn on its head the other night. After how many margaritas?
Blaze put another armload of hummingbird feeders on the cart to make room for the rest of the Halloween decorations.
Only one, but I was drinking out of the pitcher, Billy said. I'm going to go empty this cart and I'll bring it back before I go home for the day. As she walked away, the motion sensor on the witch picked up the movement and started cackling. Sorry, Blaze. Blaze glanced at her watch and was surprised to see it was after 5 o'clock, and she hadn't heard from Kaylee, who promised to let her know about her first day at work. Blaze started setting plastic tombstones on a shelf, and a horsefly buzzed past her ear.
"Oh, you're gonna die," she said lowly when the winged menace flew in an arc and headed straight for her again. She grabbed a tombstone and started swinging it wildly with the intent of knocking the horsefly into the stratosphere until she felt it connect with something. Blaze whirled around and watched in horror as Kaylee staggered backward and slammed into the shelves holding the witches. They rained down around Kaylee as she sank to the floor looking dazed. "Oh my God!" Blaze screamed and dropped to the floor next to Kaylee. "How bad are you hurt?"
"I hit my head on something." Kaylee stared at Blaze with unfocused eyes. "Are you laughing at me?"
"No!" Blaze slapped the cackling witch away from them. "Somebody call 911!" she yelled and breathed in deeply to quell the panic rising inside of her. "Just be still, okay?" Kaylee squinted at Blaze and frowned.
"Stop laughing. I'm hurt."
"Kaylee, I'm not— Shut up, bitch!" Blaze yelled and threw a tombstone at the witch that was still cackling and waving its broom. Billy ran over to them with the phone to her ear. "I have 911, she said breathlessly and listened to something the operator was saying. "Yes, she's breathing, but I don't know about conscious. She's just kind of staring into space and blinking really slow. Blaze, did she fall?" "Yeah, after I clocked her with a tombstone. Tell them to stop asking questions and send an ambulance now." Billy was steadily nodding with the phone next to her ear. "He already has one en route, Blaze." "What?" she asked the operator. "No, that's not the woman who's hurt. It's a witch. I think it's either broken or possessed because it won't stop laughing." She looked stunned when Blaze grabbed the witch and started banging it on the floor until parts flew off it. Can the paramedics sedate people if they're really upset? Chapter 16. Blaze stopped pacing and ran to Ronnie, who hurried into the emergency room waiting area. She pointed to the doors of the emergency department. "I need you to go back there and find out what's going on." "Why aren't you back there with Kaylee?" Ronnie asked. "I'm upset, so my memory is kind of sketchy, but I may have yelled at the doctor for not moving fast enough. Some woman as big as Carrie from security carried me out here and slammed me in a chair. She told me to stay still." Blaze scrubbed at her face with both hands as her eyes watered. "I hit her so hard with that tombstone, and she's little, you know? She flew into the shelving and hit her head. That damn witch kept laughing, and she thought it was me. She really thought it was me." "Is she making any sense now?" Chantal rolled up to them, breathing heavily. Ronnie shook her head. "Not much more than she did on the phone. I want you to make Blaze sit down. I'm going to go check on Kaylee." Blaze grabbed Ronnie's arm when she started to walk away. "Will you call Edie and Dean? I don't know how to tell them I may have killed their granddaughter."
"I already did." Ronnie pried Blaze's grip from her arm. "Listen to me. You over-exaggerate when you're upset. When Edie and Dean get here, please do not tell them that you may have killed Kaylee, or you'll cause them to have heart attacks." She turned her attention to Chantal. "Don't let her talk to anybody until I get back."
"I hit her with a tombstone, and her little body just flew," Blaze said tearfully to Chantal as Ronnie walked away. "Let's sit." Chantal motioned to a couple of empty chairs. "Come on." Blaze followed Chantal and they both took a seat. "I will hate horseflies forever," Blaze said with a sniff. "Why did you have a tombstone, and how were you able to swing it and hit her?" Chantal set a hand on Blaze's shoulder. Blaze stared at Chantal until she realized Chantal thought she'd been wielding a real one. It was a decoration made out of hard plastic. "That's good news," Chantal said soothingly. "I doubt plastic would be hard enough to cause a serious injury." "Yeah, but she flew." Blaze gritted her teeth when she said, "I killed that laughing witch."
"That's what happens to you when you take drugs,"
a woman sitting in the row of seats across from them said to her young son. Chantal glanced at them and rubbed Blaze's shoulder. "Was she conscious?" she asked Blaze softly. "Kinda. She was awake, but it was like she was looking through me. I didn't mean to hit her. I was trying to kill a horsefly." Blaze sniffed. "She thought I was laughing at her, but it was the witch." The little boy looked up at his mom and whispered,
"You said witches weren't real."
"They aren't. The ones in her head are just real to her. You do drugs, you see witches." The woman got up and took the boy by the hand. They moved to the other side of the room. "You're panting, honey." Chantal stroked Blaze's hair.
Take a deep breath and let it out. That'll help you relax.
I really like Kaylee.
Blaze inhaled deeply and exhaled with a whimper. It was her first day at Falcon, and she's probably gonna miss work now. I won't blame her if she doesn't want to see me again. This year has sucked ass. Bunnies, horseflies, and witches. I'm living in some messed up alternate version of the Wizard of Oz. A monkey is gonna fly in here and carry you off any second. You better move away from me.
Ronnie's coming back.
Blaze jumped up. Is she okay?
Dr. Carter says she's showing the signs and symptoms of having a concussion, and she's on her way to have a CT scan.
Ronnie put her hand on Blaze's shoulder when her eyes filled with tears.
She said to tell you the horsefly better be dead. She's still got her sense of humor,
Ronnie said with a reassuring smile.
She's gonna be just fine, and Dr. Carter forgives you for calling him a slimy, trail-leaving, stupid-ass slug.
You got creative on that one. Oh, good. There's Edie and Dean, Blaze said as she watched them rush into the room. They're gonna kill me and have heart attacks. Dean went straight to the patient information desk, and Edie walked over to Ronnie and Blaze looking pale.
What was she hit with? What's going on? Where is she?
She asked, rapid fire. Blaze began blurting out, Tombstone and a horsefly.
Let me talk,
Ronnie said firmly and softened her tone for Edie.
Mayhem here accidentally hit Kaylee with a plastic tombstone and caused her to bang the back of her head on a shelf in the store. Dr. Carter suspects she has a concussion, and she's having a CT scan now. I just saw her. She's alert, and she was even cracking jokes,
Ronnie explained. I have a lot of insurance because we run into stuff on the forklift all the time. Blaze raised her right hand. All her bills will be paid, I swear. I know you want to kill me, so just go ahead.
Honey, it was an accident. No one wants to kill you.
Edie released a heavy sigh.
I'll hold off on calling my son until we get the results. I see no need to throw Will and Karen into a panic and have them drive crazy to get here. She looked around. Did anyone see where Dean went?
He went into the emergency room, Chantal said.
Edie smiled. Hello, Chantal. It's nice to see you again. I would love to stay and talk, but I really want to be with Kaylee right now. You can check in at the desk, and they'll let you wait in her room until she gets back, Ronnie said. She'll come back to Bay 3 when they finish an imaging. I'll do that, because there's no telling what Dean is doing back there.
Edie smiled at Blaze.
Why don't you come with me? She can't. Only 2 people are allowed in the ER bays.
Ronnie smiled sardonically.
She was a little demanding when she was back there and got herself thrown out. I'll have to be with her when she goes. I see. I'll be back soon, Edie said before she quickly walked away.
Kaylee does know I was thrown out and didn't just leave her, right? Blaze asked Ronnie.
Everybody on this floor knows you got thrown out, Ronnie nodded. Oh, yes, she knows. And hey, thanks a lot for letting everyone know you're my sister at the top of your lungs.
You're welcome, Blaze said dully. Ronnie sat.
Y'all get comfortable, we're gonna have a little wait.
I was just trying to see my baby,
Dean exclaimed as he was escorted out of the emergency room by the same security guard who had dealt with Blaze. The guard led Dean by the arm over to a chair and pointed at it. You sit here or you sit in a jail cell.
Dean sat and squinted at the guard's name tag.
Melanie, are you related to Carrie Dunn?
No, sir.
Are you sure? You both have the same giant bodies and steel grips.
Dean rubbed his arm.
I think you bruised me.
I didn't mean to do that, but you should have come out of your hiding place when I told you to. Sir, I know you're upset, but when hospital staff tells you you're not supposed to be somewhere, it's for your safety and the safety of the patients. Now, I'm not going to call the police on you if you sit out here and calm down. You are not to go back there again until I say so. Is that understood? Melanie asked.
Dean's brow furrowed as he stared up at her.
I wasn't hiding. I told you I was looking for the quarter I dropped, and I got stuck between the drink machine and the wall.
Sir, do you understand what I just told you? Melanie asked again testily.
Just say yes, Blaze whispered loudly, and Ronnie sank deep into her chair. Dean turned and spotted Ronnie sitting next to Blaze.
That's Ronnie Corbin. She's a bigwig at this hospital, and she knows me. She's gonna tear your ass up for bruising me, Carrie Jr.
Everybody I know has lost their damn minds, Ronnie complained and stood.
She walked over to Melanie with her hands raised in surrender. I'm not a bigwig. I just work in administration. I'm so sorry my family has given you a hard time this evening.
He was up in imaging and wouldn't leave the room, Melanie explained. I finally got him out of there, and he took off and hid in the vending area. I didn't mean to be rough with him, but I couldn't let him hide because I knew he'd go back to where he didn't belong. Your sister kept running circles around me screaming, and I finally just had to grab her. They really didn't give me much of a choice.
Blaze waved a hand.
Heat of the moment? So sorry about that.
Oh, dear God. Ronnie clasped her hands together as though she was praying. Again, I'm so sorry. My sister was upset because she thought she caused her girlfriend brain damage. As for Dean, well, I don't know what he was thinking, but I will keep them in line.
Can I go back now? Dean asked.
Ronnie shook her head. No, but when I take Blaze back there on a leash, I'll clip one on you, too. Kaylee was lying on her side when she was wheeled into the emergency room bay and smiled at Edie. Hey, Graham, I'm fine. I have a mild concussion, and they're going to let me go home.
Your nurse will be here in a minute, the tech said and patted Kaylee on the shoulder. If you need anything, press the call button.
Thank you. Kaylee waited until she and Edie were alone and asked, Did you call Mom and Dad? No, not yet. I didn't want to scare them. So I waited to see what the results of your tests were.
Kaylee blew out a sigh of relief.
I'm so glad. I don't want them to come here. This isn't serious, and I just want to go home and sleep. Is Blaze in jail? I'm sure you know you can't go home alone. Edie gently stroked Kaylee's hair away from her face. Blaze is in the waiting room. Is she allowed to come back here? I think Ronnie said yes, but she has to be with her. She's probably going to have to be with your Gramp, too. I saw a security guard dragging him down the hall. I just hid and let her take him because I didn't want to be thrown out, too. Edie sighed. I don't know what happened, but you can be sure he went somewhere he didn't belong. I'm almost certain I heard his voice in the room where they stuffed my head in a machine. Kaylee gently pinched the skin of her brow. When I feel better, I am so gonna laugh about all this. Are you queasy? Not really. Not like the time when I got my bell rung playing soccer. Kaylee yawned. I'm okay, so you can stop looking so worried. Would you let Blaze and Gramp know I'm fine? I'll call your Gramp, but I don't want to leave you. Edie tucked the covers around Kaylee. I need to be in here when they give the instructions on how to take care of you. She noticed the slight frown that appeared on Kaylee's face and disappeared quickly. You want to go home with Blaze, don't you? Kaylee smiled apologetically. I just like her a lot. Well, goodness gracious, Kaylee, y'all just started dating. Edie looked stunned for a moment and sighed. She must like you a whole lot, too, because she's an emotional mess. Then again, she never did handle a crisis very well. Iona fell and twisted her ankle one time, and Blaze ran for help. She ran past the phone, the neighbor's house, and every other house between theirs and the fire department. Please don't make me laugh. Kaylee bit her lip and whimpered. Okay, Miss Kaylee. Dr. Carter is expediting your release, a nurse said as she walked into the room. She smiled at Edie. Hello, I'm Tammy. Will you be taking care of this lovely lady with the large fan club? Before Edie could answer, Ronnie walked into the room and patted Tammy on the shoulder. Thanks for the heads up, girl. She smiled at Edie and Kaylee. There are two people who should never be together in a stressful situation, Blaze and Dean. They took a chair apart in the waiting room to fix its squeak. I let them do it. They're like two hyper children who needed something to occupy them. I didn't bring them back here because I want to kill them both. I've got Chantal in the car, and I know the back way out of here. Let's just leave Blaze and Dean here. I'll drive y'all home. Kaylee wants to be with Blaze, Edie said simply.
Ronnie blew out a breath as she gazed at Kaylee.
Either you're really crazy about my sister or you're just straight up crazy. Chantal sat at the kitchen table with Kaylee, who sipped from a cup of tea while listening to Edie, Dean, and Blaze discussing their care plan for her. I am not a baby or an invalid, Kaylee yelled suddenly. If I have to go to the bathroom, I will walk in there. I'm sure as hell not using a bedpan. Stop being so ridiculous. She pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. Ow.
We made her kaboom, Dean said, and the room went silent. Has the tea done anything for your nausea? Chantal asked after a moment or two.
It has. Kaylee looked surprised. Thank you.
Don't thank me. All I did was dig around in Blaze's collection of teas. You had to make it. Chantal sighed. If I could stand on my own 2 feet, I would be changing the sheets on Blaze's bed right now. I could have made something for everyone to eat. If I knew how to cook, I feel so useless.
You might not be able to do household chores, but you have been helpful, especially to Ronnie with what she's going through. You're a help to Blaze, too, because she loves her sister, and I know she appreciates you being there for Ronnie. Chantal smiled slightly.
Thank you. It has taken me a lifetime to realize that life is mostly about choices. We can be sorry for the horrible choices we've made, but that doesn't change the effects that they've caused to those around us. I know I can never fix the damage I've caused, but I have an opportunity to give something to my girls. I want to help them with whatever I can. What can I do for Blaze to make her life easier?
I think the first step of making things easier for her is to tell her what you just told me.
I was afraid you were going to say that, Chantal admitted with a pained expression. I figured with your head injury you might blurt out something easy, like buy a case of her favorite cookies.
Okay, buy me a case of cookies. I changed the sheets on Blaze's bed downstairs. Then that heifer told me she'd already done it yesterday, Ronnie said as she walked into the kitchen. The health conference has moved to her office, where they're making copies of your care instructions. Are either of you hungry? I'm not. This tea Chantal found is all I need, Kaylee said.
Chantal shook her head. I had a snack, but thank you.
I'm going to go home then and take one of those amazing sleeping pills. I slept so hard last night that I didn't notice the demons playing with my internal thermostat. I awoke to a sweat-soaked t-shirt and sheets, and I think I may have lost a pound. Ronnie held up a thumb. Yay for me!
I'm so glad to hear you finally had a night of decent rest, Chantal said with a smile. Have you noticed any positive effects from the other pills?
I do feel better, but I'm not sure if it's because I've gotten sleep or if it's because I yelled at Clint so much yesterday he's hiding from me. I appreciate you telling Blaze to pick up that stuff for me, even though I balked at trying it. Thank you. Ronnie walked to the back door and opened it. Call Rosie if y'all need me during the night. She'd jump at the chance to wake me up with her air horn. Good night. See, you are helping, Kaylee said when the door closed behind Ronnie. You helped me with this tea, too. It's delicious. I may have another cup, just for the flavor.
Good. I'll get you another tea bag,
Chantal said happily. Chapter 17. Blaze walked Edie and Dean out after they said goodnight to Chantal and Kaylee. As Dean got into his truck, Edie took Blaze's hand. I know now is not the time to talk about this, but I just want you to know the remark I made to Iona long ago about sending you to reform school was a joke. Dean was difficult back then, and I used to make Iona laugh when I'd tell her I wanted to send his old butt to reform school. I made that same joke to Kaylee's parents, too. I would have never seriously suggested she send you away.
There are a lot of things I wish I could go back and change, and talking to you the way I did is at the top of my list. I'm very sorry. Edie smiled.
Don't we all wish we could go back and rewrite the past? I wish I would have handled that situation differently, too. Let's leave it behind us and start fresh. What do you say?
I would love that.
Blaze smiled as she and Edie hugged. Dean poked his head out his window. Don't be hugging on that baby-stealing thing, Edie. Get in this truck. He still has a place in his heart for you. He's just jealous right now, Edie said with a chuckle. Good night, honey.
Good night.
Blaze smiled and waved at Dean, and he switched on his headlights and half-blinded her. When she walked back into the house, she found Chantal in the kitchen alone.
Where's Kaylee? She went to the bathroom, and she didn't look well. I was about to go back there and check on her when you walked in.
Okay. Blaze rushed out of the kitchen. Kaylee wasn't in the hallway bathroom, so Blaze went to the one in the master bedroom and found the door locked. She knocked and said, Please tell me you're not about to take a shower by yourself in there. I'm not. I'm a little sick. You shouldn't be around for this. This is gonna sound crazy,
But the sight of blood makes me lightheaded, but someone puking doesn't bother me at all. Blaze shrugged with a grin. I volunteer to hold your hair back or put a cold cloth on your neck.
This is something you never want to experience with someone you've just started dating. I'm just going to put it bluntly. I feel like my rib cage is going to fall out of my butt.
That's not on the symptom sheet they sent home with you. Should I call? Get away from the door! Run! Oh, God, please go! Kaylee yelled. Gone! Blaze said quickly and ran, empathizing with Kaylee's need for privacy. She returned to the kitchen and consulted the papers Edie left on the table. She's supposed to have nausea, not diarrhea. She said the tea I gave her had helped with the nausea, Chantal said with concern. Should you call the hospital and see if this is normal? Blaze nodded. She pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans and set it on the table slowly. What tea? I found it in your pantry. There's a picture of a stomach with a sad face on the box. Blaze went into the pantry and grabbed the box of tea she figured Chantal was talking about. She stepped out and held it up. Is this it? Yes, Chantal said, sounding certain. This isn't a stomach. It's a flower. Oh, I've misplaced my reading glasses, and that's why I thought it was a stomach. Do you think the tea is what made her sick? Chantal asked hesitantly. I bought it when I had a severe sinus infection, and the medicine I took caused constipation. I only drank it once because it made me feel like I was going to shit out my soul. Chantal stared at Blaze in horror. She said it was delicious, and she drank 2 cups. She should have gone home with Edie. Blaze tossed the box over her shoulder into the pantry. We are dangerous people. She's not safe here. Chantal opened the refrigerator and started throwing water bottles into the basket of her scooter. Maybe she can flush it out if she drinks these. That might help with the dehydration she'll probably have. But she wants privacy. She may be worried that something is wrong with her. I have to tell her what I've done and help if I can. Chantal started out of the kitchen and stopped. I wanted to be of help. I'm very sorry. Blaze saw the misery on Chantal's face and couldn't be angry with her. To be fair, the flower really did kind of look like a stomach with a frown. I need you to give her a message for me. Tell her I said I'd still be as crazy about her if she'd had the shits the night we met on Old Dump Road. Do you want to take a moment to decide if that's really what you want to say? Chantal looked at Blaze as though she was crazy. If you were going for romantic, I would strongly suggest you reword. With what? I'd be cool if you defecated on the street? Please tell her what I said, how I said it. Don't try to be eloquent. She'll get it. There really isn't a way to say that eloquently. I'll do my best to quote you correctly, Chantal said as she rolled out of the kitchen. Tell her I would drink the tea too so we could suffer together. Right now I just need to be able to take care of her, Blaze whispered as she followed Chantal to the hallway and stopped. Chantal rolled up to the bathroom door and knocked softly. Kaylee, I need to make a confession. I'm not Catholic, but I'm pretty sure you're at the wrong place for that. Shouldn't there be a priest listening to you instead of a woman on a toilet? You still have your sense of humor. That's good. I hope you'll find humor in what I'm about to tell you. I didn't have my reading glasses on when I found that tea. As it turns out, it wasn't for an upset stomach. It was for constipation. There was a long moment of silence before Kaylee said, If it's not called prompt poo, they should change the name. I'm so very sorry. There was another period of silence. You were doing something nice for me, so I can't be mad at you. Shit happens, Kaylee said with a weak laugh. Blaze wanted me to tell you, I'm quoting here, I'd still be crazy about her if she had the shits the day we met on Old Dump Road. She also wants you to know she'd be willing to drink the tea so she could suffer with you, but she wants to be able to take care of you. Kaylee cracked up. She already knows just what to say to me. For years I've dreamed about the woman I wanted to be with, and here she is in the flesh. People never measure up to dreams. I know. My eyes are open. We're going to learn things about each other we don't like. But I believe we'll deal with it. If she can make me laugh while I'm confined to the toilet, I'd say we've got something good going here. Chantal balanced on her scooter and leaned against the door. I'm relieved to hear you say that. You and I are getting to know my daughter at the same time. But my vision of her isn't clouded by the desires you have. She's compassionate and loyal. She'll set her needs and wants aside for others. Like all of us, Blaze has her faults, but you don't find many people like her. I want to make sure you know that.
I do, and I appreciate that you wanted to make sure I did.
I suppose if you didn't, you wouldn't be here right now after she put you in the hospital and gave you a colon cleanser, Chantal said with a chuckle.
I couldn't leave right now if I wanted to,
Kaylee said with a laugh. I'm dropping bottles of water here by the door. Perhaps if you drink all of them, the water will help flush the effects of the tea out of your system faster.
Thank you for that. Would you give Blaze a couple of messages for me?
Gladly.
Please tell her I'm sorry I yelled at her. I just didn't want her to be in the blast zone. Also, tell her I want to know if she eats rocks or wood, and that's the reason she keeps drain cleaner in her pantry. Oh, and tell her I was touched by her message and I'm crazy about her too.
Chantal pursed her lips. I think you two are well suited for each other.
She's so awesome, Blaze said with a laugh after Chantal delivered Kaylee's message.
A dream come true?
Chantal rolled over to a basket Blaze kept on the counter and took a protein bar from it.
Absolutely.
Chantal returned to the table and set the bar in front of Blaze.
You should eat this. I can hear your stomach growling. Thanks.
Blaze toyed with the bar but didn't open it while Chantal sat down.
I know you're tired. You don't have to keep me company. Blaze, may I ask if you've ever fallen in love?
Once, when I was in my late teens. But that was really just a time of firsts. First feelings of desire for someone. First feelings of love. And I was high on them, Blaze said with a laugh. The next time, the high wasn't as powerful. It took me a long time to realize those first feelings make us feel like we've fallen into something. I don't think we fall in love. I think it's like opening a series of internal doors. Once someone begins to prove they can be trusted with what's inside of us, we start opening doors. If the other person is opening their doors as well, the deeper trust builds, the deeper the access becomes, until both are basically one.
That's a fascinating insight, Chantal said in awe.
Yeah. I wish I would have had it when Ronnie met Clint. She threw open all her doors and let him in when he should have just stayed on the porch. I think she's closed him out, and that's where he is now. But I'd really prefer to see him at the curb on garbage pickup day.
You don't believe he could be put in the recycling bin?
Blaze laughed. No, he's proven himself to be made up of things that can't be changed into something useful. If Ronnie says anything to you about divorce, don't bring up recycling, she said seriously. Clint has a house painting business, but he's at home on the couch more than he is at work. Ronnie's job is the reason they can pay their bills. She takes care of the kids, the house, and everything else while Clint sits on the couch. She's carrying everything, and him, too.
That paints a clearer picture,
Chantal sighed. I appreciate the way you've helped Ronnie. I know I couldn't have helped her with the menopause stuff like you have. I've never seen her so... not herself. She's the strong one. I've seen her deal with things before that would have driven me out of my mind. But she just shrugged it all off and said, that's life, I'll deal with it. She needs me to be the strong one now, and I feel out of my league.
You're wrong about that. You and Ronnie are very strong women, mentally and emotionally. You're also very strong physically. I saw you defend yourself against two women who were violent and obviously unstable.
So Ronnie told you about that? Blaze said dryly.
Rosie actually mentioned it. She didn't realize I didn't know about the incident. Kaylee explained everything that happened. At first, I didn't want to see the videos of you being beaten. I don't know why I felt compelled to see them, but I did today. Chantal nodded. I have to agree with Rosie and Kaylee. You are a badass.
With a pink fuzzy tail. Chantal laughed when Blaze did.
There are many things I want to explain to you and Ronnie. I won't try to do that now. I know you have a lot on your mind with Kaylee at the moment. I'm also pretty sure you haven't been ready to hear what I have to say.
That's true.
Chantal pursed her lips and changed the subject. Ronnie finally had a night of good rest because of the sleeping pills you bought her. She told me that earlier.
I'm happy to hear that. Now that I think about it, she did seem like the old Ronnie tonight. Calm and in control. She was, but she was very worried about you. I admire the relationship you two have. Chantal smiled as Kaylee slowly walked into the room wearing a t-shirt and a pair of shorts she'd taken from Blaze's dresser. Did drinking the water help?
It may have. Kaylee patted her stomach. I have never felt so pure inside. I'm clean now, inside and out.
Blaze stood and scowled at Kaylee's wet hair. I see that you've showered. You weren't supposed to do that alone.
I was steady, and if I'd felt dizzy, I would have sat on the bench in your shower. I think the few power naps I had on the toilet helped. Kaylee yawned. I really want to get into bed and sleep now.
Good.
Blaze took Kaylee by the arm and gazed at Chantal.
Is there anything you need before we turn in?
Chantal stood slowly.
No, I'm right behind you. I'll switch off the lights. You take care of Kaylee. Her eyes flew open wide when Kaylee leaned close and kissed her cheek.
Thank you for the water and the colon cleansing that could have come at a better time, but I won't hold that against you, Kaylee said with a smile.
Blaze sighed when she stepped out of the bathroom after her shower, and Kaylee's eyes flew open.
I'm sorry I woke you up. You should have let me turn the lamp off. I know my way around my bedroom in the dark.
I was already awake. I rolled onto my back and pissed off the back of my head.
I'll spoon you and keep you on your side.
Blaze climbed into bed and switched off the light. Kaylee rolled away from Blaze, who snuggled up behind her. I'm certain now that Chantal wants to try to make amends, Chantal said as she entwined her fingers with Blaze's. I think you should hear what she has to say.
I think you should sleep now, and we'll talk about this later.
Blaze kissed Kaylee's shoulder.
Before you go, I just want to tell you again how sorry I am for hitting you.
I know, because you apologized the whole time they rolled me out to the ambulance I told you I didn't need. I was sneaking up on you, so the whole thing wasn't your fault. It was an accident, and you have to accept that. Although I will admit, I'd still be apologizing to you if I had been in your shoes. Do you feel like our dating is kind of like a trial by fire? It's like we're in a getting-to-know-you crash course.
Yeah, we've been going through some things together most people don't have to face when they're first going out. I don't usually maim a woman until I've been seeing her a few months,
Blaze said with a grin. Good. You can go ahead and mark that off your list with me. I don't usually destroy a woman's bathroom until I've been seeing her a while either. Blaze laughed.
I feel so honored. Now go to sleep, so I can wake you up in an hour to check your mental status.
Seriously, I think I've been misdiagnosed. I've had a concussion before, and I know how bad I felt then. All I have right now is a sore head. You don't have to wake me up until 5:30.
Obviously, Dean didn't tell you that he called someone on the night shift, and they transferred him to your boss. You're not expected at the office tomorrow, so you can sleep.
I don't fucking believe this, Kaylee snapped. I can't call in sick after only one day on the job. I'm fine. Why won't anybody believe me when I say that?
Because you had a brain scan that says you're not?
Screw that. I'm going to work, and while I'm there, I'm going to make giant copies of my driver's license and highlight my birth date on all of them. I'll hang one in every room of my grandparents' house so they can see I am not the baby anymore. Kaylee released a guttural growl. I am a grown woman capable of handling her own shit.
That's true. You did that tonight.
After a moment or two of silence, Kaylee snorted. Don't make me laugh right now. I'm mad.
When life stops being so crazy, I want to take you on a weekend trip. I would like to have some uninterrupted time with you so I can woo you properly.
Blaze kissed Kaylee's shoulder.
I'm beginning to think I'm never going to be able to take you out around here without someone throwing a wrench into our plans.
Kaylee pulled out of Blaze's embrace and rolled over to face her, even though she couldn't see her in the dark. I've gone on many dates because that's all I could do while working with MVP. I'm experiencing a part of life with you I haven't really known for a long time. I'm learning so much more about you while you face family issues than I would if we were traditionally dating. You've already wooed me. I'm the one who needs to be wooing you.
You already have.
Blaze took Kaylee's hand and kissed it.
You've been so accommodating and supportive without complaint. I've never met anyone like you.
Well, babe, you've been dating some assholes then.
Kaylee grinned when Blaze laughed. You're real. You admit your insecurities. More importantly, you don't pretend you don't have any. There's no pretense. You just let me see who you are. You make me feel like I can be myself, and that's so refreshing. Especially right now, when I'm starting a new job and I feel like I have to exude confidence I really don't have yet. You have a way of putting things so perfectly. I want to respond to what you just said with something brilliant, but the only thing going through my brain right now is you're so fucking awesome. I'll happily take that, Kaylee said with a laugh and ran a hand over Blaze's head and down her face. I wanted to kiss you, but it's pitch black in here and I didn't know where your face was. I was afraid I'd headbutt you. Don't move. I have your bottom lip pinned with my thumb. That's my top lip. Adjust your trajectory as you're coming in. I don't want your tongue in my nose. They both laughed through several kisses, until one turned passionate. Kaylee groaned when Blaze gently pushed her away. Why are you rejecting my seduction? You have a head injury. I don't want to resist, but I'm not doing anything to put you back in the hospital. I don't want to cause you to have a brain bleed, and I especially don't want to explain to your grandparents how I did that again. I'm telling you, I really don't believe I have a concussion. Think about this. Kaylee ran her fingers along the inside of Blaze's thigh. Your blood flow goes south when you're turned on. So, giving in to me would be healing if I really do have a head injury. Understand? No, because you just made all my blood run south. Blaze grabbed Kaylee's hand. Stop making me stupid. Kaylee rested her head on her pillow with a laugh. You hit me in the face with something and you're not going to kiss it better. We both know your face isn't what you want me to kiss. Kaylee, you do have a head injury, and let me tell you how I know. I gave it to you, and after you got here, Chantal gave you tea that made you shit your rib cage out. If I hadn't knocked the sense out of you, there would be no way you'd want to take a chance of me throwing you out a window. Why would you throw me out a window? That's the kind of day we've been having. Blaze grinned when Kaylee cracked up laughing. You really are fucking awesome. Chapter 18. Hey, Blaze said with a sleepy smile when she walked into the kitchen the next morning and found Edie at the table having coffee with Chantal. I understand you and Kaylee were heard laughing until after midnight, so that must mean she's doing well, Edie said as she watched Blaze go straight to the coffee pot. She wasn't laughing when I woke her up every hour to make sure she was okay. She's definitely just fine because she had the presence of mind to sneak out of bed, unplug my alarm clock, and stuff it in the bathroom trash can. Blaze yawned. I found it there when I got up. Edie smiled with relief. That's good news. Dean called a little while ago and said he spoke to Sam, Kaylee's boss. Again, first thing this morning. He wanted me to be sure and let Kaylee know that Sam said for her not to worry about anything. She can start fresh next week. That's awfully sweet, but I'm going back tomorrow. Everyone turned and gazed at Kaylee standing in the doorway with her hair a mess and a faint bruise in the center of her forehead. The doctor said in his notes that you should not do anything strenuous for at least a week. That includes staring at a computer screen, Edie said firmly. You also need to follow up with the doctor before you return to work. Emergency room doctors always say that. Kaylee waved a hand dismissively. I know my body, and I know what I can handle. I would have gone to work today, but someone woke me up every hour and made me recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Blaze shook her head. You didn't recite it, you made up your own. She placed her right hand over her heart and tried to keep a straight face. I pledge not to choke you for doing what you believe is in my best interests, but so help me God, if that alarm clock goes off again, I will spread its remains over the United States of America with parts and pieces for all. Would you like a cup of coffee? Yes, I would, but I'll pour it myself to further demonstrate that I'm fine. Kaylee strode over to the coffee maker and took the cup Blaze handed her. I will be even more brilliant after I'm caffeinated. Dad, Blaze said with surprise when Frank opened the back door and walked in without knocking. Hello, honey, Frank said as he gave Blaze a kiss on the cheek. Hello, Edie. It's good to see you. Great to see you, Frank. Edie gestured toward Kaylee. I'd like you to meet my granddaughter, Kaylee. Frank shook Kaylee's hand. I met you a long time ago.
You had a head full of blonde curls then and had just learned to walk. You were supervising Dean while he worked on his lawnmower. That sticks out in my mind because you were chewing on a dill pickle and drooling down the front of your shirt. Dean got a real kick out of that.
I'm certain I looked better then than I do now, Kaylee said with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Frank spun around, and his polite tone turned hostile.
Chantal, what the hell are you doing here? Whoa! Blaze stepped in front of Frank. Dad, I missed you when you chose to step out of the loop and leave town. Don't come up in my house demanding answers and being rude, especially in front of my new girlfriend. She turned her gaze to Kaylee. Is that title cool? Kaylee held up a thumb.
Most definitely cool.
Why do you look so old? Chantal asked in awe as she gawked at Frank. Frank looked bowled over by the question. What? You need to moisturize. You won't be any less manly if you take care of your skin, Chantal said. You're talking about... The lines deepened in Frank's brow. I didn't come here for beauty tips, he said numbly. What are you doing here? I'm having coffee with the girls. Won't you join us? Chantal smiled. We won't exfoliate you. Frank wagged a finger at Chantal. You're being... What's the word? Obtuse? Blaze suggested. You're being that, Frank said with a nod. You know what I'm asking you, Chantal. Blaze watched the exchange between her parents in fascination. She employed the same runaround tactics when Frank would ask her something she didn't want to answer, despite the fact it never worked. She was amazed that her father seemed so flummoxed by Chantal's evasiveness. Sunscreen. You should use it on your face and especially your neck, Chantal said casually and took a sip of her coffee. I never did understand you. Frank blew out a breath and set his hands on his hips. I asked you a direct question, answer it. That's not true, Frank. You knew me better than I knew myself. You used to tell me that all the time. When it came to self-realization, I was a late bloomer, but I'm all caught up now. I was an idiot, but not anymore. I'll answer all your questions when I'm ready, so don't bully me, Chantal said in a cool tone that no one in the room had heard before. Frank stared at Chantal for a moment and slowly nodded. All right. It was good seeing you, Edie. It was a pleasure meeting you, Kaylee, he said and kissed Blaze on the forehead. I love you, baby. I'll see you later. You're leaving now? Blaze asked. Yup, Frank said and walked out the door. Chantal got onto her scooter and said, Please excuse me, before she rolled out of the kitchen. Blaze watched her go, then softly asked Edie, Did I just see my dad run out of here like a scolded dog? Tail tucked and everything, Edie said with a bewildered smile. That was a first. What does that mean? Kaylee asked. Dad can be bullish, Blaze said. I've never seen anyone make him retreat. Ronnie walked in the door looking disconcerted. I saw Dad backing out of the driveway when I drove up, and he looked me dead in the face and didn't wave, or smile. It was like he didn't even see me. What's going on? He showed up and demanded Chantal tell him what she was doing here, and she shut him down. She didn't yell or anything. Her voice actually got lower. It was kind of cool to witness. I wish she would have been here, Blaze said with a grin. Ronnie stood in the doorway between the kitchen and living room and watched Blaze cover Kaylee with a blanket while she napped on the love seat. Blaze gazed at Chantal, who was asleep on the couch for a moment, and covered her with the throw as well. Ronnie backed into the kitchen when Blaze headed her way. I can stay here with them if you need to go into work. Shit, I do need to go to work. I forgot to pay bills yesterday, and I didn't transfer the money for the note on the store to Bill's account. I can't be late on that. It's only a day, don't stress. Ronnie watched Blaze head toward the back door. Where are you going? To work, Blaze said as though the answer was obvious. Okay, well, put on a bra and something besides boxer shorts. Blaze was assailed by a dozen questions from her staff when she walked into the store and became distracted by issues she needed to handle. It wasn't until later she remembered she still needed to pay the note on her store. As she went into her office, she called Bill Winters to let him know she was about to transfer the money into his account. Hey, Bill, she said when he answered. I'm so sorry I haven't paid you this month. There's no financial trouble. I've had my hands full and I forgot. I'm authorizing the payment as we speak. Don't do that. I thought you knew, Don't make that transfer. I don't know what to say, Bill stammered. Just hold off on that.
Blaze's fingers froze on her keyboard. What? There was a moment of silence, and Bill said,
Someone was supposed to have talked to you about this.
Someone? Blaze felt as though her blood ran cold. Bill, I'm getting a really bad feeling. Please don't tell me you sold this store out from underneath me despite our agreement. Bill sounded offended.
You should know me better than that.
Then tell me what's going on.
Look.
Bill fell silent again for a few seconds.
All I can tell you is that you have a benefactor, and your debt to me is paid. I'm on the verge of breaking my word to that person, so I'm gonna go now, but we'll talk soon.
Blaze blinked rapidly when the call ended, unable to comprehend what she'd just heard. She didn't know anyone wealthy enough to pay off her loan. Chantal! She said, and sprang out of her chair. When Blaze burst through her back door, she found Ronnie combing through Chantal's wet hair while she sat at the kitchen table. It's a beauty day, Ronnie said cheerfully. I swear I was very careful, and I didn't get the hair dye on anything. She pointed the comb she held at Kaylee, who was also seated at the table. Did you know your girlfriend can cut hair? She refreshed my layers. You're not broke, Blaze said shakily to Chantal. For that matter, your arm and rib aren't broken either. You lied about that, too. You better answer my next question truthfully. Did you buy my loan for the store from Bill Winters? No, Chantal said, and held Blaze's fiery gaze. I paid it off as a gift to you. I think it's time we talk. I'm gonna go somewhere, Kaylee said as she stood. Blaze held up a hand. No, please stay right there. Chantal gave Kaylee a weak smile. I would like for you to stay too. Ronnie moved to one of the chairs and sank down slowly, staring at Chantal. Why have you been lying? Are you dying? Blaze began to pace back and forth across the kitchen like a caged animal with both hands on top of her head. No. Am I about to? Chantal asked as she watched Blaze. Why did you lie to us? Ronnie pressed. I have so much to explain, Chantal said nervously. Will you talk your sister into sitting down? Ronnie shook her head. She has to purge energy when she's upset. If she sits down now, she'll tear this table apart. Start explaining. She's listening. It took Chantal a moment to speak. You and Blaze have always been kind to me during my visits. Still, I could see distrust, detachment, and sometimes anger in your eyes when you regarded me. I wanted to have this conversation, but I would lose my nerve. The day I arrived here, I saw something else in Blaze's eyes when she first looked at me sitting in the back of that car. Compassion. It only lasted for a moment, and when I saw her look of sympathy slowly turning back to detachment, I panicked. I did the one thing I'm really good at. I played a role. It was a moment of desperation I regretted even then, but when Blaze offered for me to stay here, I offered? Ronnie interjected and turned to Blaze. You told me she begged to stay here. Yeah, Blaze snapped as she continued to pace. I'm her offspring, so I'm a liar too. I wanted a chance to explain why I left, Chantal continued. I've wanted to for a long time. That's why I would come each year and why I didn't stay for more than a few hours. I would see your faces and I would think it's too late. I would panic and run. I would try to convince myself it was best to leave well enough alone, but I couldn't. When I was lying on the pavement after my accident and cars were swerving to avoid me, all I could think of was how many opportunities I let slip away. When I was well enough to travel, I came here. My lie to Blaze afforded me a chance to spend a little time in your world, and you both were so wonderful. I found my courage, but Blaze wasn't ready to hear. She glanced at Ronnie. I don't think you were either. Blaze, would you get my purse from the couch? No, Blaze said indignantly. Nevertheless, she stomped into the living room, grabbed the purse, and returned to the kitchen where she dropped it on the table. Thank you. Chantal grabbed the purse and pulled it to her chest. When we're born, we're not stamped with things we really need to know. My stamp would have read, You lack the ability to sing, cook, operate a motorcycle, and be a mother. I wanted to be able to do all those things, but when I tried, my attempts ended in disaster. It's sad we have to learn about our lack in hindsight.
We aren't born with a manual on parenting either, Ronnie said as she watched Chantal pull the envelope of pictures from her purse. It's all advice from others and trial and error, but we don't give up just because it's hard and sometimes painful.
I was feeding you one time and you started coughing. I thought you were getting a cold, and had Iona not walked in when she did, you probably would have choked to death, Chantal said as she continued to dig in her purse.
Rookie mistake, and that's not an excuse to give up, Ronnie said calmly but firmly. Chantal set another envelope atop the one filled with photos and met Ronnie's gaze.
You're a better woman than I am, Ronnie, and that's because the woman who raised you was the mother I couldn't be.
No, Ronnie shook her head. If you're going to tell me that's why you left, I will call bullshit. Grandma would have helped you with us. If you didn't know how to be a mother, she would have taught you if you had wanted to stay.
You're right, Chantal conceded hoarsely. The lack of skill wasn't the only problem. What I'm about to say is not an excuse. I simply want to explain where I was mentally back then. My mother was 16 when she got pregnant, and my father ran off when he found out. She raised me alone until I was 12 and went to live with her older sister. The only memory I have of my mother is that she was angry and bitter. I started to become the same way when being a mom got hard, and unlike my mother, I did have help. I withdrew, and Iona took over while I hid away.
Did you struggle with depression? Kaylee asked. Chantal nodded.
I realized what it was when I was diagnosed years later. Therapy taught me that I kept pursuing things I thought would make me happy, but when reality didn't measure up to my illusions, I would be deeply disappointed. I would seek out something else I thought would make me happy, and the cycle would repeat. I remembered how happy I was after I went to live with my aunt and her husband. They weren't wealthy, but I was treated like a princess. They made me feel wanted. They talked to me and were interested in what I was thinking. I felt valued. Iona did that so easily with the girls, but I couldn't. I was too wrapped up in my own feelings to consider theirs. Chantal took the pictures from the envelope and started laying them out. I asked Iona to send these to me after I left. I knew she was the mother you two deserved. The evidence is right here before you. Happy children, celebrating birthdays and Christmases, playing on the beach, roasting marshmallows over a campfire. Iona could give you what I couldn't.
I don't know what to say to that, Ronnie said with a sigh and glanced at Blaze, who had stopped pacing and her face was expressionless.
In my heart, I know I did the best thing by leaving, even though it was for my own selfish pursuits, Chantal said, and her voice broke. She inhaled deeply and breathed out slowly. Yes, Iona would have helped me raise you girls, but I was a mess inside. I knew what it was like to live with someone who was always in a dark place and blaming everyone around them for putting them there. In hindsight, I know that would have had a negative influence on my children. At the time, I regretted my decision not long after I left, and I at least wanted to visit. But my rationale centered on what I wanted, and not what you needed. I was furious when Iona asked me to stay away, but on some level, I knew she was right.
Grandma told you to stay away? Blaze asked, unbelievingly.
I'd been gone 6 months, and I wrote to her and asked if I could visit. She was kind in her response, but made it clear that the two of you had adjusted to my absence. Chantal took a piece of paper from the envelope and gently unfolded the letter that had been taped together. I tore this up in my anger, but you can see her only concern was your welfare. She suggested I wait until the two of you were older. I took her advice, and when you both were in your teens, I made plans to come then. Iona felt she needed to let Frank know I was coming. He called the number I'd given Iona and told me not to. He said you girls were going through a rough time, and he didn't want my intrusion to add more stress.
Well, He and Grandma should have at least told us that you all were talking, Ronnie said angrily. They led us to believe you didn't want to have anything to do with us, and that's what added to our stress.
His decisions, right or wrong, were based on protecting you. I have to say he was right then, because I returned when you were both adults, and I still failed to handle things correctly, Chantal admitted with a sigh. There was so much I should have said and didn't. It wasn't until I was in my mid-60s that I could look back at my life and acknowledge it was paved with poor decisions. I self-medicated. I would go to therapy, but I wouldn't put the things I was being taught to use. I'm finally at a point where I feel healthy, and still I came here and lied to get what I wanted.
What was that? Just to tell us this? Blaze asked angrily. Now that you have, are you going to leave again?
I want to stay and buy a house here. I deeply regret that I couldn't figure myself out and be what my daughters needed me to be. I'm very sorry that I've made things the way they are. I know an apology won't fix them, but I hope we could at least be friends. Chantal's hand shook as she set it on the envelope. These are the letters Iona and I exchanged. I hope you'll read them and maybe see that I do. Love you both, even though I couldn't show it.
Oh my God,
Kaylee whispered as her eyes brimmed with tears.
Look at all of us at the table crying, Ronnie snapped and waved a hand at Blaze. And the human fountain over there is as dry as a bone. I've seen her get misty watching dog food commercials. This is weird. What's happened to my world? Great, now I'm flashing. Blaze watched Ronnie walk over to the refrigerator, open the door, and try to cram herself into it.
I need to think. You gonna be okay?
I'm in the fucking refrigerator. I'm fine. Go.
I need to think,
Blaze said again and walked out the back door. Chapter 19. Kaylee walked onto the porch timidly and found Blaze sitting on her outdoor sofa. Do you want to be alone?
No, I'm glad you came,
Blaze said as she watched a few leaves fall from her favorite pecan tree.
You can help me sort out my emotions.
You trust me to do that after I lost my emotional shit in there? Blaze smiled at Kaylee as she took a seat beside her.
Ronnie's right. I will cry at the drop of a hat when confronted with something emotional. I don't know why I didn't break down. I think it's sweet that you did because it means you care.
I think she was being sincere, and I like her even more for it.
I do too, Blaze admitted and blew out a breath. It was hard hearing her say she was bitter and angry in her role of mother. I know Dad didn't give her much support then. I heard Grandpa fussing at Dad one time for being selfish. Dad was arguing until Grandpa said something like, if he had stayed out of the bars every night and had been a husband, Chantal might not have left. Dad went completely silent. I do believe Chantal suffered with depression. My ex did, too. And what Chantal described was a picture of Trin. I still struggle with the fact she left me and Ronnie, though I know her reasons.
Kaylee took Blaze's hand. I do too. I keep a desiccated turtle because I couldn't part with it, so I can't fathom how she could have walked out on y'all. I've gotten down over things, but I've never been to the level Chantal has.
Something is wrong with me because I think that turtle thing is so cute, Blaze said with a laugh and quickly sobered. I felt Chantal's regret. It was like I sensed it every time she came here. I want to get to know her, but I just can't go in there and throw myself in her arms.
I think she knows that.
She paid off the loan on my store, and that was a lot of money. Now I feel beholden to her, and I'm not comfortable with that. Is that crazy?
Yeah, Kaylee said with an emphatic nod. She said that was a gift. Take it. Look at it as back child support or whatever, but take it.
Blaze laughed. Thanks for keeping me grounded.
When I was drinking the diabolical tea and chatting with her, she told me she wanted to do something to make your and Ronnie's lives easier. She knows she can never fully make up for the past, but she's trying to show you she wants to. She could have stayed wherever she was. That would have been the easy thing to do. But she chose to come here and try to make amends. And that had to be scary. To me, that shows despite everything she did, she does care. Kaylee stroked the back of Blaze's hand with her thumb. Are you going to read the letters? Maybe one day, but not right now. Edie rounded the corner holding a casserole dish. As she climbed the steps, she noticed Kaylee's swollen eyes and rushed over. What's wrong? She asked and dropped the dish into a chair. Are you in pain? No, Kaylee glanced at Blaze, wondering how to reply. Chantal just told us why she left when we were little, Blaze explained. The conversation got kind of emotional. Edie went to the other side of the couch and sat when Blaze scooted over. She wrapped an arm around Blaze's waist and gazed at her. How are you feeling? Kinda happy and kinda I don't know what, Blaze said. Kaylee started talking quickly. Chantal had regrets over leaving and she wanted to visit, but Iona advised her not to because it would be confusing to Blaze and Ronnie, who were still little. Chantal waited until they were in their teens, but Frank didn't want her to come because he thought that would have a negative impact. Blaze and Ronnie had no idea Iona and Frank had been talking to Chantal. By the time Chantal started visiting, she was too intimidated to really talk to them and explain why she left. She suffered with depression. She's gone to therapy, done some soul searching, and she's here now because she wants to be in their lives. She paid off the note to Blaze's store secretly because she wanted to help. Blaze doesn't know how to feel about that, so tell her to accept the gift. Oh, honey, you take that gift. Edie patted Blaze's back. Are you angry with your grandma for not telling you any of this? Blaze thought for a moment. I am a little peeved that she and Dad didn't tell us at least when we were grown. You should know that Iona anguished over whether or not she was making the right decisions. Whenever you and Ronnie would ask about your mother, and Iona was forced to talk to y'all about her, she said you would cry a lot and Ronnie would tear up stuff in the yard. Edie rubbed Blaze's back soothingly. She was afraid of what interaction with Chantal would do to y'all. She just wanted you girls to have a happy and healthy childhood, and she did whatever she thought was best to make that happen. Edie noticed Kaylee's mouth hanging wide open and the scowl on her face. Why are you looking at me like that? Graham, you knew that and you didn't tell me? Kaylee exclaimed. No, I didn't, because you would have blabbed. That was something Chantal, Frank, and the girls needed to discuss amongst themselves. I'm sorry, Kaylee, but you could not be trusted with that information because of your feelings for Blaze. I never told your Gramp either, because he can't be trusted not to blab, period. Ronnie walked out the back door with teary eyes and tried to smile. Hi, Edie. She's up to speed on everything. Kaylee just gave her an impressive rundown. Did Chantal say anything else? Blaze asked. We talked about the gift she wants to give me. Ronnie took a seat in the chair Edie had pulled close to where she sat. She looked emotionally drained, and I suggested she should take a nap. Are you going to take the gift? Blaze asked. Ronnie looked at her as though she was crazy. Hell yes. With money like that, I could buy the house next door to mine. Rosie and I could have our own clean living space, and the 3 pigs could stay at the old house. She smiled when Edie began rubbing her back. How are you feeling about all this? Blaze turned to Kaylee. You'll say it better than I will. She believes Chantal is being sincere and she actually likes her, but she's struggling with some of the abandonment issues. She wants Chantal in her life, but she's not ready to hug her or call her mom, Kaylee said, and looked at Blaze questioningly. Blaze nodded. Excellent. So, Ronnie, what about you? I'm happy. I told Chantal that, and that's when she really began to cry. Ronnie waved a hand at Blaze. Then I turned into you and cried my eyes out too. You're going to need to refill the napkin holder on the table. You don't have any lingering issues with her leaving us? Blaze asked. You know what? Some people really aren't meant to have children. The prime example is sitting on my couch watching TV, and it won't occur to him to make our kids something to eat, even though it's approaching dinner time. He can tell you all the players on his favorite football team, but he doesn't know what subjects the kids are studying in school, and he has no idea what kind of grades they're making. The only reason I haven't divorced him is because I'd have to let my babies spend weekends with him, and they'd probably starve to death. At least Chantal knew she couldn't handle the job as parent, and she left us with someone who could. Ronnie shrugged. That's how I choose to look at it. Blaze nodded. I'm going to try to roll with that too.
Ronnie, if it's okay with Blaze, why don't you invite your kids here for dinner? Edie pointed at the huge casserole dish. There's plenty of food. I can run home and make up a big salad, too. I have everything for a salad here, Blaze added. Call the kids. Let them meet their grandmother. Edie stepped out of the hallway bathroom at the same time as Chantal left her room. Chantal listened to all the voices coming from the kitchen and asked, Does Blaze have company? Ronnie's sons and daughter are having dinner with us, Edie said with a smile. Chantal looked stricken and fussed with her hair. I'm not presentable. Honey, your grandkids don't care what you look like, only how you treat them. What's wrong with your hair? I haven't done anything with it since Ronnie colored it, and it's flat, Chantal said. Edie waved a hand. Oh, well, I can help you fluff it up. I would appreciate that, thank you, Chantal said with a nervous smile. Trey and Leaf were helping Blaze put the extender in her kitchen table when Chantal rolled into the kitchen behind Edie. Ronnie turned away from the salad she was making and said, Boys, I'd like you to meet your grandma, Chantal. Trey walked over to Chantal first and extended his hand. Hi, Grandma. You're Trey, Chantal said with a smile as she took his hand into both of hers. You're a handsome young man. Leaf stepped toward Chantal, but Rosie moved ahead of him. Ladies first, people, she said and gave Chantal a hug. Ronnie rolled her eyes when she looked at Blaze. Oh, so now you're gonna cry? Shut it, Ronnie. Blaze turned her back to everyone. Kaylee handed Blaze the stack of napkins she was about to put in the holder and whispered, Compassion is beautiful, babe. Snot is not. Don't look at me right now, Blaze said. I'm gonna go outside and wash my face. With what? Kaylee asked. Blaze moved to the door, keeping her back to everyone. The hose. Take these. Kaylee handed the whole package of napkins to Blaze and watched her go. After dinner, Blaze stood in the doorway between the kitchen and living room, watching Chantal talk to the kids who were gathered around where she sat on the couch. When she turned toward the kitchen where everyone else was cleaning up, Ronnie looked at her and laughed. The sap is back. Would you shut the fuck up? Sorry, Edie, Blaze said quickly and wiped her eyes. Dinner was delicious, thank you so much. It was the least I could do since you're taking care of my stubborn granddaughter. Edie dried her hands on a dish towel and set it aside. Now I need to get home and take care of my other hard-headed baby. I made him dinner before I came over here, but you can bet he had potato chips and beer instead. She gave Kaylee, Blaze, and Ronnie each a kiss on the cheek before she poked her head into the living room and said goodnight to Chantal and the kids. We'll walk you out, Blaze said to Edie, and she and Kaylee followed her to the door. I need to get away from Ronnie before I bite her again and make her cry. Ronnie glared at Blaze. I still have a scar on my thumb from that, you asshole. Sorry, Edie. You shouldn't have stuck your finger in my nose. Blaze flipped Ronnie off as she followed Edie and Kaylee outside. Kaylee grinned at Blaze. Were you a biter when you were little? No, I was 16 when I did that. I woke up with Ronnie's thumb buried to the knuckle in my left nostril, Blaze said. She made it bleed. Blaze, you still bit it. Kaylee made a face and shuddered. No, I bit her index finger as she pulled her hand away. Kaylee spit orange juice in one of her sister's eyes. I don't remember if it was Joanna or Haley she did that to. My only recollection was the screaming, Edie added with a chuckle. It was Joanna, and she pulled my hair. The spitting was involuntary, and nevertheless, I was the one you made stand in the corner, Graham. Kaylee scowled as they strolled out to Edie's car. I haven't forgotten that injustice. Edie laughed. I thought it would make your eyebrows grow back quicker. Kaylee, did you tell Blaze about that? I did right off the bat because I knew if I didn't, someone in my family would. Blaze smiled as she opened Edie's car door for her. If I had been on the fence about going out with her, that would have been the tipping point. I was so enamored after she told me that story. Somehow I knew you would be appreciative. Edie climbed into her car and put on her seatbelt. I'm sure Kaylee was equally impressed when you told her about the time you urinated on. Blaze closed the door quickly and waved. Good night. You are so going to tell me that story. Kaylee grinned and blew a kiss at Edie as she backed out of the driveway. It was a long time ago. My memory of that event is skewed,
but I may have peed on someone you work with, and it's very high up on the management chain." Kaylee took Blaze's hand as they meandered toward the back of the house. "Tell me what you do remember." "When I was a kid, all my friends were boys. One summer, Cooper Kesserer decided he wanted to hang out with us because we'd built a cool treehouse. Cooper, being the prick he is, wanted me out of the group because I was a girl. He did annoying things to me all the time to try to run me off, and one day, he peed on my leg. So, I climbed up into the treehouse where Cooper was setting up his army men in the dirt below. I squatted over a knothole and pissed on his head. I blocked Cooper from getting into the treehouse because he wanted to kill me, and my grandpa heard all the yelling. All the other kids scattered because Grandpa looked mean, but he was really very sweet. Cooper put on a show and started crying when he told Grandpa what I'd done. Grandpa sent him home, then he climbed into the treehouse with me. I thought I was in big trouble, but Grandpa asked me why and how I did it. I told him and pointed to the knothole. He laughed so hard he was wheezing. Until he died, he loved to tell the story of my impeccable aim, and he would laugh as hard as he did that day in the treehouse." "I want you to know, had I been with you that day, I would have peed on him too," Kaylee said with a laugh. "I would have spit orange juice in his eyes if I would have had it handy. Make sure you always have juice when you go to work because you might get a chance." "I'm really glad we're talking about this because on my first day, my boss, Sam, warned me that there's bad blood between you and Cooper. Sam already knew we're dating." "Blaze, did you run over Cooper with your car?" Kaylee asked hesitantly. "I did not run him over. I just kind of dragged him a little bit," Blaze said as they walked up on the back porch. Kaylee pulled Blaze to a stop. "Is your memory skewed on that?" "No. I can recall that like it was yesterday," Blaze said with the porch light highlighting the wistful gleam in her eyes. "Please elaborate." Blaze led Kaylee to her outdoor seating area, and they sat on the couch. "Cooper was the one who found the tape of that old movie Chantal was in. He made sure everybody saw it, and every time talk about it died down, he'd bring it back up again. Whenever we crossed paths, he called me porn star, and one day, I'd had enough. He was popular and had a big crowd around him, so I said something like he could never do porn because his dick looked like a number 2 pencil sharpened to almost the eraser. He told everyone a mutt like me had never seen it, but some of the guys we hung out with when we were little were there and said I had seen it. Of course, we were kids then, and everything on him was tiny, but I struck a nerve. I could tell by the look in his eyes he truly wanted to kill me, and after that it was nothing but vicious barbs whenever we saw each other." "So you ran over him or dragged him with your car," Kaylee said slowly with concern. "No, that happened after we graduated high school. I'm just laying the foundation of why we detest each other. I was on my way to work one day, and I stopped at the ATM. Cooper was already there on his bike, not a motorcycle, a bike. He saw that I was waiting, so he really took his time. The lane to the machine was narrow, and I couldn't back up because cars were already lined up behind me and people were honking their horns. Cooper just flipped me off and continued to play with the machine. He obviously didn't need to be anywhere, but I did, so I tried to go around him. I think he grabbed my side view mirror, but he told the cops later that I intentionally caught his bike with it. I didn't stop when he started yelling because, like I said, I thought he was holding it until his bike went end over end and he shot into the shrubs like a human bullet." "Were you arrested?" "No, I had a whole line of witnesses behind me who said I didn't do it on purpose, and the bank cameras caught everything. I love surveillance cameras. They've saved my ass twice. That's why I have them all over my store anyway. The incident was written up as an accident, and my insurance company bought Cooper a new bike. That asshole still tells everyone he meets that I tried to kill him. Cooper's dad is the mayor. He tells the same lie, and a lot of people believe it because you can always trust a politician's word," Blaze said sarcastically. "You'll also hear I shoved him out of the treehouse, and that is true. I shoved his ass right out of it and watched him drop a whole 4 feet, but he'll tell you it was 40. He returned after the Great Urination War, and I wasn't having him in my house." Kaylee snorted. "Sorry to laugh. You look a little pissed off." "No, I'm sorry. I'm not surprised everyone already knows we're dating. But it does bother me that Cooper knows. I'm worried he'll try to make your life miserable." "He might try, but I've dealt with people like him before," Kaylee said confidently. Let me give you the heads up on how he works. When we were in high school, he'd stir shit. For example, he told this guy, Chad, that Evan was talking about him behind his back. Then he told Evan the same thing. Cooper stirred it so much that Chad confronted Evan, and Cooper was egging them on to fight, which they eventually did. When Cooper spotted the teachers coming to break it up, he started lecturing the guys loudly on how conflicts shouldn't be settled with fists. The faculty thought he was a saint and a stellar example of a good student. Carrie told me he still does the same thing, and that's how he moved up the managerial ladder at Balkan. He would embroil the person ahead of him in some scandal or dispute so he could move into their position. Keep your phone on you at all times and record any interaction you have with him. Kaylee nodded. Good advice. I'll be ready when I return to work. I called Sam while you were at the store and told him I'd be there tomorrow. Are you sure you're ready for that? I am. I'm not sensitive to light, I'm not dizzy, and I have all my memories. I don't have a concussion. I think they said that to validate what I know is a very expensive brain scan. I swear I'm fine. I'm not only fit to return to work, I'm ready to work on you. Kaylee gave Blaze a seductive look. I'm going to have to be on top at all times. The back of my head is still sore. You know you want this little knothead to make you forget everything for a while. My insurance is going to cover your bills. I've already started the claim process. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But I'm talking about sex right now, Blaze. The back door burst open. Do not fly down this road, Ronnie said as she followed her sons onto the porch. This is a residential area, Trey. I'm riding with you, Mom. Trey's car smells like chili powder and rotten fish. Rosie noticed Blaze and Kaylee and smiled. I'm going to be a lesbian, too. Are you attracted to girls? Blaze asked. No, I just don't like the way guys smell. Rosie cocked her head with a thoughtful expression. Even after they've had a bath. Blaze nodded. You're probably a lesbian. The attraction to girls will come later. Don't put ideas in her head, Ronnie snapped. With hormones raging, teen years are confusing enough. Rosie stood on the edge of the porch, planted her hands on her hips, and yelled into the night sky, I am a lesbian. Go get in the car. Ronnie grabbed Rosie by the arm and slapped her keys into her hand. To the car now, and no, you aren't driving. Good night, Blaze and Ms. Kaylee, Rosie said as she headed for the steps. Please help my mom find her sense of humor. I might have laughed at her lesbian proclamation, but a couple of months ago, she decided she was vegan. That only lasted for a week, but she burned an expensive pair of leather boots because they came from something that had eyeballs. What's she gonna do now, cut her hair off and start wearing big belt buckles? Ronnie asked. She would never be a cowgirl lesbian, Blaze said with a grin. I just wanted you to feel normal again. Has your world stopped being weird now? Good night, Kaylee, Ronnie said kindly. She turned and headed for the steps. Yes, my world is normal again, thank you very much, wanker. I'm told that's British slang for dick. Blaze stood and pulled Kaylee up with her. Let's go to bed, knothead. Wait, am I still on sexual restriction? Blaze smiled. You know it'll kill me if you get hurt again. I'll wear a helmet. Kaylee grinned. And boots. That's all. I only have a bike helmet, but I think you'll make even that sexy, Blaze said as she headed for the door with Kaylee in tow. They walked inside, and Blaze switched off the lights in the kitchen as they walked through it. Chantal was still in the living room, sitting on the couch. Blaze, could we talk for just a moment? Okay, this time I'm going to butt out. Kaylee released Blaze's hand and smiled at Chantal. Good night. I hope you sleep well, good night, Chantal said while Kaylee went to Blaze's room. She watched Blaze take a seat on the arm of a chair. I sincerely apologize for taking advantage of your kindness and lying to you. I didn't know how you would receive what I had to say, and I jumped at the opportunity to see what your day-to-day life was like. Although I'm very ashamed of the fact that I manipulated you into letting me stay here, I still have to admit I enjoyed being here very much. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll make arrangements to leave. And go where? Back to California? Blaze asked with consternation. I want to remain in Falcon with your permission. I'm good with that, but where are you going when you leave? A hotel? At first, yes. I'll stay there until I find a place to buy, Chantal said. You should be able to enjoy the privacy of your own home. I'm not good with that.
You could get your scooter caught on something in the hotel room and fling yourself into a wall. No one would know you were lying there unconscious until the people came to clean your room. Blaze folded her arms. No, you're staying here where I can study you. A smile flickered across Chantal's face. I would like that. In the interest of your study, are there any questions you'd like to ask me now? Yes, and this is one I've wanted to know the answer to for a long time. Dad told me you chose my name. Did it ever occur to you my initials would be BS? I regrettably realized that after I named you. Chantal clamped her lips together. You gave Ronnie a typical name, but you named me after fire. Why? Was the delivery room ablaze when you had me? No, but the inspiration was a little more interesting than that. I labored with Ronnie for a long time. She was almost 9 pounds. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with your birth, but you were smaller and you simply popped out. The doctor struggled to get a grip on you, a nurse tried to help, and they somewhat juggled you before you were slung onto the bed. I watched you blaze a trail across the sheet, and Blaze came to mind. Blaze held up a finger and stared at the ceiling. Okay. I slid across the sheet and probably left a trail of uterus goo, and you came up with Blaze? Shit, I wish Kaylee had been in here to hear that, she said, and started laughing. Chantal started laughing, too. It wasn't the trail you left, it was the way you came into the world. I like that story, and it makes up for my initials, even though Ronnie used to tease me about that. Blaze stood, but she kept her arms folded and turned serious. I was mad at you on and off throughout my life, but I'm not anymore. I'm glad you're here, and I want to get to know you too, she said before she turned and ran. Kaylee looked stunned when Blaze burst through the bedroom door and asked, Are those happy or sad tears? Happy. Blaze rushed into Kaylee's arms when she opened them. I hate that I can't control them because I really want to tell you how I got my name. Chapter 20. Kaylee was surprised and touched when she walked into her office early the next morning and found a vase of flowers from her staff. There were colorful envelopes scattered across the desk, too. Kaylee opened each one and smiled as she read well wishes from people in the company she didn't even know yet. One of the envelopes felt different from the others, and when Kaylee opened it, she found a piece of paper inside. Someone had printed a page from a battered women's website that showed a picture of a woman with a black eye and bruised face. The caption beneath it read, She didn't deserve this, and neither do you. Let us help. Kaylee started to wad the paper up and throw it into the trash as anger caused her face to flush. Instead, she folded it and slipped it into her purse. Oh, wow. You're here already. Kaylee turned and looked at the young man standing in her doorway. Forgive me, you're Tucker, is that right? Yes, ma'am. I usually get here kind of early because my girlfriend has to drop me off on her way to work. I'm sorry I wasn't sure of your name. I met so many people the other day, and all their names are a jumble in my mind, Kaylee said as she put her purse in the bottom drawer of her desk. Tucker smiled. Well, you got mine right. That's impressive. I thought my car was making a funny noise, so I opened my door and hung my head out to listen while I was rolling up the driveway. The door hit a post and slammed on my head. I was knocked out. That's why my girlfriend drives me to work. And my mother is afraid to sit at the kitchen table because that's where my car ended up. Anyway, I had a concussion, and it was hard for me to remember some things for a while. I'm fine now. But I didn't want to move or even blink for like a week after that. So, can I get you a cup of coffee or something? I had a coffee on the way here, but thank you, Kaylee said with a smile. I'll be happy to walk you to your car after work. Roger and I talked about that when we heard what happened. He's a little old, but he's ex-military, and he's still buff. That woman might not be intimidated by me, but she'll think twice about messing with you if Roger is around. What? Kaylee asked sharply. Tucker's eyes widened. What? I don't understand what you mean. What woman? Kaylee asked with a softer tone. Ms. Bro, you might have some memory loss, too. I'm talking about the woman who hit you. Kaylee stared at Tucker with a blank expression for a moment, as she pieced together what he meant.
Would you mind telling me exactly what you heard?"
"What the hell is going on there?" Carrie asked when Blaze answered her phone. "I talked to Floyd at the shipyard, and he said everybody is talking about you beating up Kaylee, and they're afraid to ask Dean about it."
Blaze stomped to her office and slammed the door.
"I am so sick of the lies that fly around this town." "Me too. I was talking to George, who was covering for me, and someone told him I was on leave because I had a psychotic break. He wouldn't tell me who said it, but when I get back, they're going to see this psychotic break somebody for sure."
"Carrie is supposed to be on vacation, but she stays on the phone with everybody from work," TJ interjected. "Blaze, what really happened?"
"I was trying to kill a horsefly with a plastic tombstone, and I didn't know it, but Kaylee had walked up behind me. I hit her in the head, and she's so tiny, so her little body flew into the shelving, and she hit the back of her head." Blaze expected a comment when she stopped speaking, but all she heard was road noise until someone inhaled so sharply it sounded like a screech. TJ sounded as though she was crying when she said,
"I gotta pull over. I can't see. I can't breathe."
"It's not funny," Blaze snapped. "Kaylee left here in an ambulance." Carrie tried to speak, but all Blaze heard was, "Ah!" before she burst into hysterical laughter. "I can't deal with you two right now," Blaze said angrily and ended the call. She paced around for a moment and was about to text Kaylee when Carrie called her again. "Okay. Carrie sniffed. "Sorry. I don't hear road noise. Did TJ really pull off the highway because she was laughing that hard?"
"You gotta get it together, baby," Carrie whispered.
"Okay, get out. Take a walk," she squeaked and gasped, then cleared her throat. "All right, I'm here for you, Blaze. You doing okay?" "No, I'm not fucking doing okay now that you've told me the whole town thinks I beat Kaylee up."
"Get away from the window. I can't look at you right now," Carrie whispered.
She cleared her throat, whimpered, and cleared her throat again. "Blaze, I'm really sorry. One day you're going to look back on this and laugh your ass off. You said that about the bunny thing, and my ass is still on. Give me Floyd's phone number." "Why?" "I want to know what he heard and who he heard it from, because if I trace it back to this store, somebody is getting fired." Blaze heard scuffling outside her door and yanked it open. She looked up and down the empty hallway and closed her door again. "You got that number for me?" "Floyd told me everyone was talking about it at shift change yesterday, so you'd have to talk to everybody at Falcon to find out where the story originated. He did say someone heard you yell, 'Shut up, bitch,' during the supposed fight." "I would never call Kaylee a bitch, and I definitely didn't tell her—" Blaze looked at the witch she'd mutilated lying atop a pile of other broken merchandise in the corner of her office. "Okay, I might have said that, but it wasn't to Kaylee." "Were you talking to the horsefly?" Carrie asked in a pitch higher than normal.
"Get out of the truck, baby. You're killing me, and I gotta be serious."
Blaze ended the call, stuffed her phone into her pocket, and took out her frustration on the witch. "Is that a tiny broomstick in your hair?" Chantal asked after Blaze walked into the kitchen that evening and sank down into a chair at the table. "Probably," Blaze said dryly. "Is a little leg sporting an ankle boot and an orange and white striped sock in there, too?" Chantal squinted. "I believe so. Ronnie is in your bedroom, and she's very upset." "What did Clint do?" Blaze held up a hand. "Never mind. I'll pay him a visit and add tiny parts of him to my hair." "Clint hasn't done or said anything. We both had doctor's appointments today. From what I understand, Ronnie wanted to be put on hormone therapy, but her doctor didn't want to do that because she's still having occasional periods. She said he told her that diet and exercise would lessen the severity of her symptoms, and to try meditation." Chantal pursed her lips. "I think that's when she began screaming at him, because in the waiting room I did hear her say, 'When you can't get it up anymore, skip the blue pill and diet and exercise, you bitch.'" Blaze grinned. "That is the first thing I've heard that has made me smile all day. Not the miserable Ronnie part, but the blue pill bitch part." "Did you have a bad one, too?" "Yes. I learned the whole shipyard and probably the town thinks I beat Kaylee up. I tried to call her when I knew she got off work, but she didn't answer. I have no idea what she faced at the office. What happened at your appointment?" "My doctor said my ankle is healing impressively, but I didn't get the walking boot I was hoping for." Chantal sighed. He informed me I'll have to have therapy as I start to put weight on my ankle due to my age, and it'll be a while before I can even start that. I'm sorry, Blaze said sincerely. It's disappointing because that means it'll take longer for me to be on my feet again. I want to be able to help you do things around here like laundry. I never could cook, but I'm certain I remember how to use a vacuum cleaner. Kaylee burst through the back door. I'm sorry I didn't knock, but people suck. Do you know what's going around? What's in your hair? I know what's going around, and that's why I'm sporting the remains of a witch in my dew. Blaze looked Kaylee over. You look really nice in that suit. Thank you, but I was informed by Tucker that I'm overdressed. He works in my department, and I have learned that he is information central. He told me this morning that everyone thinks I'm a battered woman, and before I left the office today, he said my suit makes people uncomfortable. Apparently, only the people on the third floor wear suits because they're upper management. Everyone below wears jeans unless they're in reception because, alas, it is a shipyard. Anyone who dresses nicely is considered a brown-noser who wants to be on top, and they're not to be trusted. I have an entire wardrobe of business clothes I can no longer wear. That really sucks. Blaze got up and gave Kaylee a hug. You're not alone in misery. Chantal found out today she's going to have therapy before she can even wear a walking boot. Ronnie's doctor told her she couldn't have hormones and to diet and exercise. She called him a bitch to his face, and now she's having a breakdown in my room. Kaylee grimaced. We all need fattening food to get through this. Do y'all want me to get a pizza? I'll have it delivered. But first, I think I need to go check on Ronnie. Y'all come with me, I'm scared, Blaze said seriously. Kaylee and Blaze approached her bedroom slowly, with Chantal rolling behind them. Blaze opened the door and poked her head inside. She pulled her head back out and closed the door. She's on my bed in the lotus position. Should we disturb her? She jumped when they all heard a loud, angry, rolling scream. I feel the answer to your question is a hesitant yes, Chantal said. Blaze shrugged. But I'm feeling a hell no, so that's a draw. Since she hasn't called me a wanker, I'll go in first. Kaylee opened the door and slowly stepped inside. Hey, Ronnie, is there anything I can get you that isn't sharp? No, thank you, Ronnie said with her eyes closed. My doctor said diet and exercise would make my symptoms milder. I used to run 6 miles a day before work, and I ate like a bird, but I still had soul-melting hot flashes, so I know he's full of shit on that. I am now trying the meditation, and when that fails, I will be justified in ripping his body in half. He didn't suggest primal screaming. I added that myself. Kaylee turned and realized she was alone, and motioned for Blaze and Chantal to leave their hiding place behind the door jamb. Blaze nudged Chantal's scooter into the room and covered her snort of laughter with a cough. Blaze, you better not be laughing at me, Ronnie warned with a steely tone. I destroyed a witch today, and I think I have some parts in my nose, Blaze sniffed. Okay, surely there's a female gynecologist in town. I'll find her and make an appointment for you. After today, I'm sure no doctor in Falcon will want to see me. That's especially unfortunate because I work for the hospital that just about all the doctors around here are associated with. I probably won't have a job to go back to next Monday. Ronnie blew out a breath. On that front, I'm fucked. I'll find a holistic doctor for you, Chantal offered. Sometimes they can offer herbal remedies that are better and even safer than traditional medicine. I think herbs, or one in particular, would do us all some good right now, Blaze quipped. Does anybody know how to roll a joint? I do, Chantal said. Blaze and Kaylee gawked at her. Ronnie even opened her eyes and said, Seriously? Chantal gazed back at them as though they were crazy. I was in the entertainment industry. Duh. I have to take this, Kaylee said when her phone rang. She stepped into the hallway, but everyone could hear her conversation. You didn't have to call me back. I should have never gotten that toothpick-shooting pig. How's Gramps' eye? She breathed out a sigh of relief. Good. Well, I'm surprised he didn't hear about it. From what I heard, everybody thinks I'm a battered woman. Someone claimed they heard Blaze say, "Shut up, bitch," before she hit me, and she did not. I'm here with her now, and we're debating smoking pot to calm down. Yes, I did say that, but it wasn't before I hit you. I was talking to a laughing witch, Blaze whispered. Just a second. Kaylee stepped back into the room. What did you say? I told a witch to shut up, not you, Blaze said.
Kaylee held up a thumb. Blaze did say that, but she was talking to witches, not me. No, we haven't already smoked pot. I don't know if it's good for an eye injury, but if he wants to come over and find out, tell him to pick up some pot on the way. Remind him, though, that Falcon does random drug tests. So that's what's going around about you now? Ronnie smiled sardonically at Blaze. I have menopausal aggression. I can go to the shipyard and rip people in half if you want me to. The district attorney here is a woman, and I'm sure she'll drop all charges. You know, the military is missing out by not allowing women in menopause into service because we could tear up some shit. I know without a doubt I could chew through the side of a tank if I was led to believe my gynecologist and husband were in it. I'm just going to get online and see what herbalists are in the area, Chantal said and scooted out of the room. Blaze, I have to stay here tonight. I can't be around anything with balls. Roni groaned as she unfolded her legs. I'm not just talking about Clint. I even fear for my sons. Mi casa, your refuge. I'm not running away from my problems. I want that to be clear. I'm on vacation, a time when a person mentally regroups. Everything is at a fever pitch, and I can't get it together when I'm at home, Ronnie said angrily. I get it, and I'm happy to have you, but you're sleeping upstairs. Blaze grinned when Ronnie snarled. I had sex in the bed where you just had your Lotus going, so I really don't think you want to burrow into those sheets. Kaylee ended her call with Edie and stepped back into the room. I have a brilliant idea. Blaze, we need to go to your store, she said as she plucked the witch's leg from Blaze's hair. You know what? I think I'd rather people think I'm violent than for them to see this. Blaze watched the surveillance footage of her hitting Kaylee with the tombstone. Are you laughing? Yeah. Kaylee pointed at the monitor as Blaze slammed the laughing witch into the floor repeatedly. That's my favorite part. I wish there was sound. You thought I was laughing at you, but it was that thing. I know I look like a maniac, but I think it broke when it fell and it wouldn't shut up. Can you make a copy of this at the point where I'm sneaking up on you and stop it after you alternate between crawling over to me and beating the witch a few times? Kaylee asked. Let me make a clip, Blaze said with a sigh as Kaylee looked around her office. How's your head? Fine, but still a little sore. Babe, your house is really tidy, but your office is a wreck. Do you want me to sweep up the fragments of the witch you destroyed? No, it makes me happy to see them. Blaze glanced at Kaylee. That reminds me. I've never seen your house. You always spend time at mine, and that's not fair to you. If you haven't seen enough of me lately, I could go home with you tonight since Ronnie is staying at my place. Kaylee picked up the witch's hat and put it on her head. I want to tell you something that might freak you out, and if it does, I want you to be honest and say so. Okay, but leave the hat on. It amuses me. When I got sick of being on the road, all I could think about was having a place I could decorate, and I was really excited when I finally got the chance to do that. Kaylee sat on the corner of Blaze's desk. When I went home this morning to get dressed for work, I felt like I was back in a hotel. I hated that feeling, and I couldn't shower and dress fast enough to get out of there. Until just a second ago, I didn't realize why I felt that way. Where you are feels like home. I love being with you and your family and all the activity that surrounds you. Blaze smiled. You just made the muscles in my stomach do the happy dance. Does that make you wonder if I just don't like being alone, though? No, I think... Blaze's smile disappeared. Is that it? I'm pretty certain it has everything to do with you, but I'm worried that what I just admitted might lead you to think that. That didn't cross my mind until you put it there, Blaze said with a scowl. Okay, but I am good at being alone, Kaylee said emphatically. I met a lot of women while working at MVP, but none of them ever made me feel like I'd found home. Blaze narrowed her eyes. You told me you just had a few arrangements with women. I did, but I also met a lot of women who I did go out with. I just didn't sleep with them. None of them, even the ones I had arrangements with, had the effect you have on me. You've got issues, Blaze. The whole town thinks you're crazy. When you told me about peeing on Cooper and dragging him with your car, you had a maniacal gleam in your eyes. This morning, Tucker told me just about everyone at the shipyard thinks you beat me up. My boss told me you have an ongoing war with Cooper who could threaten my job because he knows I'm dating you. I'm a little confused about the point you're trying to make, Blaze said numbly. What I'm saying is, all these things should make me reconsider being with you, but they have the opposite effect. That makes me the crazy one, not you.
Kaylee put her hand over her heart. Understand? Blaze's brow rose slowly. Kinda... No. If I was only looking for someone to be with because I didn't want to be alone, I'd pick a woman who doesn't have all the issues in her life that you do. If she admitted she'd peed on someone as a kid, it wouldn't make me melt inside and want to cuddle up next to her. If she wanted to be intimate with me for the first time in a room with cartoon characters on the wall, that would be a deal breaker. Kaylee smiled. None of that matters to me with you. No, I'm not tired of seeing you, and I would love to spend the night with you again in your house. When you started off explaining all this, it was a little rocky, but the close was outstanding. Blaze grinned as she stood and took Kaylee into her arms. I wish I could express my thoughts and feelings like you do. When I want to, it's like my brain tries to come up with everything at one time, and I'm left with, you're so fucking awesome. I can say this, though. If you wanted to move in with me tonight, I would be thrilled because you make my home feel complete. Kaylee laughed as she kissed Blaze. You did great. The next morning, Kaylee sat in her office, poised to click the send button on an email she'd composed. Even though her inbox was full of comical things people sent to everyone in the company, including the president and vice president, she still felt a bit nervous and reread what she wrote. Good morning. I want to thank all of you for the flowers and cards you gave me after my accident. Everyone here has been so kind and welcoming, and I'm thankful to be a member of the Falcon Shipyard family. I've attached a video I hope you all will find as hilarious as I have, even though I'm starring in it. Warmest regards, Kaylee Bro. Kaylee pressed the send button and resumed reading the operational manuals for her department. In a matter of minutes, she heard raucous laughter coming from the cubicles just outside her open office door, and smiled. Mission accomplished, she whispered. Chapter 21. Kaylee didn't technically move in with Blaze, though they both felt they were on their way to happy ever after. They did agree it was too early for their furniture to mingle under one roof. Nevertheless, there were quite a few of Kaylee's clothes in Blaze's closet, and her toiletries joined Blaze's on the bathroom counter. They'd settled into a routine and would cook together most evenings and have dinner with Chantal. Ronnie and Rosie joined them whenever Ronnie felt murderous rage for Clint, which was often. Though Blaze and Kaylee were happy with the arrangement, Dean and Edie were not. Every time Blaze went with Kaylee to have dinner with her grandparents, Dean accused her of being a baby hog and shot her with toothpicks from Picky the Pig's rear end. It was basically open house at Blaze's place on the weekends. Ronnie and the kids would come over, and so would Dean and Edie. Carrie and TJ would join in too sometimes. As October neared an end, Frank was finally persuaded to join them. I wish you would have left your patio furniture on the porch, Ronnie complained as she stood at the back door staring at Chantal and Frank in the seating area Blaze had set up in the backyard. We could have opened the hallway bathroom window and heard everything they were saying. This time of year is one of two small windows where I can actually enjoy sitting out there without being rained on or having heat stroke. Blaze joined Ronnie at the door. Plus, Mom has enjoyed it too. Ronnie tore her gaze from Chantal and Frank and gawked at Blaze. You called her Mom. I did not. Blaze looked at Ronnie as though she was crazy. I said Chantal. Ronnie turned to Edie, Kaylee, and Rosie, who were at the table decorating the pumpkin and bat-shaped sugar cookies Edie had baked. I know y'all heard her say Mom. Kaylee pretended she hadn't heard anything, but Edie nodded. So why is that a big deal? Rosie asked before she stuffed a cookie in her mouth. We've never called her that, Ronnie said while she stared at Blaze. Are we going to do that now? It was a slip of the tongue. You call her what you want when you want. Blaze returned her gaze to Chantal and Frank. Dad just smiled at something she said. Ronnie looked out the screen door again. I don't have any memories of seeing them together like that. It's weird, but kind of nice. Chantal stood about that time, and Blaze yelled, Dad, you have to steady her. She's not stable on that scooter in the grass, as she barreled out the door. Blaze is falling for Chantal, Ronnie said with a grin. Y'all should see her out there fussing over Scooter Mama. I don't think she's the only one, Kaylee said. Ronnie turned from the window. Yeah, I've noticed that you seem pretty sweet on Chantal, too. Who gave Chantal a pedicure the other night? Kaylee asked Rosie.
The same person who sat on the couch next to Grandma with her head on her shoulder? Mama, don't even try to pretend you don't like Grandma, Rosie said sternly. You look so happy with your head propped on her. You need to hug her. How does the saying go? Edie looked up at the ceiling and pretended to think. Out of the mouths of babes. That's it. She gasped when Dean and Ronnie's boys yelled at something that happened in the football game they were watching in the living room. Hold it down in there, Dean. You made me mess up the cat I was making on a cookie. It's like a French poodle now. Ronnie pursed her lips for a moment and gazed at Edie. You think I should hug her too? Do you want to? Edie asked. I don't just lay my head on anyone, so I feel like that is the first step in my expression of affection. The one y'all need to be talking to about this is Blaze, Ronnie said. When I was sitting next to Chantal on the couch the other night, Blaze was giving me the eye of disapproval. Wasn't she, Kaylee? Kaylee shook her head. I don't think it was disapproval. It seemed to me she was just mentally working things out. I'm not going to pressure her to hug Chantal, and I don't think anyone else should either. Blaze needs to move at her own pace. It's really freaky how well you know her already, Rosie said with a grin. Blaze doesn't like to be pushed. Mama has to be pushed. Ronnie's jaws sagged. I do not. I make up my own mind. That's why you have to be pushed, because you're stubborn. It's like the thing with your underwear. The kind you wear creeps into your butt crack, and you're always pulling them out. I kept telling you that was gross, but you kept buying the same kind. So, the other day, I told you you're wearing old lady undies, and you went right to the store and bought a new kind. Rosie made a flourish with her hand. That was a push. But hey, don't hug your mama until Blaze does it first. Ronnie glared at Rosie for a moment and turned when the door opened. Chantal rolled in on her scooter and said, Please, you have to let me do some things on my own. I've got another month on this scooter and... Her eyes went wide when Ronnie threw her arms around her. Was I falling? No, I'm hugging you, Ronnie said with a determined expression on her face. Chantal seemed to melt and leaned her head against Ronnie's. Thank you, she said softly. Gosh, she's so easy, Rosie whispered with a laugh. Blaze stood in the doorway, watching the whole spectacle. When her bottom lip began to quiver, she turned and ran into Frank, who yelled, You almost knocked me off the damn porch. What's wrong with you? I'll be back. Kaylee grabbed a handful of napkins out of the holder in the middle of the table and headed for the door, where she nearly ran into Frank. Which way did she go? That way. Frank looked bewildered and pointed at the side of the house opposite of the carport. Kaylee hopped off the side of the porch, and when she rounded the side of the house, she saw Blaze leaning against it with her arms folded. I brought you some napkins. Do any of the vendors you buy from at the store sell Kleenex by the case? I should look into that, Blaze said with a weak smile as she took the napkins from Kaylee and wiped her eyes. If I could change one thing about myself, it would be this. There are so many things I really like about you, and the fact that you get emotional when you see something sweet is one of the biggest of them. I almost cried because I could see Chantal's face when Ronnie hugged her. At first, she looked shocked. Then she just melted. Her bottom lip started quivering. Not helping, Blaze squeaked and covered her face with the napkins. Okay, well, Ronnie's face looked like a pro wrestler intent on crushing a rib cage. I think she wanted to express affection, but her face was in rebellion. If she came at me looking like that, I wouldn't think a hug was on her mind. Much better. Thank you. Blaze pulled the napkins from her face and sniffed. That jackass just had to go and give her the first hug. Now Chantal is going to think I hate her because I don't want to do it. Why don't you? Blaze fanned her face with the napkins. This is what's going to happen. I can't give her a little hug that expresses, Hey, I'm happy you're here and we're getting to know each other. It's all good. I will start blubbering. Snot will appear, and I'll make a simple moment awkward. You, she spat out when Ronnie strode around the corner of the house. I could choke you right now. You're crying again, Ronnie said acerbically. Kaylee was angered by Ronnie's insensitivity and stepped between her and Blaze. She's emotional because she has a big heart. Don't chastise her for that. You're really cute when you're protective, Ronnie said with a laugh. You won't think that if I headbutt you in the stomach, Kaylee retorted. Ronnie held her hands up in surrender. Let's all back up a step here. I didn't mean to sound like a dick when I made the remark about Blaze crying. It's just that she's crying more often lately, and we need to talk about that. She's dealing with a lot of emotional shit. Kaylee moved to block Ronnie when she began to step around her. You need to remember she's been very supportive of you. Okay, tiny bulldog. Ronnie met Blaze's amused gaze. I'm sorry. Can we talk now? No. Say something else to piss her off. I want to see the headbutt, Blaze said with a grin. Ronnie held up a hand. Here's the deal. I think you need to face up to the fact that you not only like Chantal, you're starting to love her. I don't think you know how to deal with that because I feel the same way. I can't believe how much I love having her here. Sometimes I get jealous because she's at your house and not mine. But I'm still a little nervous about it all. In the back of my mind, I worry that once she knows we love her, she'll leave again. That's stupid, right? Is that where you're at? Yeah, Blaze admitted somberly. So what do we do? Continue to hang on to this worry and not enjoy being a family? Or do we just go all in and hope she means it when she says she wants to stay here? Ronnie asked. If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be hiding out here, Blaze said angrily. Ronnie leaned against the house. It's like everything is too good to be true. I suppose Dad and Chantal worked out their differences, because I just saw him serve her a cup of coffee. Dean's in the living room with my boys watching football. Edie's decorating cookies with Rosie. They remind me so much of our grandparents, and that makes sense because they were all good friends. Now I feel like they're my grandparents. The family atmosphere I've always wanted is going on in this house right now. None of that would have happened if Chantal, she waved a hand at Kaylee, and you hadn't come into our lives. Yay me! Kaylee joked with a grin that faded when she noticed Blaze and Ronnie staring into space. Not time for humor yet, huh? Blaze smiled. It is. We're overthinking this too much. Ronnie, you just summed up everything I've been feeling. I do feel a little bit better knowing you're dealing with the same thing. No matter how much I try to keep a safe emotional distance from Chantal, I am starting to love her. I'm crying all the time like an idiot because I'm happy, even though I'm a little scared. I wish there was some way I could shut off my internal sprinkler. You can have some of my herbs. Since Chantal and I went to see the herbalist a couple of weeks ago, I'm not as emotional. Whatever's in the herbal cocktail she made for me really does have a calming effect. I'll share with you, but be forewarned, my pee smells like roadkill, and I'm always washing my lady parts because I'm afraid they'll smell that way too. Thank you, but I'm gonna pass on that, Blaze said slowly. Ronnie glanced at Kaylee. That's probably a wise move. I'm sure you want to keep your girlfriend. I'm gonna go inside, take a few herb pills, and wash my junk. When Ronnie walked away, Kaylee said, I wish I had a relationship like that with my sisters. We don't share the same brain like you and Ronnie do. That's probably one of the scariest things you've ever said to me. Blaze lowered her voice to a whisper. I think Ronnie is batshit crazy. Do I act like her? Sometimes. Oh. Kaylee held up a finger. I want you to know I wouldn't have really headbutted your sister. I talk out of my ass when I get mad. And it was so sexy, I almost asked you to marry me. When I'm ready for you to do that seriously, I'll threaten you with a headbutt, Kaylee said with a cocky smile. If we're alone, you probably won't get the proposal first. Blaze blew out a breath. You're so hot when you're feisty. What are y'all doing? Blaze asked when she and Kaylee walked toward the porch and found all the guys tearing up the ramp she'd made for Chantal. You did a good job on this, honey, but it's too steep, Frank said. Because I didn't want to extend it all the way into my carport, Blaze said with a frown. If Chantal gets away from you or Ronnie on that scooter, she's liable to shoot across the lawn, and you don't want that. Frank and I thought this would be a good opportunity to teach the boys a skill. Dean pointed his pry bar at Kaylee. I taught you how to build when you were little, remember? You nailed the back of my shirt to a workbench you were making because you were supposed to be watching me, and you made me hand you screws when you needed them, Kaylee said. You taught me how to spread grass seed, too. You put a mask and goggles on me and strapped me to your homemade spreader because you needed a weight on it. I got seasick going around the yard backward in a circle. Yeah, I remember your lessons. She smiled at Trey and Leaf. Good luck, boys. Come on, Blaze, you don't want to be out here for this.
You love the goggles, Dean said as Kaylee and Blaze headed inside.
Was the man smell too strong for y'all out there? Rosie asked dryly when Blaze and Kaylee walked into the kitchen.
No, it was the pain of knowing Dad is about to raid the lumber yard at the store, Blaze said.
Don't take their fun from them so they'll stay outside. Ronnie waved a hand at Edie, Chantal, and Rosie. Ask them. They were screaming at a football game so loudly, I almost got your skillet out of the cabinet and started randomly beating.
I'm learning how to make gumbo, Chantal interjected proudly from where she balanced on her scooter at the stove. Or just stirring the pot Edie brought over as it warms, but I have learned how to make cornbread.
Awesome, Blaze said with a laugh. Edie sighed as she looked at the cookie decoration stuff on the table and the things they used to cook with on the counters. Blaze, I'm sorry for the state of your kitchen, but I promise I'll clean it up. Blaze looked at all the mess and said,
It reminds me of Grandma's kitchen when y'all would get together and cook. I love it.
Should I throw flour around then to make it more like the old days? Edie asked.
Maybe not go that far,
Blaze laughed. Ronnie sighed. Damn, flour mess always meant biscuits, and I miss them. I know Iona's recipe by heart. I could whip up a pan and teach y'all how to make them in the process, Edie offered. Even in the dim light out here, I can tell you still have flour in your hair, Kaylee said later that evening when everyone had gone home, and they were enjoying the outside seating area with glasses of wine.
I'm sure Rosie is washing a cake out of the crack of her butt right now. I can't believe that little shit blew a handful on me.
I couldn't believe you poured half a bag down the back of her pants, Kaylee laughed. She sifted a trail of flour everywhere she walked.
Are you still happy with my chaotic life?
Kaylee gave Blaze a quick kiss. Oh, yeah. But are you?
Ronnie is right. You and Chantal changed everything. Before y'all came along, Ronnie and I were caught up in our own lives and had kinda drifted apart. I'd see Dad every once in a while, but he was doing his own thing.
Blaze smiled.
Until recently, I didn't realize how quiet my house had been. It's full of the good kind of chaos now. I love it. And even that pile of torn-up wood lying in the yard beside Chantal's new ramp. But the best of all is you. I've never been so happy to have someone in my life as I am now.
You had good words that time, Kaylee said with a sigh.
Yeah, they only seem to fail me when I'm trying to express how great you are.
I'm still fucking awesome, right? Kaylee asked.
Super fucking awesome. Blaze grinned. I added a new word, so I feel like I should get a reward. How about letting me go upstairs and see the Halloween costume you've been working on?
Kaylee kissed Blaze hard. That's your reward. And upstairs is still off limits. I'm not satisfied with the way it's coming out, and Halloween is just a couple of days away. I know I'm goofy, but I haven't been able to do things like make costumes and grocery shop. I'm sorry about the bill I racked up Friday.
Don't sweat it. We'll eventually eat that industrial-sized 6-pack of ketchup, and we'll never run out of toothpaste now.
Blaze took a sip of her wine.
I'm really glad you bought a case of this. It's tasty, and so is the cheese wheel you got.
She smiled at Kaylee, who looked chagrined, and waved a hand at her newly expanded outdoor seating area.
Hey, look what I did. Do you really think we needed 4 more chairs with ottomans?
Yeah, but we knew that you have a furniture obsession. I succumbed to peer pressure and had a compulsive shopping breakdown. I'm never going back to a warehouse store with my boss. Sam pushed a full cart in one of those industrial dolly things packed with boxes up to the checkout. I had to haul some of his stuff because it wouldn't fit in his SUV. If truth be known, I think we've been eating Sam's cheese wheel because I don't remember grabbing one of those in my frenzy.
Blaze laughed. You really are so super fucking awesome.
Chapter 22. 2 days later, Blaze cocked her head and gazed at Chantal.
You scared the shit out of me. Am I too frightening?
Chantal looked at her reflection in a hand mirror.
I don't want to scare the little trick-or-treaters away.
You look great. Hold still. Kaylee put her finger beneath Chantal's chin as she put the finishing touches on her makeup. I think you're the coolest demonic clown I've ever made. Chantal gazed at her reflection in the mirror.
I look like I have a mouth within a giant mouth with jagged teeth.
Let me tease your hair up all wild, and you'll really look freaky, Kaylee said with a gleam in her eyes.
Thank you, but I feel as though I'm horrifying enough. Chantal smiled. Job well done, Kaylee. Blaze looked disconcerted as she stared at Chantal. Too well.
I'm gonna go put on my costume. Kaylee hopped up from where she was seated on the coffee table and rubbed Blaze's white furry belly. I'm so glad you decided to wear the bunny suit, and the devil horns you put on its head are a great touch. You're so sexy. Chantal, don't let Blaze leave this room. I don't want her to see me until I'm ready.
Okay.
Chantal watched Kaylee scamper up the stairs.
She must be really crazy about you if she thinks a blood-stained rabbit costume is sexy. It's the dance I did for her when I put it on.
Blaze turned and bounced her butt, making the pink cottontail on the back of her suit wiggle.
At least both of you are deranged, Chantal said with amusement.
I know. I'm so lucky.
I'm amazed at how much candy you bought.
Chantal eyed the boxes stacked next to the front door.
Do you really have that many trick-or-treaters?
Yes, and we'll run out before the night is over. Blaze opened a bag of candy and poured it into a large plastic cauldron.
What's in the brown paper bag?
Blaze's grin was diabolical. You'll see. Don't let Kaylee get into that bag if I'm not around. I told her she couldn't look in it because she showed you the costume she was making and wouldn't show me.
It's both creative and hysterical, Chantal smiled. You two seem very happy together.
I honestly never expected to feel the way I do, Blaze admitted as she sat on the arm of a chair. It's so strange. I'd hoped I would meet someone eventually that I want to share my life with, but I wasn't looking when she came along. I had kind of given up because this had been a shitty year, and I'd been tapping into my reserves to stay sane. I didn't feel like I had anything to give anyone. Then I encountered a little shoe hoarder on the side of the road one night with a flat tire. Though she was absolutely adorable, I really didn't give her a second look because I was just so low. I never dreamed she was interested in me until Carrie told me she'd heard that Kaylee thought I was attractive and interesting, and that shocked the crap out of me. Then Kaylee came to the store, we went to breakfast, and everything changed. I was blissfully blindsided. Hey, can you remember everything I just told you? Because I think that was pretty good. Chantal's demented clown brow furrowed.
I'll do my best.
Good. I may need you to recite it to me so I can tell Kaylee how I feel. When I try to tell her what she means to me, my mind becomes a jumble.
I'm so happy for you. It's such a joy to watch you and Kaylee interact, Chantal said with a smile.
I didn't expect you to add to my life either. But you do. When Blaze's lip quivered, she grabbed her bunny head and put it on. Her voice was muffled when she said, I ain't being so damn emotional, shit! Chantal still smiled, but fanned her face with both hands.
I can't express how much what you just said means to me. I feel as though my life has truly just begun being here with you and Ronnie.
I'm really happy to hear that, but don't say anything else or I'm going to drown in this head. Sandy Claus, Kaylee announced as she appeared at the top of the stairs, wearing what looked like a turtle shell she'd painted to look like the underside of a crab. 2 large crab claws stuck out of the outfit beneath her armpits. She was wearing a Santa hat and red stockings on her legs. She descended the stairs with a big grin on her face. I'm a mutant Santa crab, hence the name Sandy Claus, which I think is funny. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, she realized that Blaze was sitting with her arms folded and her bunny head hanging low. Chantal had streaks in her makeup. Kaylee didn't say another word. She simply walked into the kitchen and grabbed napkins from the holder on the table. Chantal, Blaze, and Kaylee sat in a row of chairs near the end of Blaze's driveway, passing out candy to a steady stream of trick-or-treaters.
This is so much fun,
Chantal said with a smile.
Who knew?
You've never passed out candy on Halloween? Kaylee asked.
No, I never lived any place with this many children. I didn't even trick-or-treat as a child.
Chantal chuckled as she dropped candy into the bag of a boy dressed as Duckling.
So adorable.
Do you want to try trick-or-treating now? Kaylee asked excitedly. I'll go with you to a couple of houses close by. Chantal laughed.
Thank you, but I believe I'm well past the appropriate age.
So what? You should do it.
Blaze waved a furry paw at Chantal's scooter. I bet you'd get loads of candy if you rolled up on that. I'd give you handfuls of candy, because I appreciate when adults get in touch with their inner child. I've noticed that you've been giving out boxes to some of the children. What's in them? Chantal asked Blaze. Yeah, what's in that paper bag under your chair? Kaylee poked Blaze with one of her crab claws. You said you'd tell me. Blaze reached into the bag and handed Chantal and Kaylee each a box. Chantal stared at hers and shook her head. I don't have my glasses on. What is it? It's a pre-filled enema, Kaylee said between gasps of air as she laughed. You've been giving children these? Chantal asked, aghast. Only the rude ones, Blaze said with a grin. Nothing says you've been a shit better than that. Tuck that into the side of your chair for the next disrespectful brat that comes along. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Chantal mused aloud with a laugh and hid the box. Kaylee continued to laugh and hid her face behind one of her crab claws when a group of small children approached. What are you? Chantal asked one of the little boys. I'm a zombie. Gah! The child retorted rudely. Blaze stopped Chantal when she reached for the enema and whispered, He's too young, Quick Draw. Right. Chantal dropped only one piece of candy into the boy's plastic pumpkin instead. What are you supposed to be? Blaze asked as Rosie walked up without a costume with a girl her age and two small children. Me and Ash are bored teenagers on chaperone duty for her little brothers. She held out her bag. Load me up and please don't give me a douche again. You're in luck. Enemas were cheaper this year. Blaze dropped a huge handful of candy into Rosie's bag as Chantal and Kaylee treated the other kids with equally as much. What's your mom doing? She and Mrs. Ortiz are drinking rum with apple cider in it and giving out candy. Rosie grinned at Chantal. Grandma, your makeup is the shit stuff. Shit stuff? Is that a new word? Kaylee asked teasingly. Rosie grinned. Sometimes I stutter when I've had too much sugar. Hey, guess what? Blaze pointed her paw at Chantal. She's never been trick-or-treating. Ever. Help me to convince her she should go. Aw, come on, Grandma, Rosie pleaded. Come with us. Chantal shook her head. I can't go very far on the scooter, and I would only slow you down. We won't go far. Trevor and Louie are already tired. Come on, it'll be fun. Please come with me, Rosie begged. Just a few houses. I don't have a bag. Therefore, I can't trick-or-treat, Chantal argued. Blaze emptied the enemas from the bag beneath her chair and handed it to Chantal. You do now, therefore you can go. Very well, Chantal said with resignation, and Blaze helped her up and onto her scooter. All right, you listen up, Rosie. Stay close to her at all times. Don't let her get in the grass. Her scooter doesn't do well in it. Don't take her to any houses that don't have a paved walk to where the candy is being given out. Keep your eyes open, and if anybody looks like they're going to run into her, you take them out or there'll be a lot of this. Blaze laughed as she gently smacked Rosie upside the head with her paw. Okay, Rosie said dryly. She moved close to Chantal and held up her phone. Don't smile for this picture, look mean. Rosie snapped the photo of herself and Chantal. Now smile for this one. Text me copies of those, Blaze said and waved at the group as they started out. She sat next to Kaylee and sighed. My neighbors better be sweet to her, or we're going on a decoration decapitation mission later. Kaylee grinned. You can count on me. I'm sorry I was having another breakdown when you made your big entrance earlier. Blaze gazed admiringly at Kaylee's crab claws. That costume is insanely ingenious. I wanted to do Santa Claus, a combo of Santa and Freddy Krueger, but that was beyond my skill set, Kaylee said with disappointment. The other day, someone at work emailed everybody a picture of a crab on a beach wearing a little Santa hat, and they called it Sandy Claus. I was inspired. I wish I'd had more time to modify my turtle shell and make it look more like a crab. I love the way your brain works. Hey, I was telling Chantal how I feel about you earlier, and I formed whole sentences. Now that I'm sitting here looking at you, I can't remember any of them. Blaze chewed her lip as she thought. You know what? You're like a first orgasm. It feels so amazing you can only form words like, whoa, damn, and oh. Kaylee cracked up. Good try, babe. What are you, an old hairy woman?
Blaze tore her gaze from Kaylee and stared up at two teenagers. I'm a devil, Bunny. I just don't have my head on right now. Blaze bent over and grabbed a handful of candy from her plastic cauldron at the same time she grabbed an enema. She deftly dropped both into the kid's bag without him noticing the box. Kaylee dropped some candy into the other kid's bag and watched them walk away. You were so stealthy with that. Now I know how to do it. I can't wait for the next brat. Blaze shook her head slowly as she gazed at Kaylee. You are so awesome. I want to kiss you, but I'm not going to go all interspecies in front of the kids. Later, though, I'm taking you into my bunny hutch, and I'm going to get into that crab shell with you. Oh, how I've dreamed of that scenario, Kaylee said with a dramatic sigh. But, babe, your fur stinks, and I've got a strap wedged in my ass crack. I think I'm chafing. Kaylee was very sweet to drive Rosie home, Chantal said wearily when Blaze helped her take a seat on the couch. I didn't like the looks of some of the older kids who were roaming the street after the little ones turned in. Yeah, and a lot of them are armed with enemas. Blaze poured out Chantal's bag of candy on the coffee table. Would you look at your haul? I told you you'd rack up with that scooter. Don't get rid of it when you're on 2 feet. We'll take it out again next year. I noticed a house for sale just a little over a block down, and it was adorable. I had Rosie take a picture of the sign out front, and I'm going to give the real estate agent a call. Why do you look like that? Chantal asked when she noticed Blaze's frown. A block away is too close, isn't it? It's not that. You're not ready to be on your own. Well, I could still buy the place if I like it. If renovations are necessary, I could go ahead and have them made. Chantal watched Blaze sit on the other end of the sofa. You're still not happy. This is a big house. We could renovate it and put a private bath in your bedroom. Chantal smiled warmly. I can't stay here. You and Kaylee are obviously falling for each other if you haven't already. I feel certain that she'll officially move in with you very soon. You need privacy. You don't always want me hearing you two fooling around and laughing until all hours of the night. I thought we were being quiet, Blaze said as her face reddened. It's the laughter, mainly. I hear moaning, then laughing, then moaning. Chantal smiled. I don't mean to be too personal, but I often lie awake wondering what the hell you two are doing in there. Sex must really amuse you both. Blaze averted her gaze. So, getting back to the house. If you like it and you want to buy it, that'll be great. You can't move into it until you're on both feet, though. Okay. Chantal folded and unfolded her hands a couple of times before she said, At best, I hoped you two would give me the chance to explain why I left when I came back here. I'm still in awe that you not only opened your home to me, but took such excellent care of me, even though I didn't take care of you and Ronnie. You had depression and— No, Chantal interjected firmly. I can't allow you to make excuses for me. I wanted to explain why I left, but I can't be excused for what I did. We have to be honest about that. Blaze nodded. I can appreciate your attitude, but I think we need to lay all that to rest. What good does it do if we keep going back and examining it? You're here, you apologized, and you've been doing some really great things for me and Ronnie. You've been a mom, and I'm enjoying it. I do want to point out that when we have conversations like this, you're going to have to wear that makeup. I'm sure you've noticed that I'm emotional, but your disturbing clown face is keeping me from being weepy at the moment. I forgot I still look like that, Chantal said, and looked even more deranged as she started to laugh. You're even scarier now. You know, Ronnie has mentioned often that Rosie is a smaller version of you. I had a wonderful time with her tonight. She's a lovely child. But I felt as though she gave me a glimpse of you at that age. Chantal sighed. It was a bittersweet experience. If it makes you feel better, she's smarter than I ever was at that age. At the cusp of 13, my only goal was to liberate a horseshoe that had grown into a tree, Blaze said with a laugh. The house you were talking about, is it the one with a big porch and gray shutters? It did have a big porch and a beautiful lawn. I know which one that is. When you're on your feet, you can exercise by walking here for dinner. Blaze's eyes opened wide. You'll need a car. Do you have one? No, I rarely ever drove when I lived in California. My last husband, Patrick, loved to drive, so I never really had to. I should look into getting a car.
Blaze cocked her head. I don't know much about your life in California. How long have you and Patrick been divorced?
We didn't divorce. One evening, we were on our favorite hill watching the sunset, and I gave him a little push. That was much easier than hiring an attorney and signing mounds of paperwork.
I am so waiting for you to laugh and tell me you're joking, Blaze said with a lopsided smile.
That was a sick joke, but it's one Patrick made often. He had cancer and a wicked sense of humor. We were quite happy together until he died.
I'm so sorry I made you talk about that, Blaze said sincerely.
He died 2 years and 4 months ago, and he would be so proud of me right now.
Chantal smiled somberly.
He wouldn't allow me to avoid topics of conversation that I wasn't comfortable with. Patrick had a way of getting me to admit things I didn't want to face. He had an annoying habit of relentlessly prodding. He was the first person I opened up to and admitted all the things in my past. If not for him, I don't know if I would have had the courage to come here again and face you and Ronnie. I think you would have liked him.
Was he younger than me? Blaze joked, hoping to lessen the pain she heard in Chantal's voice, and was pleased when Chantal laughed.
Although I did dally with younger men, I would never marry one of them. They were fun, but too much work.
Where are you from originally? Blaze asked. I don't even know that.
I was born in Longton, Kansas. It was a very small town. I've never been back since the day my aunt and uncle took me away from there.
Did you ever speak to your mom after that?
No. The day Aunt Laurel left with me, my mother told her she had plans to return to their hometown, which was right outside of Louisville, Kentucky. Aunt Laurel called family there, but no one had seen her, and my mother never contacted her again. I don't think my mother wanted to be found, and that's why I've never searched for her. Chantal sighed. I hope she made a new life for herself, and that it was a happy one like I had with my aunt and uncle.
Snarl or stick out your tongue. Make yourself scary. I feel emotion coming, Blaze said and inhaled sharply.
I think I can still turn my eyelids inside out. Will that help?
Blaze looked away. Just the mention of that fixed me.
The back door slammed, and Kaylee walked briskly into the living room with her crab claws bouncing up and down.
I just had the most bizarre experience. Rosie and I were talking to Ronnie in their backyard, and where Ronnie had her booze stashed. She was completely plastered. A hot flash hit her, and she took off not only her shirt, but her bra, too. I looked away, but I could hear Rosie saying, "Don't do that, the neighbors can see into our yard from their second floor." Then I heard hysterical laughter, but it was moving away from me. I turned around, and Ronnie is stark naked, running through the yard, waving her hands over her head.
She did not, Blaze said incredulously.
Oh, yes, she did, Kaylee said with an emphatic nod. Blaze, y'all have the same body, except Ronnie is longer. It was so bizarre watching your bare ass on the run. Rosie was worried Ronnie was going to fall and hurt herself, so she went inside and grabbed a towel, and we chased her. She was committed to this streaking thing because she was so fast and dodged us so easily. She's gone back mentally to her early 20s when she and Clint thought it was funny to get trashed and run naked, Blaze said with disgust. I hope she passed out in the yard and y'all covered her with a towel and left her there. Sadly, that didn't happen. Kaylee wiped at the sweat on her brow with one of her claws and blew out a heavy breath. She caught a low-hanging branch in the tree by the patio and started swinging. When I tried to grab her, she kicked out her legs. They have powerful spotlights on the corners of the house, and I saw everything. By then, Rosie had gotten tired and it wasn't funny anymore, so she started yelling at Ronnie. I'm sure that did draw attention. I panicked, thinking I probably worked with some of their neighbors, and they would see me standing there dressed like a crab ogling a naked Ronnie swinging from a branch, so I left. I'm so ashamed because I left Rosie alone to deal with the insanity that was happening in that yard. That's all I can say right now because the friction of the strap rubbing my butt crack while I chased Ronnie has set fire to my ass. I need to go soak it in the tub.
I'm so sorry.
Blaze watched Kaylee waddle away and whispered,
If I wasn't so mad at my sister, I wouldn't be able to stop laughing right now because Kaylee just walked like a real crab.
I don't think I'll hear any moaning or laughing coming from your room tonight.
Okay. Do not make me laugh or cry, Blaze said with a smile as she stood. I need to go do whatever I can for her right now.
Do you want me to help you up? No, I'm going to rest right here until she fills her tub. Then I'll take a shower. Go take care of her. I'll be fine. I enjoyed our talk tonight. Blaze leaned down and kissed Chantal on the cheek. Good night, Mom. Chantal's eyes watered as she gazed up at Blaze in amazement. Good night. I love you. You could have had the decency to scowl when you said that. Now I have to face Kaylee again with tears and snot. I love you too, Blaze said as she hurried out of the room.
Chapter 23. I can tell you didn't have a good day by the look on your face, Blaze said, as she followed Kaylee into the bedroom one mid-November evening. I didn't. Kaylee tore her jacket off and threw it at the closet door. Paul Tibby is a prick. Part of my job is to sit in on the interview process with every supervisor. Upper management has me do that, so the supervisors won't hire their buddies over more qualified candidates. I have a list of questions I'm required to ask during interviews that are designed to determine the temperament of a person and their work ethics. The supervisor asks questions directly related to the job to ascertain if the candidate has the right qualifications.
I'm following.
Blaze sat on the bed and watched Kaylee tear off her clothes and throw them on the floor. I met up with Paul outside of the conference room where we'd be doing an interview. He pointed at the tablet I was carrying and said, "You don't need that." I didn't like his tone, but I kind of made a joke and said I did because I haven't memorized all the questions I have to ask, and thanked him for his confidence in me with a laugh. He towered over me, trying to be intimidating, and said my presence wasn't necessary, and Jean never sat in on his interviews. I told him that was probably why I was hired to replace Jean, and I wasn't going to put my job in danger by not doing it.
Good for you, Blaze said calmly, despite her blood boiling over Paul's tactics.
Paul is friends with the father of Evan, the candidate. That was obvious because for the first 10 minutes of the interview, they talked about a fishing trip they all took together. When the interview actually began, Paul either talked over me or tried to answer the questions I posed to Evan. He would roll his eyes in front of Evan when I persisted. When the interview was over and Evan had left the room, I told Paul I was going upstairs to talk to Sam and suggested he come with me. Kaylee snatched a sweatshirt out of a dresser drawer and slammed it. He laughed and told me, "Go ahead."
Please tell me this is the point you rammed that tablet down Paul's throat.
No, Blaze. I handled it like an adult.
Ouch. Blaze held up both hands. But I shouldn't be making jokes. Sorry. Did you go see Sam?
Yes, and I lost all respect for him. I told him what happened, and he began to minimize it all after saying he had my back when I started working there. He claimed Paul wasn't trying to intimidate me. He's just an imposing figure because he's so tall. Oh, and my favorite is, Paul's been working on the docks for years and his hearing isn't all that good. He probably didn't realize you were talking. Kaylee was gesturing wildly and trying to pull her sweatshirt on at the same time. She became so angry that she couldn't put it on. She wrapped the shirt around her neck. When I told him I wouldn't sign off on Evan as a hire because he was woefully underqualified for the job, Sam just shrugged and said the VP over dock operations always sides with the supervisor's decision. So I asked him why I'm even wasting my time doing interviews. I've got my hands full comparing corporate insurance plans because I'm supposed to find a cheaper one with more benefits as if that creature existed. What the fuck? She yelled and yanked the shirt from around her neck. Sam's answer was the Darvins want me in on the interviews.
Maybe you should go talk to one of them then.
That was my thinking too. Hammond Darvin told me himself the day I started working there that he wanted to get turnover under control, and the only way he felt we could do that was to hire the right people. I don't want him thinking I'm just as bad at my job as Jean was because Paul Tibby is hiring people like Evan. Kaylee pulled the sweatshirt over her head and scowled. I asked him what would be his first step in resolving conflict, and his answer was back up. I don't mean to be a bitch, but I don't think Evan is qualified to rake leaves. Where are my sweatpants? Blaze pointed to a pair on the floor. At MVP, we had a chain of command, and if we were going to go above someone's head, we had to tell them of our intentions. I calmly told Sam, even though I was shaking with rage, that I was going to talk to Hammond. Cooper walked into the office at that moment, and I know you think he's a dick. I'm sure he is, but at least he was willing to do his job as VP of Admin Operations.
He told me the doc ops BP called him because Paul had filed a complaint about me and asked me to recount everything that happened. After I did, he was as pissed off as I was. So he's going to file a complaint on Paul and warn me to prepare myself for a meeting with him, Paul, and the doc ops BP tomorrow.
Kaylee, Paul and Cooper are best friends. He's setting you up. You can't go into that meeting. They will gang up and eat you alive.
Midway through the interview, I switched on the camera on my tablet. I have video of Paul being an asshole and Evan telling us there's no such thing as a steel-toed boot because he'd never seen one. Paul had to explain to him the steel is beneath the outer layer of the boot. They can gang up, but they ain't gonna be eating on me. Don't worry, I've got this, Kaylee said cockily.
You may walk into that meeting with evidence, but you won't have it when you leave. I guarantee you. Cooper will have an excuse to take your tablet. The video will disappear, and he will make you look like you're insane if you claim it existed.
You make him sound like a CIA operative, Kaylee said as she pulled on her sweatpants.
Cooper is a sneaky fucking weasel, and he gets off on this kind of thing. Don't play into his scaly hands and go into that meeting. Just go see one of the Darvins.
Kaylee set her hands on her hips. Maybe you didn't listen to me when I told you about my former job. I've dealt with all sorts of people in all kinds of situations. I don't run away from a fight. If Cooper and company want to test me, I'll play. Thanks for the advice, but I'll handle this.
I listen to everything you say, Blaze retorted. You just got here, but I've lived with these dickheads all my life. I'm trying to protect you, so maybe you should listen to me now.
Okay, so I've never knocked anyone down with one punch, but I can hold my own.
Did you really just bring the bunny into this? Blaze asked with fire in her eyes.
You're missing the point. I'm telling you I'm not some doe-eyed hayseed that just fell off the turnip wagon in the big city of Falcon. So stop treating me like one. I get it. You think Cooper is the devil because of stuff that happened when y'all were kids. I'm not going to go run and tattletale on him unless I find out he's still a dickhead, so cool your bunny jets.
Blaze narrowed her eyes. Another bunny remark. Your turnip cart would have never made it here if it had had a flat tire.
Now you're really pissing me off, so I'm going to go to my house and give us both time to cool down.
You do run from a fight, Blaze spat out as she followed Kaylee to the door. She tripped over a pair of pants and fell to her knees. Did you plan to walk out on me and laid booby traps in advance? Kaylee was already in the hallway, but stuck her head around the door jamb. Those are yours. I'm not the only one who leaves things on the floor. When she walked into the kitchen, it was apparent Chantal had heard the argument by the look on her face.
Good night, Chantal.
I made cornbread, Chantal said lamely as Kaylee walked out the back door and slammed it behind her. Carrie and TJ are bringing red beans. So, you and Kaylee have experienced your first frost as a couple, and it ain't got nothing to do with the weather.
Carrie grabbed a piece of cornbread from the plate in the middle of the table.
Stop looking like a wounded puppy, Blaze. You've been through some Arctic storms with women. You'll survive this cool front.
She bumped TJ with her elbow.
Sweetie, did you notice I had a good weather theme going there?
I love it when you get creative,
TJ said with a smile that only showed on one side of her face. Blaze watched them with a slight frown. You two constantly bicker, and I was kind of looking forward to that tonight. What's with the gooey sweet stuff?
I had a root canal today, that's why I'm not on the road, TJ explained.
The gas they gave me to relax, and whatever they used to numb my mouth made me happy. Hi. I told Dr. Clay he's going to have to gas and juice her every time she comes off the road.
Carrie opened her eyes wide.
I'm dead serious. We haven't been this happy since we met.
Chantal gazed at TJ with sympathy and asked Carrie,
Why did you pick this evening to socialize after a procedure like that? It was her idea, Carrie said with a shrug.
Dr. Clay had to fit me into the schedule, so I had the last appointment of the day.
TJ flashed her lopsided smile again. I thought, woohoo, I'm going to be high all night. So I wanted to do something fun. That's why I put the beans in the slow cooker. I gave her a pain pill before we left the house, Carrie added. It's starting to kick in.
I shouldn't have taken that. I don't need it. TJ returned her attention to Blaze. You're really falling in love with Kaylee. That's why you look so miserable, huh?
Yeah, Blaze said simply and took a bite of her beans. TJ patted the table.
Well, girl, call her and work this out.
No, don't, Carrie interjected. From what you told me, You were giving Kaylee good advice, and she flared up on you. She should be the one to call you and make things right, and she'll probably do that when she chills out. I don't like hearing TJ's advice when I tell her about something going on at work that pisses me off, but after I've had time to think, I realize she's right. I keep going back over the things I said, and I can see how I made her feel as though I thought she couldn't handle herself against Cooper. She was already mad, and I should have just listened until she calmed down. Blaze conceded. That's where I went wrong. And you were exactly right to warn her about that shitbag Cooper and his sidekick, punk-ass Paul. Falcon is a great place to work, but it'd be a whole lot better without those two shit-stirring bastards. I've told you this a million times. The only reason the Darvins keep Cooper is because of who his daddy is. I bet his sorry ass can't wait to get to the office tomorrow and screw over Kaylee because he lives for that shit. Carrie stabbed a finger at Blaze. The icing on his cake is she's your girlfriend. Could you go to that meeting with Kaylee tomorrow and be her backup? TJ asked Carrie. Blaze shook her head. No, if she thought I asked Carrie to go with her, she'd really think I don't have faith in her. Chantal laid a hand on Blaze's arm. Couples argue. It's a fact of life. Give her time to cool down and talk this out. I had this stupid idea that since we understood each other so well, we'd never fight. That's why I'm so disappointed. My fantasy was destroyed, Blaze admitted with a sigh. Yeah, we thought that too. Our first fight was a doozy. TJ smiled at Carrie. What was it about? Carrie laughed. You can't expect me to remember. You said I drive like a grandma. TJ held up her fork. You can't remember how long we've been together, but you can remember that. Chantal smiled as TJ and Carrie playfully bickered. What other unrealistic fantasies do you have? She asked Blaze. That we'll never get bored in bed and I'll always say the right thing? Oh, honey, you're in for a lot of disappointment, Chantal said with a chuckle. I suggest you text Kaylee and assure her your feelings for her haven't changed. Let her know you understand y'all need time to cool down, and that you look forward to talking tomorrow. I was actually contemplating that a few minutes ago. Blaze grinned. I just heard you say y'all for the first time. The incomparable Chantal Champlain has gone southern. Chantal pretended to look stricken. I've also learned how to make cornbread. What will happen to me next? I'm not sure, but you can count on me not to let you wear overalls or anything made of straw, Blaze said with a laugh. I've got your back, Mom. Later that evening, Blaze sent a text to Kaylee basically saying everything Chantal had suggested. Kaylee's reply was prompt. I still feel the same way about you two. I definitely want to talk after the dust settles from my kaboom. The next evening, Kaylee strode into Blaze's kitchen after work and smiled at Chantal, who was seated next to Blaze at the table before she started talking rapidly. You called it perfectly, Blaze. I went into that meeting intent on showing them I can't be pushed around and I won't be intimidated. Just as you said, all three of them turned it around and made me sound like I went into the interview with a chip on my shoulder. Paul claimed I talked over him, and I was the one who rolled my eyes during his questions. He even said Evan was willing to testify to that. Sam didn't say a word in my defense. He just sat there listening. After they all had their say, I started the video, and it played less than a minute before Paul started yelling that I should have told him I was recording the interview. Cooper snatched my tablet, told everyone we needed time to calm down, and the meeting would resume after he reviewed the video. As you said it would happen, the recording was somehow damaged and wouldn't play past what we all heard. I just needed to witness their tactics for myself, and I learned a lesson. Blaze got up from the table and hugged Kaylee. I'm so sorry. Was the part of the video that y'all did see enough to prove Paul was lying? No, but the copy I made was. While everyone was calming down, I went to him and Darvin's office and showed it to him after I told him about what happened in the meeting. Kaylee smiled. I did listen to you, and you saved my ass. I'm so sorry for what I said to you. Chantal, please don't leave. I'm sure you heard our argument, and I want you to hear my apology. Chantal was about to get onto her scooter and froze. Oh, she said and glanced at Blaze before she sat back down. Your daughter was being supportive and gave me great advice last night, and she didn't deserve what she got from me, Kaylee said and held Blaze's gaze.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
I'm sorry, too. I should have just listened. I know you're not naive. Blaze grinned. You're a smart little badass, my love.
Kaylee was about to kiss Blaze and stopped. Did you mean that as a figure of speech?
No, you really are a badass, and I love you.
You've got tears. You mean that, Kaylee said, looking amazed and thrilled at the same time. I love you too. I really do. I wanted to come over last night and apologize and tell you that, but I didn't want to say those words after a fight. I didn't want you to think, why is this happening now?
Chantal said lowly, but angrily,
as she tried to pull free the handlebar of her scooter that had wedged under the edge of the table.
She looked disgusted when she noticed Blaze and Kaylee staring at her. I was trying to leave and give y'all privacy, and now I'm stuck. She breathed out a sigh of relief and got onto her scooter. Carry on, I'm out. Have you noticed how buff her good leg has gotten? Blaze asked as she watched Chantal roll away.
Yeah, and she just said y'all. I think your mom is really settling in.
Blaze returned her attention to Kaylee. She is. And I want you to settle in here, too. I want to live with your desiccated turtle full time.
That makes me so happy because I was talking to him last night and he wants to be with you. My feelings were hurt because he didn't say anything about wanting to be with me. Maybe I was being oversensitive. He probably assumed we'd be a package deal. He asked if you have a place for him in a sunny, how long are you going to roll with this? Blaze asked with a smile. I just really want to hear you say you'll move in with me, then tell me what happened after you talked to Darvin. I'm thrilled you want to live with me, and yes, I'll move in. To sleep next to you every night is worth whatever I have to pay to break my lease. Kaylee let out a squeak of excitement as Blaze kissed her.
Ronnie knows your landlord well. I'm going to exploit her shame over streaking in front of you and have her negotiate a deal for us. Maybe she'll stop apologizing after she does that favor and reminding you of her swinging cooch.
Kaylee laughed. I'd appreciate that. Oh, and I don't know what the repercussions for Cooper and that bunch will be. I do know the Darvin brothers talked to each of them individually behind closed doors. Hammond didn't say much to me when we talked, but he looked furious. Sam didn't have a lot to say to me either. I think Hammond raked him over the coals, too. I don't think my work environment is going to be very peaceful for a while now that I've stirred up a hornet's nest. I may need to borrow your bunny suit so I can have superpowers. I'll cut a foot off the leg so it'll fit, but you won't need it. Blaze grinned into a kiss. I'm so glad you're home, my love. Epilogue. You and your love are killing me, Carrie complained as she helped Blaze carry a TV out of Chantal's new house. I'm serious. I've even lost weight. First, you had me help you move Kaylee's shit into your place, and every time I go over there, one of you slaps a paintbrush in my hand. Then your mama gets all her stuff brought in from California, and it don't all fit in her new house. You've got me helping you haul stuff to your house and Ronnie's, and let me tell you, everything Chantal owns is heavy. Blaze grunted as she and Carrie lifted the TV into the back seat of Carrie's truck. You've gotten 2 big-ass TVs out of the deal, and you're still whining. I didn't get anything but a beer that time I helped you stuff pills in the butts of all your cows. We're not even close to being even. Well, I didn't realize Dale was being sarcastic when he told me to shove the vitamins up the cows' butts. I lost a lot of money that day, so give me a break. Nice of you to join us, Dean, now that we've got the hard part done. Carrie snapped and pointed to the bowl in his hand as he walked up. You know I'm dying out here and you're eating, thanks. You're welcome, and I came to tell you the food's ready. Dean watched Carrie stomp up the steps on the porch and turned to Blaze. You know, there's barely any difference in the way she talks when she's mad and when she's not. I've never been able to tell when she's really pissed off at me. You look hungry. Why don't you take this? I haven't eaten any yet. I think it's jambalaya with peas in it. Blaze shook her head. I'm too hot. I need to cool off before I eat anything, but thanks. When it's this hot at the end of April, you know summer is going to be hellacious. Dean looked at all the flowering plants and pots on Chantal's porch and on the steps. Edie and Chantal have been busy with the planning. I don't see my wife much anymore because your mama has stolen her, and you stole my favorite grandchild. What else are you and your people gonna take from me?
Your taste buds if you eat what's in that bowl, Blaze said softly. I know you're out here looking for a place to pour it out. You don't care much for Chantal's cooking either? She's learning, but green peas do not belong in jambalaya. I don't think that's what Edie meant when she told Mom to experiment with seasonings. Blaze's jaw dropped when Dean tossed the whole bowl into the bed of Carrie's truck. Oops. It's a good thing that was a disposable bowl I just dropped, or there would have been a mess. Oh my God, get away from the scene of the crime before Carrie comes back out here, Blaze said with a laugh as she ran.
Chantal stared at Frank intently as he sat in a chair on her patio.
Kaylee has done a tremendous job cutting your hair. You should let her work on your brows.
I'll get to those as soon as I finish trimming his ears, Kaylee said. Frank touched his head opposite from where Kaylee was working with the trimmer.
I feel like you got around my ears pretty good.
She's actually talking about the hair growing on your ears, Ronnie said from where she stood behind Frank, grinning. Mom is right. You need to let Kaylee work on your brows. They look like two long-legged caterpillars belly up. You can still be a manly man and take care of your appearance.
What are you putting on my head? Frank asked.
Conditioner for men, Paw, Rosie said while Ronnie gave Kaylee the don't say a word look. Kaylee, honey, would you cut your Gramps' hair next? Edie asked. I will, but right after Carrie. TJ asked me to do hers next. TJ nodded with a grin. And I'll tip big if you give her the full treatment like Frank is getting.
We're about to celebrate Mom's first day in her new home properly, Blaze announced as she walked out the back door with 2 bottles of champagne.
Don't say a word, Ronnie mouthed to Blaze behind Frank's back.
Where are Dean and Carrie and the boys? Chantal asked.
Leaf and Trey are teaching Dean to program a TV and a remote, and he says he doesn't like the bubbles in champagne. Before y'all ask, I did tell him there were bubbles in beer, but he says those taste better. Carrie is getting the champagne glasses. Blaze smiled at Chantal. By that I mean she's getting plastic cups, not your flutes with the gold-plated stems. Carrie walked out the back door and looked right at Ronnie and Frank. You dyeing his hair black?
Is that what she's putting?
Frank tried to get up, but Ronnie grabbed his head and Rosie jumped into his lap. Please, Ronnie grunted as she and Rosie tried to keep Frank in the chair. Kaylee, help! Kaylee backed out of the way when Blaze plopped on Rosie's lap. I'm just cutting and trimming hair here. Blaze, you should trade places with Rosie.
Take your hair coloring like a woman,
Blaze said with a laugh as Frank tried to push her and Rosie off him. Rosie grunted. Uncomfortable in so many ways. Stop resisting. You're killing your granddaughter, and you're getting dye all over me and you. Be still and be pretty, Ronnie pleaded between gales of laughter. Frank's arms finally dropped at his sides.
Chantal, you and your woman cult are so wrong for this.
It was my idea, Dad, Blaze admitted as she got up and pulled Rosie with her. Don't worry, Calico boy. We can wash it out if you don't like it.
Is that what my hair looks like, a calico cat? Frank asked with resignation.
No, just your face. It's red, white, and dark brown. And you made me get dye on my shirt. Ronnie went back to work dyeing Frank's hair. This is all we're gonna do. I promise your toenails are safe. Carrie uncorked the champagne and was filling the cups.
Let's get to celebrating before this shit gets hot.
Blaze and Kaylee passed out cups to everyone. Even Rosie got one with a little splash in it. Blaze raised her cup.
I just want to say, Kaylee, you're gonna have to do this.
What Blaze wanted to say is, Chantal, Mom, with everything you've done since you've gotten here, you've erased the past, and we're looking forward to the future with you. Welcome home. Kaylee raised her cup, and everyone applauded and took a drink. Chantal leaned on her cane a little misty-eyed and said,
I'd like to make a toast, too. I'll try not to make it too sentimental for Blaze's sake. I'm still in awe over the open and forgiving hearts my daughters possess. They have given me the greatest gift I've ever received. I've never been more thankful, happy, or content. I'm not only blessed to have them in my life, but I'm surrounded here with family by blood and family by love and friendship. I have to borrow something Blaze said. She was blissfully blindsided, and I can truly say I know what she means.
I love you all. She raised her glass and took a sip, and everyone applauded and drank with her.
Look what I've caught from you,
Kaylee said as she wiped her eyes on the sleeve of Blaze's t-shirt.
I cry at everything now.
But you won't catch an STD from me, so that's a bonus, Blaze said between sniffs. I need the whole back of your shirt.
Kaylee sighed and smiled as she turned around. The things we share.
Drum roll!
Blaze drummed on Chantal's patio table as Frank stepped out on the patio with a towel on his head.
Off!
Ronnie chanted, and everyone joined in. Frank jerked the towel off and shrugged as he looked around at everybody.
Well, shit, Carrie exclaimed with her eyes wide. Somebody slapped some dye on my head. He looks 20 years younger.
Wow, Ronnie said in awe. I did a good job. I'm incredible. But you're pretty too. Kaylee bumped Blaze's leg and nodded toward Chantal, who stared at Frank with a wondrous smile. Frank waved a hand dismissively.
All right, y'all can stop making a big deal.
Do you like the way it looks, Papa? Rosie asked.
I'm going to take a lot of crap from the guys at the shop about it and my fancy eyebrows. But it's all right,
Frank said nonchalantly. I'm not saying you looked bad before. TJ nodded and winked. You looking good, Frank. Edie stepped onto the patio and froze when she got a good look at Frank. Holy cannolis, did I go back in time? She glanced at her arm. Nope, I've still got crepe paper for skin.
All right, y'all, stop picking on me now,
Frank said, looking uncomfortable. He walked over to Chantal and held out his hand.
Get up on your 3 legs and show me that tree you think is dead.
Chantal smiled up at him. I don't take the hand of a man I don't know. You'll have to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm James Dean,
Frank said dryly.
That will certainly do.
Chantal laughed as she rested her hand in Frank's and stood.
They still have chemistry,
TJ whispered as she and everyone else watched Frank take Chantal's arm as they walked across the lawn. Kaylee turned to Edie when she sat on the chair beside her. Has Chantal talked to you about him? She said they've become friends, Edie said simply.
That's all she said?
Blaze pressed. Edie nodded. Yes? Why do I feel like you're being evasive? Kaylee eyed Edie suspiciously. That's all she said about him. Edie nodded toward Chantal and Frank. Draw your own conclusions or ask her yourself. Dean walked out onto the patio and looked at everyone.
Why are y'all staring at those two out there? Are they looking for that dead tree Chantal was talking about?
That's the excuse they gave, Carrie said.
Frank don't know nothing about trees. I told Chantal I'd take a look for why you grabbing on me like that,
Dean asked when Edie looped a finger through one of his belt loops and held him in place. You sit down here with us and let Frank look at Chantal's tree, Edie chuckled. Thanks to Blaze, there's plenty of chairs to choose from. Frank will holler for you if he needs your help. Blaze walked Frank out after Carrie and TJ and Edie and Dean left that evening. Dad, I want to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Does it bother you that Ronnie and I have kind of been doting over Mom since she came back?
Yeah, y'all are practically worshipping the prodigal child, Frank said dryly. I've been with y'all your whole lives, and I've been on the back burner.
Blaze's heart sank. I'm so sorry. I was so caught up, I didn't stop to think.
I'm joking,
Frank said loudly with a smile.
Yeah, when she first came back, I had a problem with it. She came in and out of town for years, and it was easy to assume she was just coming here to make herself feel better about dropping off a few gifts. When she came to stay, and y'all were rallying around her, it was a little hurtful, and I was suspicious of her motives. You and Ronnie weren't telling me a whole lot about what was going on, so I talked to Edie and Dean. Then I started coming around to see if it was all true. Bottom line, Chantal has done what she can to make up to y'all for what she did. And you girls are happy. And as your father, that makes me happy.
I'm sorry I didn't talk to you more when everything was going on.
Well, I did run off when she got here, and I'm sorry about that. I was mad that you let her in.
Frank scuffed at something on the pavement with the toe of his shoe.
Your toast that Kaylee made was on point. We have to ask for forgiveness and give it. And let what's in the past stay there. Chantal and I have agreed to do that."
Blaze nodded.
"Good. I'm glad. So, y'all are friends?" "That's right." "Cool." Blaze nodded again. "So, do you think y'all are gonna just stay that way? I thought I saw you make some sweet eyes." "Huh! You've lost your eyesight, or your mind, or both. Your mom and I are friends. Take my word on that. Just because you've fallen in love don't mean everybody's gonna fall in step. I do want to make one thing clear, though. I don't know how gay weddings work, or if you'll be considered the bride, or Kaylee will, but I should still be the one to walk you down the aisle and give you away or whatever. I like Kaylee, and I won't mind giving you to her. But I wish I would have gone with my gut and snatched Ronnie's ass away from Clint. I would have helped you," Blaze said with a laugh. "I was standing right there next to her. You could have given me a signal."
Frank smiled.
"No, you would have killed yourself. You were all tangled up in your dress like you'd walk through a tornado."
While Blaze was outside with Frank, Ronnie and Kaylee were subtly prodding Chantal for information as they cleaned the kitchen. "Did Dad look like you remembered him after I colored his hair?"
"A bit,"
Chantal said casually as she dried a pot Leaf had washed and handed it to her. Kaylee swept around the floor near Chantal's feet. "I thought Frank was a nice-looking guy when I first saw him, but he really went through a transformation today. I'll bet he turned some ladies' heads." "He can be very charming when he wants to be." Ronnie leaned against the counter and studied Chantal's profile. "I thought it was sweet when he took your arm when y'all walked in the yard." Chantal kissed Leaf on the cheek when he finished washing the pots and pans.
"Thank you so much for helping me. I hid a bag of the spicy chips you like behind the large canister by the door, so Blaze wouldn't get to them first. They're all yours."
She watched as Leaf collected his treat and smiled when he blew her a kiss before he left the room.
"Yes, I thought Frank looked handsome. Am I still holding a torch for him? No. Neither of us is interested in rekindling anything. We're happy with our friendship. Did that cover all the questions you two were asking but not asking me?"
Kaylee shook a finger at Ronnie. "I told you she's too sharp for subtlety. We should have come right out and asked." "I'm sure you tipped her off with your turning ladies' heads comment. My technique is tried and true. It's how I get my kids to tell me everything." Ronnie narrowed her eyes when she heard Rosie and Leaf laugh in the living room. "They're both full of shit. We all saw how they looked at each other like two people do when they're having an affair or a forbidden office relationship." Ronnie walked with Blaze and Kaylee back to their house. Blaze noticed Leaf and Rosie walking ahead of them on the road. "Where's Trey?" "I had him walk down to your house before us and get his car. He's going to cruise around Mom's house to see if Dad comes back," Ronnie said. "I told him not to engage Dad if he showed, but to report to us immediately. We'll all respond together, so we can flank them in all directions and bitch at them for lying."
"I hope you're not planning to set up headquarters at our house. This is our first night alone there, and we're going to do sexual things all over it." Blaze grinned at Kaylee, who was walking on the other side of Ronnie. "I'm looking forward to being loud."
"I guess that means y'all don't want to be notified if Trey sees Dad either," Ronnie said with disappointment.
"No, I don't want you to call and talk to me about Mom and Dad while I'm doing sexual things. That would be like a bucket of ice water on our night of boisterous passion, so I won't be answering any calls," Blaze replied with a laugh.
Kaylee cleared her throat. "I need to warm up my vocal cords."
"I hope y'all enjoy your loud, sweaty— What the hell?" Ronnie yelled when her car approached, rolling backward and swerving. Kaylee and Blaze grabbed each other and ran for the grass as the car came to a screeching halt beside Ronnie. The passenger window rolled down, and Rosie sat behind the wheel looking proud of herself. "Leaf said I could back out of the driveway. How'd I do?" "I just shit my pants. What does that tell you?" Ronnie said shakily. "Shift into park and get into the back seat." "Can I drive to our house?" Rosie pleaded. "Mom, she's got to learn," Leaf added. "She just turned 13, son." Ronnie waved without looking back at Blaze and Kaylee. "Good night."
"How do you feel about having kids?" Kaylee asked as Blaze took her by the hand and started walking quickly toward their house.
"For me, it was just proving they're not a good idea. How about you?"
"We had the same epiphany," Kaylee said. "I think we should run in case they wear Ronnie down and she lets Rosie drive." Kaylee sagged against the shower wall. I was so tired after spending the day helping Chantal put away her stuff. But when you mentioned sexual things, I was energized. She put her hand on top of Blaze's head. Oh, don't you do that right now. Save it for the coffee table.
Where's that on your list of priorities? Blaze asked as she kissed her way up Kaylee's stomach.
Right after your office. Kaylee switched off the water as Blaze stood. I want you to think of me when you're in there.
The one in the house or the store?
The house, for tonight, Kaylee answered with a sexy smile. I think I want to start off by having you sit in your chair.
We may need to rethink that.
Blaze grabbed a towel and started drying Kaylee.
It has wheels, and you know I have to dig my heels into something when you're driving me crazy. I have a mental picture of me scooting the chair away from you whenever you get me close.
That could be a problem. I'll just sit you up on your desk next to your computer monitor. Kaylee snatched the towel from Blaze and started drying her. Wait, that's no good. We piled all that stuff on your desk when we painted the baseboards. Let's go with the coffee table. Then maybe... Did you just yawn?
I'm good. Really?
Blaze said and yawned again, which caused Kaylee to yawn.
You know, we could do the round-the-house thing tomorrow.
Kaylee nodded. Yeah, that's good. When we wake up, we can clean off the desk. Are we drying hair tonight?
No, let's get in the bed. I'm freezing now.
Blaze took off running toward the bedroom. Kaylee flipped off the bathroom light as she chased Blaze and plunged both rooms into darkness. Her eyes couldn't adjust quickly enough, and she slammed into Blaze, who'd stopped to turn the covers down. Blaze flew onto the bed face first with Kaylee on top of her.
I'm glad we nixed the coffee table since you're gonna get rough, Blaze said in surprise. I don't think it could have handled that.
That wasn't on purpose. Kaylee rolled off Blaze and switched on a lamp. Did I bust my nose? Blaze sat up and looked at it.
No? Are you okay?
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Since we have big plans for tomorrow, do you want to just cuddle? I stacked so many plates deep into the cabinets today, and I'm kind of tired.
Blaze yawned again.
Why does she have so many?
Chantal must have entertained a lot. You didn't see all the cutlery I helped her sort through. Kaylee pulled the covers over herself and Blaze before she switched off the light. Tomorrow, I get to have my way with you first.
After breakfast, though, right? Blaze asked as she pulled Kaylee close and wrapped her arms around her.
Yeah, and coffee. Then we really have to do something with that desk.
Sex at noon, then?
Blaze, we don't have kids. Are we really scheduling intimacy?
Oh, shit, we are,
Blaze said with a groan. Well, I'm sorry, but we haven't been together long enough for this to happen.
What are you... Oh!
Hey,
Blaze laughed. I love it when you do that. Ow, not that!
You liked it the other day.
I was super turned on then.
Blaze inhaled sharply.
Okay, I'm getting there.
I feel it. I love it when your muscles tense. Blaze grunted.
That's a cramp. I may need to drink some more water before we go any further.
She burst out laughing when she heard Kaylee snort.
We should really just cuddle.
Oh, I love you, Blaze, Kaylee said between fits of laughter.
I love you too. You're my world. I know that's hard to believe because I'm laughing my ass off.
Well, hell,
at least we're happy,
Kaylee blurted out before her cackle of laughter echoed off the walls and caused Blaze to laugh even harder. This concludes Blissfully Blindsided by Robin Alexander, narrated by Lori